We are live, sir.
Okay. Okay. So I guess we are good to go now. And okay. So, Professor Mayank, with your permission, should I start this session so that, yeah.
Yes, please.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think just wait for a minute or two, because it's just click 9:30. Maybe just for a minute we can wait so that we can have a couple of audience here for this. Yeah, good morning, Dr. Vipin.
Good morning. I hope I'm audible.
Yes. So we have been joined here by Professor Mayank. He's the dean of our school, and we have Professor Vinayak and Professor Ashish. Yeah. So just to make introduction now, Vinayak.
Good morning to all of you.
Very good morning, Dr. Shukla. Great to see you here. Right, I think Vinayak, we should start. It's already 9:32.
Yes.
Right. Okay. So thank you, everyone. First of all, this is the first of its kind of an event because we are collaborating with a specific ministry. So I'm very thankful to all of the stakeholders, and currently Mr. Vipin Shukla, who is actually joining us from the ministry. And why this specific workshop is actually prominent and in the current scenario, because we are talking about MSME, we are talking about the indigenous production, we are talking about the creating an ecosystem for domestic growth. So in that sense, and as we are talking about Atmanirbhar Bharat, this particular event or this particular knowledge sharing is actually very important in the current scenario. So we have two prominent people with us, and I'll start with our Dean, Professor Mayank Dondial, who is an eminent scholar who has actually served previously in the previous institutions of eminence of institute. Professor Mayank has expertise in the strategic domain. He has been into various technology transformations, and he has actually given so many expert supports to the organizations, whether it comes to the Lego team or whether it comes to the other parts of the country. Professor Mayank is actually carrying rich experience from foreign, because his education and his past experience concluded that. So it's been great that he has supported this particular, not only this particular event, but this particular thought that the technology, which is actually orienting in a very exponential manner, need to be discussed on this particular platform. So I'm very much thankful to our patron, our mentor, and our dean, who is actually supporting us in this particular thing, and where we are actually fetching, or where we are actually trying to pull a new aspect of understanding the technology. On the same hand, again, I'm very much thankful to the Ministry of Science and Technology, specifically Department of Scientific and Industrial Research, who has actually shown the confidence while supporting this kind of a thought process. So rather than taking much time, I just request our patron, our dean, Professor Mayank Dondial, to please enlighten us and give us a good start so that we can actually bring this knowledge sharing session to the next level. Professor Mayank.
Many thanks, Vinayak. Just a quick audio check. Am I audible?
Yeah, you are, sir. Please.
Right. So a very good morning to all of you who join us today for this virtual conference on Decrypting the Future course of Competitive Technologies for MSMEs and New Ventures. My name is Mayank Dondial. I'm the Dean of Jindal Global Business School at OP Jindal Global University. And I warmly welcome you all to this virtual conference and workshop. I would like to begin by welcoming all our esteemed panelists from the industry and academia, including Dr. Vipin Shukla from Department of Scientific and Industrial Research, Ministry of Science and Technology, Government of India, and Mr. Rajiv Sikka, who's the CEO of Adani Gas. We have, of course, many other esteemed panelists from the world of academia and industry. We would like to extend our heartfelt gratitude to all of them for attending this virtual conference. Started in 2009, OP Jindal Global University is a non-profit global university, which has also been recognized in the year 2020 by the Government of India as an institution of eminence. It's ranked currently as the #1 private university in India as per QS rankings, and is also recognized among the top 150 universities globally, under the age of 50 years by the QS Young University rankings. JGU was established as a philanthropic initiative by our founding chancellor, Mr. Naveen Jindal, in memory of his father, Mr. O.P. Jindal, with a 1:9 faculty-student ratio, more than 900, globally qualified and internationally recognized faculty members, more than 8,000 students from India and different parts of the world, more than 50 world-class academic programs. JGU is also the only Indian private university in the top 150 young universities in the world, that is, under the 50 years of age, in the QS Young University Rankings 2021. In addition, JGU is also ranked amongst the top 500 universities in the world in international faculty. The Jindal Global Business School, JGBS, is the second largest school of JGU, and also India's premier research-driven business school. As part of the school's vision of being a globally acclaimed business school developing transformative ideas and people, JGBS is making rapid strides towards excellence. With a faculty base of 100 plus full-time faculty members, JGBS runs 11 different programs in UG, PG, and doctoral programs. Faculty members have degrees from world's leading business schools and universities, including, of course, the Indian Institute of Management's IIMs and Indian Institute of Technologies, IITs in India, but also, very good names from outside India, including University of California, Los Angeles, New York University in USA, Penn State University in USA, University of Manchester in the United Kingdom, and University of Melbourne in Australia. You will be also happy to note that Jindal Global Business School faculty members published more than 200 Scopus Index papers in the year 2020-21. Many of them also indexed in the prestigious ABDC ABS list. This remarkable achievement, of course, demonstrates the ardent dedication of Jindal Global Business School faculty members towards contributing to the evolution of cutting-edge management knowledge, which has far-reaching impact on the student community, industry, and the society at large. JGBS also offers an unparalleled international exposure to its students. The business school has 70 plus partnerships across 5 continents, including big names like the Wharton Business School, University of Pennsylvania, the Thunderbird School of Global Management, the Queen Mary University of London, Kelly Business School, University of New Brunswick in Canada, UT Dallas, Deakin University, Australia, and Queen's University in Ireland. Now coming to the topic of today's conference, of course, which is on MSMEs and the role and importance of technology. Of course, the MSME sector is of strategic importance to the country. Around more than 6 crore, MSMEs contribute roughly 30% to India's GDP. That's, of course, a massive number. Now, what's important to note that in the process of this contribution, they provide significant amount of employment, to India's population, especially India's youth, and especially to the ones on the margins of the society, both in urban and rural areas. Many of them, of course, in the unorganized sector. The federal government, of course, aims to increase MSME sector's share, in the GDP of the country from roughly 30% to around 40%, which is, of course, I think is very much welcome. It's a step in the right direction, especially considering the significance of MSMEs in India's overall and holistic development. Now, in this step, I think technology is going to play a significant role in making sure that this transition happens in a time-bound manner. MSMEs, of course, need to wholeheartedly embrace technology to make sure they not only move up the value chain, which is extremely important, but also become competitive not only nationally but also internationally. And of course, the world is increasingly becoming very dynamic. We have all seen the developments, in the world. Now, a part of that story, of course, is that the supply chains that go via multiple geographies, there is a significant chance that they are being, they can get rerouted. And MSMEs therefore have a great opportunity to make sure that they are part of that transition. That we significantly increase our exports, our manufacturing output, in order to provide sustainable employment opportunities to India's youth. So on this note, I must congratulate the conference organizers, Professor Ashish Trivedi, and of course, Professor Vinayak Dave, on a very timely conference. I think the topic is, it needs to be discussed threadbare, and I'm sure that given the profile of the organizers, this conference is going to be very interesting. So congratulations to the organizations, and a warm welcome to all the esteemed panelists once again. On that note, thank you very much. I would like to now hand over to Professor Vinayak Dave, who will take it forward. Vinayak.
Thank you, Professor Mayank, for this great start of this particular event. And as you mentioned, that our university or school is primarily focused on research-driven process. And that clearly shows, because being a patron and being an ecosystem, this particular thing is actually supporting, like you has been always supporting through this kind of a thing. And and this shows that how even the private universities are also evolving in a very serious note while driving themselves into a more research oriented path. uh, I hope that even we'll get more support from the ministries in future too, so that we can actually sustain this path. And your vision will actually help us all in definitely bringing all these kind of things in future. Thank you very much, Professor Mayank. And then we have Mr. Vipin Shukla with us. And again, if we are talking about Mr. Vipin Shukla, he also comes with a great institutional affiliation, which carries the BTech, and currently working as a scientist in the Ministry of Science and Technology, Department of Scientific and Industrial Research. He has been involved in many projects in past related to the technology and how the scientific evolution is actually going to help the whole ecosystem, the domestic ecosystem. So we are very much fortunate to have him here today, and to this particular event, because his expertise and with kind of a vision he also carries, or the whole ministry is actually carrying for making the India Atmanirbhar. So his presence and his vision and his support is actually going to strengthen our first initiative of our university, initiative of our school. So rather than wasting time, I kindly request Mr. Vipin Shukla to again help us to enlighten this session, as well as to give a good start. Although a ministry has actually supported us for this first initiative, and we expect to have this kind of a continuous support in future too. So please, I request Mr. Vipin Shukla to enlighten and give us a good start, so that we can take this session to the next level.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Vinayak. Good morning, Professor Mayank Dondial, Dr. Ashish Dwivedi, Dr. Ashish Trivedi, Dr. Vinayak, Mr. Raju Sikka, and all the distinguished experts, participants in this event. We are extremely happy to see that whatever vision our department DSIR is carrying out is being well taken by the stakeholders like you, academia, and MSMEs. So we are very happy to see that the way you have taken this challenge and very important topic, relevant topic in the present time you have taken up. So we wish you a very best for 2 days event. And I take this opportunity to brief about few of our departments, schemes and programs so that all the stakeholders, not only your university, but also other participants who are here can get benefit of such type of schemes. So basically, my department is Department of Scientific and Industrial Research, which is under the aegis of Ministry of Science and Technology, and it was set up through a notification long back in 1985. And the mandate of our department is to promote industrial research for indigenous technology development, promotion, utilization, and transfer. DSIR is nodal department for granting recognition, registration to the in-house R&D centers established by industry in the country, scientific research foundation in the area of medical, agriculture, natural and applied sciences and social sciences. They are called as CSIROs also, and public funded research institutions, PFRIs, universities, IITs, ISC and NITs, etc. There are more than 2,000 in-house R&D centers across the country with DSIR recognition. The entities recognized, registered by DSIR are eligible for certain fiscal benefits. Besides the recognition registration activities, DSI undertakes programs to promote R&D by the industry and supports the industrial units to develop a start of art globally competitive technologies of high commercial value, catalyzing faster commercialization of laboratory scale R&D, augment technology transfer capabilities, enhance the share of technology intensive export in overall export, strengthen industrial consultancy, and establish a user friendly information network to facilitate scientific and industrial research in the country. So keeping all these things, when we so you can say there are two different activities, major activities which the department is carrying out. Which one of these two is recognition and registration of R&D centers across the country, and another is to support, to give financial support, you may say, to carry out such type of R&D activities. So primarily, my division as well as the division which has funded your event, uh, they are under support scheme divisions. And though we have four different schemes, funding schemes, I'll give you the brief of three schemes which are under our division. And I would be very happy that if any of you can be benefited from these schemes. And before starting talking about these schemes, I would say that feel free to contact me or any other in the division if you want to take up some project and if you feel that you are interested in this scheme. We are very prompt in this, and we keep on supporting the in MSMEs. Especially we have mandate to promote MSMEs. So MSMEs, academia, industry, we do this. So the three schemes which I want to talk about are one is called PACE program, that is Patent Acquisition and Collaborative Research and Technology Development. Another is BIRD CRF, that is Building Industrial Research and Development and Common Research Facility. And third one is A2K Plus, Access to Knowledge for Technology Development and Dissemination. I'll give you a small brief about these schemes. So PACE scheme, basically through this scheme, we provide catalytic support to the industries and institutions for development and demonstration of innovative product and process technologies, uh, traversing from the journey of proof of concept or laboratory stage to pilot stage. Basically, you should have lab scale technology and you want to go to pilot scale, then we consider such type of project under this scheme. So our aim is that they can be launched for the commercialization. So that is the aim under this scheme. The scheme supports indigenous work and assists in development of new technologies or creative, innovative application of the existing technologies to solve unmet needs of industry. The scheme also strengthens the interface between industry, R&D establishments, and academic institutions by supporting collaborative proposals. This scheme supports proposals in any industrial sector leading to industrially useful application, except for proposal purely in the area of biotechnology and software as a service. We don't support because we feel that different ministries or departments are already for these two sectors. So innovative projects towards energy efficiency, low cost automation, IoT, etc., are well considered. These are the latest topics, hot topics, and we consider such type of topics also under the PACE scheme. So basically, PACE scheme is for industry, and industry can come up with the collaborating partner, any academia or institution also. Support in this scheme is basically, as I told you, that you should have proof of concept, and then you can, if you are planning for a pilot scale development, you can submit the proposal under this scheme. Now, another scheme which is known as under BIRD CRF, this is called CRTDH. We develop common research and technology development hubs. This is very interesting scheme, and I would like to say that most of the MSMEs across the country are the real beneficiary of this scheme. Though we support, we give support to any academic or research institution for developing these hubs, but the beneficiary should be MSMEs. So, as we know that MSMEs play an important role in the overall industrial economy and have been accepted as the main engine for economic growth for promoting equitable development in India. And we need to sensitize translation of public funded R&D into products and processes. So in view of this, we have started this scheme that we should promote R&D activities in the country. And for this purpose, the Common Research and Technology Development Hubs, which are established by DSIR, provide a platform for demonstration of innovative R&D and technology by the host institution. Primarily, they are academic institutions or R&D institutions. They they demonstrate innovative R&D and technologies, and the CRTDH, which is established in their premises, they encourage MSMEs to become a part of this innovation ecosystem. Thus, the primary objective of CRTDH is to encourage more and more MSMEs to take up R&D and innovation. This program was launched during 2014-15, wherein hubs were established in public-funded institutions, which gave evidence of their linkages and proximity with sectoral MSME clusters. Proposals are supported from national laboratories, public funded bodies, or institutions having a distinct legal entity for setting up CRTDH in 5 sectors. And these sectors are electronics, renewable energy. Second is affordable health. Third one is environmental interventions. Fourth is low cost machining. Fifth one is new materials, chemical process. So till now, we have supported 15 CRTDH across the country, and very soon we are going to start 3 more. So 18 CRTDH probably by the end of April or May this year will have 18, and 12 are well established, and different CSIR labs, academic institutions, they are already, they have developed CRTDH. The last scheme which I would like to talk about is access to knowledge for technology development and dissemination, which is called E2K Plus. And this scheme has 3 components, right? And under one of the components, we have supported this event, today's event. So under this scheme, there are 3 sub-schemes. First one is called TDUPW, which is Technology Development and Utilization Program for Women. This is very interesting, and I would request that any of the women participants in this event, they should go through our website. They should have a glance uh, over this scheme, and I think probably they should get benefit of such type of schemes. So this program is aimed to meet specific needs of women and to enhance their contribution towards technology capability building. DSI under TDUPW program provides assistance for those projects which are relevant to technology development and utilization by women, with special emphasis to technologies developed by scientific establishments. So basically scientific establishment, like for example, your institute, they can also go for such type of, they can also apply for getting support under this scheme. But the objective should be the women should be benefited. Whatever you are going to do, that should benefit to the larger community, women community. So in particular, projects which aim at technology development and dissemination, which can reduce drudgery, lead to capacity building, and economically empower women are supported under this scheme. And projects are supported in the areas like food processing, health and hygiene, nutrition, etc. TSI also supports setting up of skill satellite centers. This is also under the same scheme, and the main aim of DSIR is to set up skill center satellite centers to enhance the quality of life of women for imparting knowledge and skill. DSI also supports proposal for setting up skill satellite center in close vicinity of rural, tribal, and other needy group of women, which would be different from the usual vocational training centers for women established by various organizations. In addition to the skill training, all the women enrolled with the satellite center will also go through a short duration literacy curriculum. In addition to training on a specific technical subject, training will also be given to the on financial literacy and enterprise development. So this is under TDUPW. Now, another sub scheme under A2K Plus is studies. The objective of A2K Plus studies program is to support studies in emerging areas of technology aimed at providing useful information and knowledge base to industry, industry association, academia, research institutions, consultants, entrepreneurs, research institutions, and policymakers for doing any further work in these areas to study and analyze the development in the emerging technology areas and document the findings, learning and outcomes for wider dissemination and preparation of status reports on technology from public funded institutions that are ready for commercialization. So studies is another, and the last one is events, which you may be knowing, at least the university may be knowing, because we have supported under this scheme. So this sub scheme provides a platform for exchange of views among industry, consultancy organization, academic and research institutions that would lead to useful insights on issues relating to industrial research and technological innovation, and help in evolving tools and techniques to remain competitive in today's business climate. The objective of A2K Plus events scheme is to support the organizations to carry out workshop interactions, training programs, exhibitions, and other events for identification of collaborating projects between academia, institution, and industry participating in the events. So these are three broader schemes which our division takes up, and under the A2K Plus we have further three sub schemes, and we we uh, we as a department keep on rolling out the advertisement for applying under these schemes, uh, and you'll have to go through our website, and also you can freely, anybody can freely contact me on email and telephone, and we are very cooperative to support, at least guide them how to prepare their proposal and submit under this. So I think I have taken this opportunity to brief about the scheme so that all stakeholders should be benefited. And with these words, I will once again uh, wish my best wishes to the organizers for a successful event. And I'll also be very happy and very keen to listen our other experts so that mutual benefits can be shared. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Vipin Shukla, and again, thank you very much on behalf of the whole JGBS and OP Jindal University for supporting this event. Rather than and we are pretty sure that in future also we'll get support from you, as you have mentioned and comprehensively listed out the schemes what DSIR and DST is actually rolling out in a frequent manner. Thank you very much. Now, rather than wasting any further time, I just request Professor Dondial to please have that kind of please set up the stage for our first expert, who is Mr. Rajiv Sikka. So I'll hand it over to Professor Mayank Dondial, and so that we can have the first expert talk. Sir.
Many thanks, Vinayak. So let me just thank also Dr. Shukla for giving us a detailed understanding of the different scheme from the department. I'm sure our participants would benefit immensely from it. Of course, our next speaker is Mr. Rajiv Sikka. Now, Mr. Rajiv Sikka is currently the CEO of Indian Oil Adani Gas Limited, and has an experience of more than 30 years in the industry. He has worked across multiple regions of India with Bharat Petroleum, and has delivered enormous increase, in the sales of oil and gas as well as lubricant products. Mr. Sikka has done a BTech in civil engineering from HBTI Kanpur, and holds a master's degree in urban and regional planning from School of Planning and Architecture, New Delhi. Interestingly, Mr. Sikka is also mentor to many CXO level team members of startups in India, and he mentors very actively startups in IIT Kanpur. Apart from that, he's also judged multiple startup competitions. Mr. Sikka, a very warm welcome to this virtual conference hosted by Jindal Global Business School in collaboration with DSIR.
Thank you, Professor Dondial. Let me get my screen ready, and then I will talk. Okay.
Absolutely. I just want to ask you one question before you go on to your address, which is of course very relevant. I, read in media somewhere a very profound quote from you, and I just wanted to say that that's something that I found very, very interesting, very meaningful. You say that you need to be, you stay humble to be sustainable in life, and I found it, so profound that I thought that I must ask Mr. Sikka about, just if you can give a quick, overview around that statement. I think that will be really meaningful and helpful for our participants. I mean, how does being humble leads to sustainability, which is absolutely critical these days?
Yeah, thank you for noticing that. I think I said it 1 month back in some seminar, but yes, thanks for appreciation. So I will quickly give my thought process into that. As we grow as individuals, as we grow to the positions of power, so-called powers, if I may say, or it or learnings, when we get the learnings, it keeps on accumulating in our head. I'm being very frank. And even yesterday, now what is happening outside in US, in Ukraine and all. So I don't want to dwell on that. So what I want to say, sustainability these days is appreciating the environment around you. Okay, we have to appreciate, we have to understand what our actions can enhance, or either way, whatever actions, whether it's the carbon emissions, effort to reduce carbon emissions, or effort to embrace green technology or hydrogen, which is the new in thing. Are we working towards that, or we are like all corporates have got the pursuit of power as well as EBITDA profit, if everyone knows. So there is a balance. So if we are able to think in a humble way about all this, then I think we'll be more sustainable. So that was my take.
Wonderful, masterful, Mr. Sikka. Thank you very much for giving your thought process into that very profound statement. Now, of course, let me welcome you, and I would request you to give your address on technological diffusion and disruption as part of this conference.
Thank you so much. I'm just trying to share the screen. Is it visible now?
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Yes, sir. It is visible.
Yeah. So before I say something, I would like to say thanks to Mr. Dondial. Then we have got two Trivedi and Divedi combination here. My thanks to them also, and Dr. Vinayak also, and Dr. Vipin Shukla, who has set the stage. Many of us, at least I was not knowing what kind of schemes are available in detail to facilitate entrepreneurship, if I may say, and even the women empowerment he touched. There are specific schemes for them. And I must appreciate Government of India is doing so many things. It's the responsibility of people like this organization, this institution, which is taking the onus today, as well as people like us, to understand and appreciate and get benefited from that. So the stage has been set. So now I will share some of my thoughts on the, I would say, whatever is happening. So I will start with some kind of customer insights. Okay, because customer insights, if we talk about technology disruptions or the innovations or the startup, unless we understand where the customer is heading, they won't be that meaningful. Also, I will little bit cover on the artificial intelligence and machine learning thing. I will also cover a little bit on virtual reality. Blockchain is the in thing, everyone coins that word these days. I will also talk about a little bit on that. And whatever the disruption of the technology, unless we are able to say or have a human face along that, we won't be able to do really great. So I will also speak a little bit on HR in the current context. Web3 is also very interesting thing happening these days. I will also cover a little bit of that. Then I will talk of some industry examples, whether it's Tata, whether it's Apple. So I will take a combination of what I would say Indian as well as international examples little bit. I will also talk on the new business trend in the end, as well as startups, which motivate us to learn relearn, tweak, and pivot whatever the market expectation is. So am I audible? Can someone give me a confirmation?
Yeah,
Yeah, sir, you are
Yes, you are
loud and
audible.
clear.
Just a request, means if you can just bring it to the PPT mode, means.
Yeah, please. Let me try.
Yeah,
Let me
sure.
try.
Thank you. Yeah.
Is it there now?
Yeah, right. Perfect. Yeah, it's good to
Yeah.
go.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I covered the agenda part, basically what I'm going to discuss. And now I go to the next slide. So I was talking about the customer insights. Now, many of us use these things, whether it's Facebook, whether it's Instagram, whether it's LinkedIn, whether it's WhatsApp or YouTube. We consume so much data through our mobile, through our apps, or through our PC or laptop. But why am I talking about that? As we are talking about the technology and disruptions, and we are talking of products. Suppose if I'm an MSME and I'm making a product, and conventional style of marketing will not help me. So earlier I was going to use, say, paper advertisement or hoarding or pamphlets. Now I have to also see how much money I should allocate to YouTube. Okay, because so many customers are using YouTube every hour. How much amount I should devote to Facebook advertising? If I want to, if I make a, say, if I make a product, say something like Maza, and I want to test it to Chandigarh. These days I can engage with Facebook, and I know exactly half of Chandigarh I want to target. I will take help of them. I will take the full data of those customers, and every time whenever they will open up the Facebook, they will see my new product. Okay, so we have to understand. That's why I brought this this sheet, and the way they are influencing our lives, these products, whether it's Amazon, and I've just mentioned the numbers, WhatsApp. Each one of us uses so many messages for doing business. So we need to, they are on payment, they are facilitating payments also. They are into so much, they are doing so many other initiatives. So while I'm not batting for these so-called young companies who are literally ruling the world, we need to understand what we should do with them for our own benefit. So that's why I've taken some of the numbers, and the number might be a little bit wrong, or maybe approximate, but that is not the end point. End point is we need to understand how customers are behaving. Okay. Now again, taking one step forward. Now these companies, if I've like I mentioned, the revenue per minute of Amazon is something like $10 lakh, and Apple, Alphabet, Google, which is renamed as Google, Microsoft, Facebook is now known as Metaverse, Tesla, Netflix. So the way these companies, because at the end it's all about profits as well as EBITDA, as well as running the company in a very meaningful way. So we have to understand, we have to take inspiration from some of these new age businesses like Google. When they started off, I'm very sure they had not thought about monetization. It was started with the objective, and over the years they have changed the business models. They have gone for advertisement, and now they are earning almost $5 lakh per minute. So that's what we need to understand, and that's why we each of one of us need to appreciate. Now also we have been talking of disruptions. Yes, there is a disruption model in technology, in the innovation model, but also we have to see how the customer is behaving. Now if a customer has to take a TV, now what earlier used to happen, they used to go to a shop and used to maybe go to 2-3 shops and look for the TV which they want, or a particular brand, and then they decide. But now what happens? They will go to first Google, they will go to WhatsApp, they will talk to, earlier also they used to talk to their Mamaji, they will talk to him also, then they will go to Chroma store, and finally they will buy from wherever they want. So the customer has got so much power and democratic means to study what he can buy and what he cannot buy. So we have to understand this theme of marketing and behave or create our products like that. This is what I wanted to say through this slide. I'll go to the next slide. As Dr. Ashish Dwivedi, is my pace okay? Or I'm a little bit fast?
Yeah, no.
Absolutely, sir.
Absolutely, it's fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay. Also, India is an agrarian state, and almost 55% of the this is some data which came in Business Standard a couple of months back. So 55% of the population, Indian population, is dependent on agriculture for their livelihood. So while we are talking of technology, we need to understand and we need to think how we can take this particular group with us in terms of growth, in terms of investments, in terms of new solutions for them. And like I've said, even the agri-tech, the conventional agriculture, the way of doing agriculture, what I would say, the growing of crops has changed. With so many now grocery buyers who are coming for online shopping of vegetables or products or agri products or grains. So the farmers have to also change. The farmers have to also change, but who will take the onus of enrolling them and bringing them to the new technology? So people like us, people sitting in this, what I would say, in this session, Dr. Vipin Shukla, Dr. Dhondial, we need to think agri-specific innovations, agri-specific technologies. How can we enroll them? How can we take them to the next level? Because I see a tremendous scope there in terms of average yield increasing per acre, or the output, or simply the potential of growth which it can unleash. Because we play with so much data, whether it's the growth of other industries, whether the energy is growing at such a pace, whether the solar is growing, auto industry is growing, but this sector we need to take care. And that's why I've thought I must bring this to the notice of everyone. And whether it's the farm inputs, whether it's the online markets, whether it's say companies like Dabur who are into organic and whatnot. So there's a lot of potential for this industry as a whole. Yeah. Also, we need to sit back and just have a look. Where have we reached actually over last, I would say 60, 70 years, the GDP of India has gone much ahead from 0.6 billion to 2.86. Per capita income, which is an indication of how much each one of us earns, or our consumption, or the way we spend, that has also grown multifold. 1 lakh, that has grown by almost 16 times. The production of food grains, that's what my last slide also was on that topic only. They has also grown 5 times, but maybe it could have grown much more. The length of the roads and the NH, the infrastructure which is being created, and now government is doing maybe almost 40 kilometers per day of NH. That is also helping the development in a big way. So from something like 0.4 million kilometers, now we have gone to 6 million kilometers. The vehicles, the boom in the auto industry, whether it's the two-wheeler, whether it's the four-wheelers, of last 2 years have been little bit of a setback, particularly for four-wheeler industry. But yes, if you see the total numbers, there are more than 26 crore vehicles And currently the fad is about e-vehicles and whether it's the companies like Tesla and even all the Maruti has also now started talking of e-vehicles. They were not talking about that. So we have to think about technology for all these kind of growth, I would say growth parameters. Also the aviation sector, the way it has grown, the now sorry, many of the states now they have 5, 6 airports. Northeast is being given a lot of prominence in terms of accessibility, and even other so-called deprived earlier areas which were not well connected. So the really I would say the customers have also started, the new customers have been added, and of course again last 2 years the COVID has brought some kind of a downer for this aviation sector, but this sector is growing like anything. And with Air India also recently now going back to Tata, so again there's a lot of excitement, and even people are talking of Jet Airways again being started. So there is a lot of excitement in this sector. Power generation, it has gone multiple times ahead, and still there's a lot of work to be done in reaching to the real, I would say, the populace which deserves it, not people like me and you who are sitting here only, but the villages and the what I would say far-flung areas, whether it's Uttarakhand or Leh and Ladakh, so things like those places also it has happened. So, but why am I talking? Because we need to understand the growth. If we are able to understand the growth figures, the growth which is taking around us, the indicators which are taking around us, only then we'll be able to make a meaningful product. And especially again, it will be wise for us to talk of COVID also to some extent, the way suddenly from nowhere it came in the last 2 years. So there's a lot of talk in so-called developed countries, particularly US and all. People are moving from big cities to small cities. In any case, they have to work from home. So there's no compulsion whether you want to stay in a big city where there's a lot of congestion, traffic pollution, traffic disturbances, and even otherwise the time which it takes, me time is not there. So the fundamentally the way we live is changing. So we need to understand, if we are talking of technology to be built, we need to understand the behavior shift which the COVID has brought, the hybrid models which are going to stay. I don't know how the Professor Kondyal, how your university is thinking in terms of bringing back again the students, but many IIMs have now brought, many engineering colleges have now brought students offline to the main campus again. So we need to understand, because the whole economy, a lot of economy drives around these factors. So if the people are shifting to small cities, if people are talking of work vacations, sitting at Missouri, they want to do the work which earlier they were doing in Noida or Delhi. So we need, where the economy will shift. Whether it's consumption of FMCG, whether it's the transport which is required from going to Delhi to Missouri. So those things have to add. Recently, the companies like Misho and all have already decided permanent kind of what I would say work from home. You can work from anywhere, you can work from any place, but of course you have to deliver. So this kind of dynamism which we are able to see now, but again we need to look at what will happen next 5 years. So that kind of we don't know what will happen, but the leaders, the so-called leaders and so-called the industrial, I would say, whether it's the HR or whether it's the corporate CEOs or the team leaders, if I may use the word, they have to look forward what will happen, and then weave the businesses around that. What model I should have, what model I should not have, and how do I grow? I go to the next slide. Now, also we need to take aspiration and understand where is the Indian middle class, where is the Indian I would say the middle class is a word, but I've given some factors here like middle class. It has been also broken into new middle class. This is a Hurun India Wealth Report 2020. And there's a definition of affluent people also. HNI, everyone talks, whether it's the share market or the so-called investors. But very interestingly, if you see the new middle class, this data says people who are earning, say, between 50 lakhs and less than 7 crore per year, they are something like 6.33 lakhs. So if I am a marketeer, if I'm an owner of, say, Maruti, and I want to bring a model of, say, 50 model costing 55 lakh rupees. So I need to understand to whom I will sell. So maybe I will go for the new middle class and the affluent class so that I can sell my product to them. So we need to understand how the income segment or the salaried segment, how it is shifting. What kind of aspirations do they have? Where are they moving, and what are they looking for? So we need to understand the wealth creation pattern, the spending pattern of so-called affluent people or middle class people or new middle class to understand where are we heading. Yeah. Also, the recent COVID has also brought this. This was known that we need to be fit. We ought to be fit. We need to give time to our body. We need to age gracefully. But the COVID has literally turned the word. And now we need to understand, and many people have now started thinking about life as a much more precious thing than used to be earlier. So, so we have to. So there is a lot of new industry which is coming around this, whether it's the doctor on call, whether it's the Form Easy, whether it's the like Path Lab and all, which have really grown. So we need to understand, as well as need to understand what we need to cater to the people in a better and holistic way. And naturally, the age is also the average age is also growing up, and so we need to understand what kind of products and what kind of technology we need to bring to cater to this kind of segment. I will take a pause. If someone wants to ask a question, I will take that question right now. Dr. Ashish Trivedi, is there any question for me, sir?
Well, let me check.
I don't
I
think
do
so.
not
We
think,
have
I do not
questions.
think we have
Yeah.
any questions right now in
Yeah,
the chat
yeah, yeah.
box.
I guess everyone is looking forward till the end of the session so that they can post their comprehensive questions. Yeah.
Yes.
I assume it's not boring.
No,
No,
it
it's
is not,
very
sir. It
interesting.
is.
It's
No,
very
it is not.
interesting.
It's very interesting.
And this is for the
Okay.
participants. If you have any questions, feel free to post it on the chat box so that we can address them.
Right.
So, so this was. So Asad Khan, are you asking something right now? So I can catch my breath meanwhile.
I think we have some questions. We have. If I could just.
Yeah, I will take one question. I will like to take one question so that otherwise it would be a monologue. I will be just speaking.
Yes.
Yeah.
So let me just have a look onto the chat. But what is the scope of blockchain technology? One of them, the participant is asking, and then we have. Yeah. So the prime question that I could see, Mr. Sikka, is that what's the scope of blockchain technologies? I mean,
Yeah, blockchain. I will cover in the next 2 slides.
This has been
Okay.
asked by Vishal Yadav. Yeah.
Yeah. So Vishal, I will be covering that in next 2 slides. So still, if something is left, you are welcome in the end to ask that. Okay. So I will go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah. So now I will talk of this Dr. Drave, you wanted to say something, sir?
Just wanted to actually, I have a curious question, and I'm pretty sure that even most of the students have this curious question, like, because I teach technology management, and often students ask me this, sir, how to actually differentiate between the competitive technology and the disruptive technology, because that's the actual confusion amongst the stakeholders. Even if you are adopting a technology, even if you are actually investing in the technology. So as whatever company we have so far discussed or we're going to discuss, that is the very basic dilemma we all carry. So I guess even the audience, the larger audience, is actually very much interested to understand how a particular technology can be treated as a disruptive technology, because then only they can bring the disruptions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, interesting question. Difficult question, but I must say it's a difficult question. So it had to come from you. I appreciate that. So I will say, look, disruptive technology or disruptions is not a word which is to be coined in a very artificial kind of way. Okay, it has to be evolved. Like if I take inspiration from all these startups, the way they keep on doing about their thing, and then they disrupt that segment actually. Okay, so it's not by design they are doing some disruption. They are into their own innovation streak. They are onto their own product. They are onto their own service. If I give example of say Paytm for that matter, though its IPO has not done well recently, but leave that fact for a moment. The way they were ready to engage with so many, I would say, small vendors, juice shops, small eateries, of course, the bigger restaurants, and they were really able to. And even I use that. It's so easy, na. So at one, if you have got the money in your wallet, you just press a button and are able to give the money to maybe 10 rupees, 5 rupees or 100 rupees to vegetable chap or anyone for that matter. So I'm very sure as a design, they did not went about, but they have disrupted the payment module payment market. Now, I will relate the competitive now to go to the next level to beat the SDFCs and beat the ICICIs. They have to be competitive. Okay. Till now, they are not earning the money. That's why the share market has also not rewarded them. So the IPO, the share price has gone down. So now they are losing money at last. If I remember, they lost something like 400 crores in the last quarter. So now to be competitive, to be ahead of that's what, if they want to become someone like SDFC, someone like ICICI, they need to be competitive. So I would say we need to be disruptive, but not by design. But ultimately, we have to be competitive also to stay in the game. Otherwise, we'll be wiped off. And competition will be for what? Will be for increasing my efficiency. Competition will be for reducing my cost. Competition will be for acquiring new customers in new geographies. And competition will be for staying relevant. Otherwise, I will be lost. So that's my response to your question.
No. Again, sir, I mean, I'm pretty sure that student can, or even the larger audience can actually get a sense from your explanation and your talk that how every technology cannot be treated as the disruptive technology. As you rightly mentioned, it has to follow evolution process. Any acquisition of technology will not end up while developing a disruptive ecosystem. So yeah, that's actually a very good insight from your talk actually, and I'm looking more forward to understand it, and I'm pretty sure even the audience has few questions related to that. But thank you, sir. Please continue with the talk. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. I will now come to some of the technology trends. I have covered a little bit here and there in the talk, but I will be more focused on that. Now, we have been talking of artificial intelligence and machine learning for last 6-7 years now. It has become the talk of the town. And so many things can be done through that, whether it's the image and speech recognition, whether it's the smartphones can become personal assistants, and almost everything, whether it's the customer behavior, if I'm going near say Raymond shop, and I am a regular customer. Every 3 months I buy a Raymond shirt. Next time I will get, if I reach Raymond shop 1 kilometer before Raymond shop, I will get a SMS, or I will get a WhatsApp message, exclusive promo campaign for me, because the company has mapped me. Company knows where I live, and company artificial intelligence also knows what is my predictive purchase model. So they know now this chap is passing through our neighborhood, so he might be tempted, and it's a Friday evening, so he might be tempted to buy a shirt. So that's what artificial intelligence and machine learning is doing to our life, and that's why I put in some dots. So much uses it can, it is already, we are using it. We as a customer are not using it. The companies are taking our data, and they are making things happen for us, or giving us the offers. Now I will also talk of some way forward additional things. The artificial intelligence, and they can predict everything. What will be the demand for services in the hospitals, how to do resource allocation, how to what kind of things this customer will buy, and so on and so forth. So basically they are taking over our lives, in the sense that they know they are almost predicting the customer behavior, or the way companies need to do work. So if you are optimizing your resources, you can do it through machine learning. You understand what is to be done where, and things like that. So it's a very interesting thing which is happening out there. Each one of us needs to understand and embrace that. I'll go to my next slide. The virtual reality thing which is happening. Till now it was being used, but now advanced versions are being used. The doctors can do surgery sitting somewhere. The enhanced marketing of products, which I covered a little bit. So many things. Now if I go to a shop and I have to test whether I wear a shirt size of 40. So till now I'm wearing it, but now there are apps which will help me in. I will not wear the shirt, but I will just put it, and that will help me whether it is fitting to my size. So it will be a different kind of experience for me. So these things are happening, but how? The things like the virtual reality, and they are making it possible for us. Theme park, all of us have gone, or but we need to understand बहुत पहले जब हम छोटे थे तो पिक्चर 3D की आई थी, पता नहीं कौन सी, जैकी श्रॉफ, तो बहुत पुरानी बात है. First time it came, we went with the goggles to see the movie. It was almost 40 years back, 35, 38 years back. But now with the so kind of evolved theme parks, the virtual reality can take you a real ride across the whatever the game you are playing that time, or the event which you are attending. So the enhanced experiences, and even if you are going to a museum, the artifact or the structure will be same, but you will have a very deep kind of experience of what you can see and what you can learn. Now we'll go to the next slide, which is on blockchain. Just a second, please, just a second. So I will go to the blockchain. Blockchain, now we have been talking, we have been hearing, but what is blockchain? Very simply, I mentioned, generally with any data or any program, suppose if you send me even this PowerPoint presentation, and I can change one slide. Okay, I can change one total slide, or I can add one para in one slide, and then it will be not, I would not say it will not be known, but I have created it as my own. But blockchain is is a technology which is a chain. So you cannot delete or you cannot change any of the aspects. You can only add. Now you have done one more transaction, but that's transparent and that's visible. And 5 years or say 50 chains behind, someone can see that you are at the 51st chain. Okay, so that is the beauty of this blockchain. Now it's so transparent, it's secure, and it will be used in so many things. It's being used already, whether it's cryptocurrency, whether it's the payment processing, whether it's the expediting transfer of funds from one vendor or one party, one individual to another party, and the digital IDs. Now we have got the Aadhaar cards, and in India, Aadhaar card has really taken some kind of very tangible shape. Now the accounts are being linked, but still the photographs and the digital IDs of each individual, lot of work is to be done. So blockchain can really help there. Then like we have got, we can also get the retail loyalty programs, really make them in a very meaningful way. And with the help of blockchain, because what is happening, suppose I'm having a shopper stop card, okay, and I earn say 10,000 loyalty points, which will give me say 1,000 rupee of something I can buy. Conventionally, they are sending it on mail. Earlier, they were giving me vouchers, but now, and the voucher I need to carry. Now here, my transactions will include that loyalty program reward, and I can take that loyalty program and take that and get it in cash. So it's so easy and so transparent, and I will not lose it. Okay, so so things like this are happening. So if there are any questions in the end, I will like to take on blockchain, but this is what I thought I must cover here. And again, I've been talking of technology. We have talked of the customer insights. We have talked of the way things are changing. We have also talked of that some of the technological trends. There are so many trends, but the time is short for me to dwell on each one of that. But yes, we also the technology and these things will not happen unless we back it up with our HR. I would say if we back it up through our human-faced actions, whether we work for a company or we work in an organized institution like you, we are at the end of the day, we are all human beings. So we need to be taken care of. Now this pandemic, earlier also I touched, there have been each companies, each organization has done lot to connect, to deliver with the customers wherever they are, whether the customers or the employees, and also I would say it's not the data or not the sites which have been created for facilitating or engagement with employees. It's the real engagement. So companies are allowing people to work from anywhere. But they are mapping, they are facilitating their productivity and things like that. So we need to understand this important part of technology also in a big way, and take note of the fact, what are we going to do with this? And also, like I have also mentioned Uberization word here, what it means. These days, IT companies work for client through their bench, but the things are not far off, where I will sell my services directly to say Infosys, say passport, Indian Passport Department is customer of TCS, okay? And TCS is hiring me to do the work there. So I will directly get engaged with the Indian Passport, whosoever, Ministry of External Affairs or whosoever is running that. So these things will happen. So we need to be understanding where the world is heading. And also, I will have one more slide on this HR because it affects whatever we do. So whether it's the reskilling, whether it's the desire to learn new things, whether it's the desire to polish and upgrade myself with more relevant skills. So these things are happening. The online learning, the way even the students, even the nursery students, even the first class primary students have embraced the online teaching because there was no alternative, yes, but still now even the kids have become so proficient. So it has worked both ways. The kids have learned, the youngsters have learned, the teenagers have learned, but also the technology and they have come to, I would say, influence that. And the learning modules are, whether it's the, so hybrid models are going to be there. Sometimes you will go and meet the teacher or the tutor, and many times you will be learning from the online only. So whether it's coaching, whether it's mentoring, everything has taken a, I would say, some kind of turn, but this has become very flexible and we need to understand and be relevant while doing these things. Now, also I will, since we were talking of technology, I think I must cover the Web3 part, which is being talked about now. So Web3 is what? Web3 is basically being hailed as the third version of the internet. So third generation of the internet services. What is happening, particularly in the Web 2, where the data, whatever data I was, my data as a customer, which was with Facebook or with Google, sometimes they were respecting my privacy, sometimes they were not. And last few years, a lot of talk has gone around that. But Web3 is something which can be described as internet on blockchain. Okay. So again, my data will be secure, my data will be with me, and it will be democratization of the web or internet. So that is what we understand is going to happen in the Web3 now. And of course, the regulator have to, the regulators are not there, but regulatory thinking is allowed and is required, and lot of thought process needs to be changed. So let us see how it pans out, but that is something which is going to happen. Sorry, there was some phone call. Yeah, so now I will cover up some of the industry, because the industry, like I mentioned, some names. So I recently, the Tata Group chairman has said that the Tata Group will play on basically 4 things. There's a recent statement by him in Mr. N. Chandrasekharan in the month of January only. They will go all out on digital. They aspire to have their pie in the new energy, the supply chain resilience, which Dr. Dhondial also pointed out, and health. Health as a new sector, they are, what I would say, they are looking into very minutely. So these are all what technological themes, if I may say, from one of the biggest groups of India, that is Tata. So I thought I must cover it here. Now, again, just to talk about Apple, I will not go to the market cap, which is much higher than GDP of many countries. But what I'm interested to share with you, they have got very simple products. Yes, they do not have, I would say, plethora of products, but they are so superior in the technology. They are so superior in their, I would say, in the product, in the experience which it gives to the customer, and it's an aspirational product. So when we think of technology, we need to think of someone like Apple, the company like Apple, who with a very limited range of products have made the company some of in the always it's now last few years it's always in the first 3 in terms of market capitalization, in terms of customer, and of course the customers vouch for it. It's an aspirational product. Whether I'm having money or in not in my pocket, I want to buy Apple product. So that's what technology. So I would put it here simply like that: technology is equal to Apple. Okay. And just to share a very interesting, I would say, incident, when Steve Jobs was launching the one of the initial iPhones, he went to the music companies. He said, "You partner me and give me something in return." So they literally rebuked him. They said, "How come you have to pay money to us rather than we pay money to you?" And see what he has done. The music industry, whether it's the records, whether it's the tape, whether it's the per subscription model, they have all now all been replaced by the, I would say, the Apple. The iPhone has become everything. We listen music into it, we do our conversation, we do our mail, we do our WhatsApp. So, and of course we hear and use as a basic phone. So this is what technology should be all about. So literally he has camera, it's a camera. So he has changed so many, I would say, other products. So that's why I say Apple is equal to technology. So I've got so many sheets now, but I think I must bring an end to my presentation. I will only talk of one more sheet about an Indian entrepreneur who is founder of Naukri.com and many other, even Zomato. He was the initial funder. So we need to also understand when we talk of technology, business is all about customer revenue and profit. So unless we are able to see the customers, unless we are able to have a sense of the revenue, whether it's the from where my revenue will come, where will I reach, what is my target, and naturally the profit. So we need to understand. That's why I thought I will bring his quote here. New businesses. I was reading somewhere. I thought I must bring this slide here. The way gamification is now being used to launch new products, to engage with people, to engage in entertainment industry and things like that. The sports verticals, you have seen the popularity of IPL as a game, but now the people are experienced, people want to experience, people want to be engaged. So there are so many things happening, we need to understand that. And I will not cover this slide. I will only cover one last slide on startup because time is running short. And while we are talking of technology, we are talking of so many other things. We need to think like a startup. We need to bootstrap. We need to save money. We need to spend money on the, I would say, on the where it is needed. And also, we should have hunger. हमें भूख होनी चाहिए customer problem या customer solution को पूरा करने के लिए. And we need to be nimble. We need to be lean. We need to work with a startup founder literally does everything, whether it's marketing, whether it's development of product, whether it's running after VCs. So they work in a very small team, but that's how we need to work. So I take a lot of inspiration from them. And of course, one has to be flexible and keep on learning. With this, I bring an end to my presentation. Thank you so much. I'm ready to take the questions, if any.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sikka, for this kind of insights. And I'm pretty sure that in the end, as you mentioned, that all the new startups or all MSMEs, they have to first find out and figure out how they can solve a particular problem with the right use of technology. And as you have taken so many examples of the companies like Apple and others, so as you rightly mentioned, like our ecosystem, the indigenous ecosystem is actually in a dilemma. And the dilemma is like what technology is actually going to benefit them. So yeah, and this is the whole rationale, or this is the whole motivation for us to actually take out this kind of a discussions. And you actually given a very good light on how this technology can help the new ventures and why the new ventures actually has to adopt the technologies. So thank you very much for that. And I open the podium for the question and answer. So if anyone has any question, please feel free to post so that Mr. Sikka can actually embrace that particular knowledge for everyone. Professor Dwivedi, do we have questions in the chat?
Yes, Vinayak, I guess there is one question, sir,
Okay.
how to increase the efficiency of AI and machine learning results? This is one question that has been posted.
Okay. So I would say the AI and the machine learning, they are the tools, but not everyone knows them to how to use this data, what to do with that. So I would not say efficiency. I would say we have to, like I gave example of Facebook marketing for Chandigarh launching some product. Okay. So we need to understand what is my target segment and what do I do with that. So if I'm able to, what I would say, uh, uh, like these days, what is happening with the thing of machine learning, I'm just giving an example because efficiency there is at a very high level. Okay. I'm giving an example to you now. I recruit for my company also. Okay. So I give an application for employee for say I give it to my consultant and I say we want to hire 5 chief manager marketing for different states. Okay. Now what he does, he sends me 500 CVs. Okay. And then it's my HR who looks after each and every CV and tries to find the best 50 CVs whom we will interview for the 5 positions. Okay. Now what machine learning does actually, if I'm able to, if to the same recruiter, I'm able to give some some important keywords, experience, whatever, some experience keywords. And through machine learning, he will be, if he's having those 500 CVs, or if I'm having that machine learning tool, in 1 minute flat, I can find out the best 50 CVs, which my HR is taking 5 days now currently to go through each and every CV, spend 5-10 minutes, and then shortlist the best 50. So I would say machine learning, if we want to use it, if we know where to use it, it's very efficient. That's my response.
Okay,
Thank you so
I
much,
guess,
Mr. Sikka.
yeah, thank you very much, sir. I guess few people has raised their hand to have a question.
Yeah,
I don't know.
please.
Mr. Alok Kumar.
Vinayak, I don't think they'll be having the speaking rights, so they need to anyways post their
Okay,
questions on
so
the chat
those
box.
who have a question, I request them all to post their question in chat so that we can take those questions. Okay. So,
I have another
So
question.
we have a question.
Hi.
We have a question from
Yes.
Kanchan Katiyar. He
And
says, "How can we resolve health issues that are created by the technologies?"
Just repeat, health issues that are.
How to resolve the health issues that are created by the use of technologies?
Okay. Like I had one slide on this artificial intelligence, which I did not share. It was there. I left it for the lack of time. Which was Elon Musk. Actually, Elon Musk has given a statement like artificial intelligence can be bad also. Okay, he's a vocal, I would say, speaker about that. So artificial intelligence can be bad also, can be evil also. Similarly, like the question, if I understand the question, how technology can help the health. So is that the question?
Yes, I guess it is essentially the same. Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe the question can be taken adverse effects of technologies on the health.
Yeah. So either way, so technology will help us, but we have to do the basic things for us, na? Whether it's the old age, that technology is not going to help. I keep on sitting in my room for 20 hours and keep on looking at TV or whatever, use the official laptop. I need to walk. I need to do exercise, whatever my body demands. So yes, the technology will help us. Like I said, the future surgeries can be done through artificial intelligence. A lot of things are happening. Complicated operations are being done. But the basic health part, I have to take care of myself. That's what I want to say, or any individual.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. I guess we do not have any other questions.
Yeah, what do you think? There is a question I think from Priyanshu here, that what do you think of DAO for coming future? So what this DAO is there is asking about. First means
DOA.
DAO. So DAO, I means if you can give me
Yeah.
I
DAO.
guess Priyanshu can actually give a elaboration on DAO
yes.
first.
So
Yeah,
Priyanshu, if you can just
DAO is something which is very generic in nature. So
yes.
Priyanshu, can you please elaborate what do you mean by DAO here?
Okay, I think
DO is, gentlemen, decentralized autonomous organizations.
okay.
So it is a future of business models of how you could create decentralized organizations by automating them with transparency using blockchain, so that you can reduce your fixed cost and over a period of time still allow transparency and security issues to be taken care of. So it is like remote organizations. Across organizations, inter-organizations working on some contracts, and those contracts are honored using blockchain.
Okay, I've got it. Like already I said, company like Misho have already started. People are working from anywhere, and so DOA is going to stay, and more people are likely to embrace employees as well as the organizations, because it is not only cost effective, it's also giving a healthy life balance to the individuals. Yes, there is always a question mark on the performance, because Indian managers need to see the people in front of them. Okay, so they are in a dilemma. घर में बैठा होगा या बैठी होगी तो काम कर रहा है कि नहीं कर रहा है, ठीक है? So they want to be assured by seeing their faces and moving around in office. But I must say here, the technology, currently there are about 10 startups which can monitor what you do actually with your laptop. Okay, how, whether while you are listening to a company, while you are participating in a company VC video call, are you looking at also Google and trying to watch a movie? Okay, so there are performance checks which will enable that in whether individual is performing. But yes, the HR and the so-called corporate leaders also need to have more heart, and it will be a balance. So ultimately, DOA is going to stay here. That's my.
Professor Rajiv, DOA is not about remote working. It's about decentralized autonomous functions within the organization. So let's, like you said, for example, if you're working remotely, and there are certain checks and balances have to be maintained. Now, those checks and balances using technology are stored in a ledger, which is an immutable record, so that cannot be destroyed and can't be tampered with. So that it enables a kind of a smart contract between organizations, between people, between employees, or multi organizations to execute business functions with transparency and security.
Very right. But I only want to say, that's what I want to say. People need to have a heart also while engaging into those contracts.
Fantastic.
Thank you.
So I think we means we can take one more last question here. Although we have a number of questions, as Kashif is asking that what are the resources where we can learn the blockchain. There is also a question that what's the role of angel investors in startup companies nowadays. So these are a couple of questions which have been raised up, and we are running short of time as we have a number of scheduled sessions too. So in case Mr. Sikka, if you can just give address a couple of those, that would be great.
Very right. So I will respond to one question. That is the last question. What is the role of angel investor in the startups? Currently, as everyone is aware, the startups are generally it's a one people or two people or two, three people start doing some, they think about some problem or some customer requirement or some problem which even customer has not seen, they start working on that. Many times they bootstrap that. They try to take some resource from their family or friends and take it to some next level. And then the first time when they want some money, 5 lakh, 10 lakh, to take that idea to the next level, to maybe try to a geography, to work on a pilot project, they take some funding, which is known as angel funding. So there are a lot of VCs there. There are companies, and then there are individuals who are the startup founders only, or some technology geeks, or any guys who are ready to invest, or there are network of Mumbai Angels is there, and there are so many companies who are there. Then they discuss the business plan and whatever relevant with the so-called founders, and then they invest money in that. So angel investing is something like 5 lakh, 10 lakh, 20 lakh type amount, not much, but it gives you the freedom to experiment. And many times companies are made or broken. They become successful or they lose if they are not able to utilize that money properly. So angel investment is very good. And sometimes they give the mentorship also. They coach the founders, they give mentorship to them and enable them to go to the next level. Thank you.
So I think, yeah. So thank you, Mr. Sikka, for the insightful information that we all got from your side with respect to technology diffusions and disruptions. And I would like to thank you on the behalf of Jindal Global Business School, OP Jindal Global University, and all the attendees and panelists all out here, right? So to all the attendees, or with the number of questions that you have raised, I hope that you had the responses for that. And I would like to thank once again to Mr. Sikka for giving us time from his busy schedule to just have a session for all of us right here. Thank you.
Thank you. Again, thank you, Mr. Sikka, for throwing such a beautiful light on the emerging technology adoptions and how technology can be adopted by, especially by the MSMEs and the new ventures. We hope to have the continuous discussions with you in future too, so that the MSME can actually get benefited from this kind of a knowledge. And because your experience in the industry and that extensive experience will actually needed in a terms of mentorship, in a sense of that kind of a hand holding for the new ventures and MSME. So we are pretty sure that we'll have you once more and many times in the future, so that we can actually create a good ecosystem, empowering ecosystem for MSME and new venture. Thank you very much, Mr. Sikka. Thank you very much for sparing your time and actually helping all of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much to the team. And one day, maybe I will like to visit your place also and meet you.
We will be more than delighted to have you here physically. Yeah, we will be.
Thank you. More than happy to host you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. God bless and take care. Namaskar. Thank you. I'm exiting out.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Have a great day, sir.
Thank you so much.
Now we have our next session lined up, and I could see Mr. Nikhil Gupta waiting for us, and we have already spared 9 minutes of his. Means we are running 9 minutes late. Anyway, so I will just introduce him. I will give you a very brief introduction, and then we will have him on the screen discussing on the topics that we have long-term consequences of wrong technology investments he'll be talking about. So Mr. Nikhil Gupta serves as a senior product management leader who drives product management, strategy, and growth. And he's engaged in creating products with a purpose, enabling business models and fixing the broken ones. He has mentored more than 84 of the startups, and as Startup India mentor and product leader, he guides the startups and the entrepreneurs. He's also a mentor for Change at Atal Innovation Mission, which is a government of India's flagship initiative to promote a culture of innovation and entrepreneurship in the country. So without any further ado and without killing any much more time of his, and since he has been waiting here for more than 10 minutes, I would like him to welcome, and we can see him loud and clear in the screen. Yeah, so I welcome you, Mr. Nikhil, in this particular event. on behalf of Jindal Global Business School, OP Jindal Global University, and the attendees here with respect to the 6 panelists. Yeah, so yes, we could see this presentation shared from your side.
Thank you, everyone, and it's my privilege to be here. And I will. This is to cover it in capsule in 60 minutes is just a 30,000 birds wide overview. I will go a little fast, but I want interaction. If you take first 15-20 minutes, I will set the platform of the context. The reason is that's very important to have the context, and then we will deep dive into what are the effects of wrong technology, but more importantly, how do you choose the right technology? So that's even a more important question to ask. Okay, and in between, if someone wants to ask any question around business or technology, any question, they are most welcome to. So without much more wasting time, I'm starting off. You guys can see my screen.
Yeah, it's perfectly visible. Yeah. Mr. Nikhil.
All right, so I start with the proverb, and this proverb is by Bruce Sterling, and he's very famous to put a lot of proverbs in magazines, like the future is old people in big cities afraid of sky. Now, the difference is that poetry and data and technology have a hand to play. What do I mean by that is that what does Mr. Bruce do is he doesn't just come up with poetry or idioms or sayings, or different proverbs just using literature. Obviously, he observes the world, and more importantly, he looks at the trends. So if you look at the trend, the urban population, we know, that is exploding. We also know that there is a climate crisis. And we know that the population in a lot of nations today is aging. India has got a younger population, but after 30 years, even India will be in that curve. Today, Japan has a big problem, for example. So, okay, so future is that people are migrating to cities, and that is now everybody wants to work in a city. We have climate impact. I don't think that is hidden to anyone now. And then now we have an aging population. So before we talk about technology, once we look at the trend and we create, you can imagine the scenarios that can happen and take place. And this is where, if you have a force, and by meaning a force variable, I mean something that can ease this friction in the trend or can solve the problem in the trend, then it makes life very simple. So obviously, if you look at it, aging societies is a problem. Even populated societies is a problem. But now the force variable is robotics. So what can happen if aging societies and robotics get combined? Can someone tell me? It's very simple. What can happen? Any ideas you want to share? Let's make it interactive.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt, Mr. Nikhil. Actually, the problem is that the attendees have the right to write in chat only. And I think we are the panelists are only supposed to speak up, or maybe you can only hear to us on. So maybe in case if they respond, I will be checking the chat box and will let you know if I get any answer. That's unfortunate, but since the audience was large, means just to keep that.
Okay, no issues. Oh, no issues. Okay. So you can write down in the chat, and the moderators can then forward it to me in the meantime. Okay. So aging societies and robotics, I'll go forward, right? So when you combine a problem and a driver force or a driver variable, you will see that you can come up with a lot of solutions. So in Japan, they already have nursing robots. A lot of them are computer vision enabled. They have some kind of an AI running as a deep neural net. And obviously they have motion sensors and X number of sensors, and they can understand your actions. They can see your emotions, but obviously they can't understand those emotions. They don't have the human dynamic. They can just classify and predict, but nevertheless they can help you in an emergency situation. Similarly, if you look at that, you want to have peer-to-peer network and driverless cars. So you can have something like as Elon Musk is working on. You can have Hyperloop, because too many cars on the road creates a lot of burden of not only carbon and smoke, but it's a problem of time management also. So if you can have an organized traffic, we have, for example, even basic metro for that example is pretty good, right? I mean, it organizes the traffic if it is well networked. So the past was about, land, labor, capital, enterprise. This is a classical economics which was taught, and this is dead. What do I mean by that? I mean, land has mostly moved to remote organizations. Now, not for all industries, by the way. You can't have a mining which is remote. You can't have a hospital which is remote. But lot of things, which in the process or in the automation can today be remote. Labor, again, going towards automation, right? Today, you are seeing a lot of people, you don't require specialized skill sets. I mean, except for you're a lawyer or a doctor, right? I mean, in most disciplines today, multidisciplinary attitude is required. Capital. What I mean by capital is, there was a time when business models were fixed cost based. Today, we are seeing an era where capital has moved from fixed cost to marginal cost, where variable cost takes a better advantage than a fixed cost business. That is why you have Olas of the world, the Ubers of the world, the Oyos of the world. But today you are also going to an extreme where, for example, in AWS, if the cost of putting up a new machine for AWS, for Amazon is near zero. At that scale, they have gone that the marginal cost at scale can go to near zero. Enterprises also have become decentralized. And today you can have enterprise to enterprise, not only internally, but even external to enterprises, 10 enterprises coming together and talking to each other using some kind of a trust protocol like blockchain, for example, and seeing that some kind of smart contracts are being executed. So just to give an example, for example, there's an organization called LivePeer, which makes technology, video streaming technology like what YouTube uses, and it sells it to service providers. It is based on blockchain, and the number of hours of video consumption, as well as the number of hours of video encoded and streamed and stored, all of them have got different nodes or computers peer-to-peer owned by the public. And all that is a decentralized organization, and whatever computing power you have shared, whether for storage, whether for delivery, whether for streaming, whether for security, your real-time billing is calculated and you are paid accordingly based on the sales proceeds. And that is tamper-proof because it is on blockchain. And then last is tech stack, right? I mean, we always thought about land, labor, capital, enterprise, but now it is what land, labor, capital, price, technology. So it's remote, it's automated, it's marginal cost and near zero. Can you have enterprises that are, remote or DAO? And then you have a tech stack. If you notice, if you look at any company today, return on investment or return on capital, right? or return on equity, you would realize there is only one variable which is impacting all, and that is technology. The rest have a linear impact. Technology has an exponential impact, in some cases, logarithmic impact. So the idea is tech stack becomes very vital. And obviously, we have unicorns riding those waves. Some of them are doing good jobs. Some of them are burning money. I'm not going there, but yes, now India is growing. We have a lot of unicorns. But there is an ugly story side to it also, which we have to be very important. And 95% or 99% of startups actually fail, and they're meant to fail. Okay, that's by design, not by an ugly design of someone. It is about how market economics works, which says winner takes it all. And I'll come to there why it is so. So if you see on my slide, why most startups fail is because there's no market need. Okay, let's say you get a business consultant or your startup founders, they understand market research, primary research, secondary research, social research, and they can go and do the market research. They can see the need by talking to the people, doing focus groups, doing interviews, doing ethnography studies. And using that primary, secondary, and social research, they're able to identify a need. But even if you identify a need, it does not mean it is monetizable. And let's say even if it is monetizable, most of them run out of cash. It can be in the form of working capital. Fixed capital costs have gone down because of variable cost in most businesses. but it's generally because of the run out of cash. And the third most important is wrong team. Both team and cash actually have a very strong correlation with technology. And even the next one, get out competed. In fact, even the next one, pricing, cost and issues, is again about automation. User unfriendliness of the product, again, is technology. So except for the no market need, the rest, if you look at this, X scale, you realize that from second to fifth to sixth, it's only because of technology. I see some comments here. Just let me complete. Okay, this is about delivery of drones and all. Okay, yeah. So yes, you will find this coming, but this all takes little bit of time. I mean, because of legal framework. But you're correct. So delivery of drones and all sort of permutation combinations using technology can happen. But coming back to the point, so I hope you've got the point now. I can't hear you guys, unfortunately. I don't like passive talks, but anyways. So you get the variables that there are a lot of variables which impact the technology curve as we go forward, right? It is also important to understand and establish that, like I said, that 92% of startups never get funded. So obviously, if you make a wrong technology decision, and even more important, let's say you made a wrong technology decision, but made a good business model decision, you still can make it. But as you scale, if your technology is a limitation, you can get into problems. So the point is, how do you balance? So earlier on, it is not the technology that is important. A lot of engineers make this mistake. They use cutting edge technology names to do cutting edge tasks, but they don't understand something called business, or what we say dhanda. And the first thing of dhanda and the rule is to establish a market need and create a USP. Unless you are into a business of designing technology. Let's, for example, you're designing a new algorithm for security encryption, or you're designing a new algorithm in AI for protein binding of a particular drug delivery, which increases efficacy by 15%. If you are into that kind of a thing, sure, your bread, butter, everything is business enabled, technology enabled. However, if you are not a technology creator, but a technology consumer, like most businesses, Oyo, Ola, Uber, they don't create technology. In fact, they're not great technology companies. To some extent, they're useless over there. But they consume technology. Uber is a little different because it is investing in its lithium-ion battery. So 92% startups never get funded, which means you will make mistakes. And I cannot even say that don't make mistakes. That's foolish of me, because the more the mistakes you make, the more accurate you will get. But you fail fast. But how do you do that? And how do you do that from a technology lens? We'll come there. So if you look at the venture capital scene, right, and this is not true if you don't want to take cash, go to a startup route or don't want funding. But this is just a lens I'm throwing over there. You will realize that a lot of market share today, around $1 billion, or a big market share, if you're targeting, let's say, a healthcare problem, or let's say an education problem, that is something which becomes very appealing. And obviously, you should have a customer retention. And if you look at it, then it also says you should have monthly sales. You should have high product standardization. But if you talk about it, all of this is nothing except for the product market need. Once it is established, once you scale, you need technology. If you want to show a proof of concept quickly, you need again automation technology. Whether it is computer vision, AI, deep neural net, machine learning, whether it is front-end development, back-end development, or whether it is a hardware technology business, doesn't matter. Right? Customer retention is again customer excellence. Today you have a lot of CRM tools and customer experience management tools which allow you to do customer retention. Diversification of customer base again is based today on predictive analytics. It is again, if you look at it, it is based on how you can micro-segment your market. You can use AI algorithms today to micro-segment your market on people based on their behaviors, attitudes. There are a lot of they're very open source. They're very basic algorithm. You can check. It's called Fashion MNIST. which what it does is based on your previous buying patterns and the correlation between jeans and t-shirt or a jeans and a winter jacket, it can figure out your behavior versus with what combination of jeans and t-shirt or what combination of shoes or accessories will you buy. So again, that is AI enabled. So at the end of the day, if you look at all these things, right, the first thing is the market need, and then is a technology lens. So we will first wear a little bit of market need, and then we will go to technology lens. Unfortunately, the time is scarce here, so I'm going a little fast. I hope it is okay. Moderators, can you confirm, please? Is the speed okay?
Yeah, the speed is perfectly fine.
Yes, yes.
Okay, so there is a dilemma. This is a dilemma when you are wearing a technology lens, for example, is crossing the chasm. So first, this is you wear a business lens and then you do an idea and you get some early adopters. You would see most 95, 99% of the companies will plateau out. They only get those customers and then they plateau. It could be because the market need was too small. It could also be that the market need didn't appeal to many. And in most cases, it is also that the technology doesn't scale. I'll tell you something very funny. The easiest thing to fix is technology. The hardest thing to fix is the people. You know, the organization culture, the team, and your timing. If your timing and team is there, rest all can be taken care of. So that's the good news, okay, from the technology point. So another thing that also we have to understand is that we are living in a volatile world, right? And what do you mean by VUCA here? I'm not going to go to definitions. I'm going to go to the real axis. We already know what is happening in the geopolitical climate, right? Whether it's US TIF, whether it's China, whether it's Russia, and at the same time we have climate crisis, we have infectious diseases, right? So geopolitical, but this is something at your level you can't do anything about it. You, unless you're solving for it, it's okay, but you can't do it. But there are some factors which are into your consideration, and that is escalating the VUCA curve. So apart from the systematic factors which is played at the geopolitical level or at the level of nations, I'm eliminating this variable, and I'm then considering three dimensions or three axes here. One is the technology axis. If you look at it today, the same business problem, let's say education, delivery of education to for mathematics lectures can be delivered through YouTube as a video. Some people are also delivering, you'll be surprised, as short audio snippets over audibles. Same thing can be delivered using virtual reality and augmented reality by wearing and showing you a complex number graph. Some people might use just chatbot as flashcards and memory games to do the same thing. And obviously around that, you can also have physical board games built by 3D printer to show how different mathematical concepts come together. And again, this can be on mobile, this can be on web, this can be on cloud. So the thing is, your competition is not going to use the same technology stack as you do. And they can use multiple. Now, what happens when you have this kind of a change? Okay, this is just one axis. Then there is a product axis and a market axis. Obviously, today you can have multiple offerings, and obviously you can be in different markets. By different markets, I don't mean different physical markets only. I mean different business models. Somebody can say pay as you go. Somebody can say take a freemium, and after some time you can upgrade. Some can say, okay, one-time payment only. Some can be a licensing model. So there are hundreds of combinations that can happen in a market. There can be hundreds of combinations, different variety of products, substitute products. And similarly, there can be different combination of technologies. So all three axes, and excluding the systematic factor axis. In all these three axes, if you see in the previous decade, only one axis used to only move. Either technology is moving, either you have created a product, now you want more variety. So you created Maruti Desire, then you created Maruti A, B, C, D, other variety of cars. And if you have conquered Delhi market and NCR market, now you want to conquer another geography, maybe Chennai. If you've conquered the India market, you want to go to Singapore or Africa, just an example. But today, because of technology, because of automation, all of these combinations are seeing an acceleration at a second order derivative. So you have all three axes moving. So what happens is when all three axes move, and if some global leader tells you, I know what I am doing, he is bullshitting you. It's not possible. You can have a long-term horizon, but the path will only be clear for the next maybe 24 months. Planning again, anything around beyond that is just hallucination. That is just, fulfilling your growth forecast fantasy. And I'm being very honest here. You can see from COVID how much technology disruption has happened. So now the question is, how do you invest in technology? How do you create a tech stack where you can navigate VUCA? More trends, just to tell you, is that the world GDP is growing at, now global GDP, India's GDP is higher because we are a developing nation. But developed nations have a lower GDP. So on an average, the GDP is around 3% globally, and it will go up to 4%. That's a good thing, right? But the global profit pool will fall, which was at 9.8% to 7.9%. And unfortunately, because the way the startups are going, I think this is going to go down even further. So you're not going to have break-even points soon for most startups. And they're not going to survive for that long. And if they keep making technology for that long, sure, they're not going to survive. So the thing is, timing is very important. Similarly, if you look at a lot of businesses, if you name any brands, I talk any industry vertical and I take out a brand. I say, okay, what about automobiles? What about mobile phones? What about laptops? What about jeans? What about cosmetic creams? And you go and do a survey in your household or your friends, you will realize you only remember maximum 4 or 5 brands in each. But is that so? Are there only 4 or 5 brands in any industry? No, there are thousands. And once you start wearing that lens, that's a social lens, you start realizing that value destruction is happening at an enormous scale. If it required 2 rupees to generate, it required actually 2 rupees to generate a rupee 3 decades back or 2 decades back. Today it requires around 4.5, or it's touching now 5 rupees to create a rupee. And that will go up only. That means if you launch late, if you don't fail fast, if you don't learn fast, you're not going to be there for long. Whether you're doing a job, it doesn't matter. We all can have our fears, or whether we are actually trying to create some business or a product. So 70% of the world's assets are into near obsolete assets, and the asset obsolescence rate. So when I started my career 2 decades back, we used to make for telecommunication switches. We used to write the code, spend 1 year, 2 years coding, and we knew we could milk the product for 10 years. Today, if I don't launch in 3 months to 6 months time, I lose the window of opportunity. And I also fear that my technology obsolescence is 18 months. So for example, I've headed teams in artificial intelligence globally. And even if I am out of touch for 2 months, the whole algorithmic stack of AI changes. Fundamentals are same, but the way the newer algorithms are coming, the way tech stacks are being built, all of that is exponentially increasing. And this is just a technology curve, right? And I told you, from your competition not going to be just from one way of technology. There can be many emerging technologies, like I showed in that slide, there are 30 of them, which can attack you. I think I've got some here. Yes, we have an image of some in the mind, and the ones you have image of is called awareness, right? In the marketing funnel, and what you are aware of, most likely you tend to buy those only, and that's why marketing people expert at, and that's why I said that most brands destroy value than create value. So 70% obsolete assets, technology, market, product variables moving. 97% startups do fail in the first 24 months. Right, and the rate of obsolescence of asset has reduced in technology from 5 years to 18 months. So it is a good news for startups and bad news for Fortune 500. What the bigger boys will do is they'll try to behave young. And what young startups do is they want to behave like big boys. That's the contrary. So what the big boys can do is they can just buy you. But the good news is when there is chaos, there is an opportunity. In fact, there are bigger opportunities in a chaos. And you can capitalize on the chaos. The key is timing and the team. Your ideas will be refined and have an evolutionary approach. No business model starts being perfect. As you evolve, it'll change. In fact, funding is the last. Most important thing is timing and team. Okay. So typically, statistically, globally, it is seen that any company, any product launch, any startup, whether you're a big company or a small product launch or a startup, you realize that it takes around 6 cycles, 5 to 6 cycles to get it correct. Your product correct, if you can survive for that long. Now, if let's say you're doing some market discovery, customer discovery, then you're validating your need, doing this discovery validation cycle. If this takes 6 months, cycles or 5 cycles to move from 96% failure rate to 99% failure rate and reduce it to around 20% failure rate, there's a drastic success rate improvement over here. It's possible, but it's the timing. So A, are you riding the wave and are you the fastest to that? And 2 is that discovery and value creation or the customer creation. If you're launching your product after a year and then you need, and then you subsequently, you improve, you're taking 3 years or 4 years to improve and get it right, then no one has so much time until you are Ambani sahab. Because Mukesh Ambani can do it for years together, or Amazon can do it for decades together. They have the firepower, you don't have. So your discovery and validation has got 6 cycles to get a strike rate and reduce your error rate of failure from 97% to 99% or 96 to 99% to 20%. The question is how fast you can do that. It most likely it is possible if you do your market research well, if you choose your tech stack which is minimal, and if you build only the core features that are required, you might be able to do it, pull it off 1 cycle launch in 2 months in most industries, except for if you're making a hospital. Today, even that can be done. China can build a hospital in weeks together. That's the reason. Okay. So obviously, because you have to still test your desirability, feasibility, viability, you need that, right? So if you look at the balance sheets of any company today, right, it was more of an asset builder. And like, for example, in 1990s, Ford, Walmart, Exxon, Boeing, they were the biggest behemoths. Then came service providers. Their balance sheets used to be the most healthy. Then came technology enablers or, technology producers, Oracle, Microsoft, Pfizer, and many more. And now their balance sheets are the most healthy. If you look at today, it is not just a technology, but the technology plus the network orchestrator, a platform. Whether that is Priceline.com, whether that's Google.com, whether it's Facebook, whether it's Ola, whether it's Uber, okay? All of these are platforms. Their growth is a multiplier effect because marginal cost is low and the scale can be high. So obviously, this is called network effects. And if you have network effects in any business, you can scale. Now, network effects, what does it mean? It doesn't mean that you just put a technology. It means that you have a platform where the platform can give multiple services, all adding to each other to create an effect. So let's say in a traditional chain, you might have a manufacturer, wholesaler, retailer, and then you have a consumer, right? Let's take an iPod example. When iPod started, what did Apple do? Apple used to only sell the iPod. Today, iPod is obsolete, right? Today, you have your own phone, which does that. But I'm just giving an example to give you a context. And Apple then realized that if we are just selling the hardware, I can just charge person money one time, maybe 2 times. So the lifetime value of the customer is reduced. Can I charge him every time? Can I charge him and make it sticky that they never go away? So then they realize they can do it by content. For the content, they had to roll out licensing agreement with music studios and create their own cloud. Suddenly, people started buying songs and maybe at a very cheap subscription. Earlier, it used to be one pay per song. Now it is subscription model, even more reduced, more delight for the consumer, and even more delight for the app for Apple. So you had pod and content coming together in user. And today it is an obvious model. Today every company tries to become a platform. So over a time, Kindle, let's say, Amazon, for example, has Kindle, right? And Sony had PSB. So now you see suddenly what happens. Everybody wants to add games, music, videos, web, ebooks, calls, and create a network effect. Because once you acquired the customer, the marginal cost is pretty low. And you can. So what happens is you just don't earn money from your own products, but other developers on your platform who are whom you charge a premium or a commission. That is why if you look at Apple Play Store, Microsoft Play Stores, you can have, or Google Android Play Store, you will see they make more money by selling other applications than their own. And what happens is you have variety. So it is called a long tail revenue, and the long tail revenue for platforms becomes very important. So at the end of the day, when you have a long tail revenue, like what Amazon was able to do, they are also able to get their marginal cost to near zero. And once you are able to get a marginal cost to near zero, competition can't touch you until you disrupt it through technology again, which is very hard. So the rule of the game is that you search where that you first doing a product market fit, you conserve cash. There, even if you use your core technology stack should be जिससे आप पैसा कमाने वाले हो, या what the value offering you're giving on your product, that should be strong. But anything around it, that can wait. You can even choose a Ganda stack for it. You can even use, for example, let's say PHP. There are AI companies whom we consulted, right? Then they were building, they were using React, and they were using NoSQL, MongoDB, and at the same time, because it is fascinating for engineers, right? And they were using AI. So we said, are people paying you for this web? So they said, no. What are they paying you for? They're paying you, they said they're paying us for prediction of loan default rate. So I said, they're paying you for the algorithm, right? Not for this web. They say, yes. So can this algorithm be given them on a subscription on an SDK? And if they want to use your web, can that be just on PHP? So why PHP? So I said, let's do a go-to-market analysis and the cost analysis. So the cost analysis of a React developer is 3 times or 4 times higher than a PHP developer. Secondly, from go-to-market perspective, a PHP developer, a lot of web stack modules, because the old technology is already built. So can you do a test of the market and roll out a technology in 20 days? So once they did analysis, they realized what they actually required them to make on React would have taken them around 5 months, and they were able to do it in 20 days in PHP. Is PHP bad from technology? Absolutely, it's pathetic for some use cases, but it does work. But from go-to-market and validating your idea, sure, it makes a lot of sense to me, because statistically, I have only 5 cycles before I know that I can get a right strike rate. So if I can validate my product faster, if I can launch faster, that makes all the practical sense to me. And that does not mean the takeaway is not that don't use cutting edge technologies. For a core offering, use that disruptor, because that disruptor is going to pay you. But for the subsequent offerings around it, you have to choose your bets very well. Okay. The other thing is, when you scale, if your technology stack and your processes and your people and culture, all 3 important, are not correct, then your customers will leave you faster than what new customers are being acquired for. And that's why it is important to have awesome retention and improve revenue growth, not the other way around. And to do that, option A, where you can retain your customer, because if you can retain your customer, you can upsell them, cross-sell them, and again increase their buy rate. But in option B, that is not deterministic. There is heuristics over there. In option A, there can be some certain of deterministics over there. Obviously, both are probabilistic probabilities here. But if you choose option A, awesome retention, and then second priority is revenue growth. That doesn't mean don't get new customers. You can become a unicorn, which is healthy. If you go option B, you will not. You can become a unicorn, but you will soon die out. Many big names would. People don't like to say their names, but they would. That's the fact. How fastly build brands in how fast build brand image into customers' new and competitive market. This again depends from market to market, Uttam. Brand awareness is something, again, is a multiplier of your value that you have created, how sticky it is, and more than you marketing it, how much they are marketing you. But hey, have you seen that? That is amazing product. Kya tumne use kiya hai kya? So that's a very different talk. We were not going to go there. So there are two ways to scale. One is burn money. The other is also burn money. But the thing is, one is growing and the other is scaling. In growth, as you grow, you're getting new customers, but others are leaving because your costs are higher. In scaling, your costs don't go up. And to do this, you need automation, and you need another field called system dynamics, which we'll not cover today, but let's cover now the automation part, right? So what happens is, again, to elaborate this point, let's say you're a fiber optic company and you have given fiber optic cable service in your house. Okay, there are hundreds of houses. Let's say you have spent 15 lakhs, and let's say per house you have to recover 6,000 rupees, and after that that 6,000 rupees, once they're recovered, after that you start making some money out of that, which essentially means that only for fixed cost, if my monthly subscription of my internet plan is 600 rupees and my direct cost is 120, my gross margin is 480. That means it requires me, you can see on the right, 13 months to recover money. Which means even at scale, forget market research, I told you right now, even at scale, if your technology stack and experience is not there, you're bound for a failure. So this lens is very important, because decision makers are not one in an organization. In fact, decision maker at the top might say we have to do this, but there are micro decisions which create failures. And those micro decisions every day, even a normal human brain makes 25,000 decisions in daily. And now you can phantom, when as you grow, you have human dynamics, people and processes involved. If you look at the the third diagram, there are millions of decisions taking place, and those decisions actually pull down the optimal efficiency. So if you want to scale, if you want to know how decisions and processes are working in your organization, if you want to create a right product, then it is very important the timing, and for that, technology is the only variable that can help you. So we did talk about process, people, metric, and surgical strike at speed. And surgical strike by here means is a Formula 1 car engine, which is technology driven. And why we are doing this? We're trying to do is to reduce cost, to reduce time to market, and to increase revenue. So this is I'll take a very small example of a company called ImmunoTouch here. So ImmunoTouch is a company which didn't exist prior COVID. And when 2020, when COVID first time came to the US, and they said that, and within, in the first week only, they had established that you have to cover your you don't have to touch your mouth, not your nose. You have to wear a mask. It is easier said than done. We are subconsciously all touch our mouths. Okay, so this company didn't exist. This company, you can read about it, ImmunoTouch. They went. This is called nowness business model. They went from not being there to launch and to sale in 7 days, including registry of their business name. What they built is this band. This band had a motion sensor, and this motion sensor allowed it when n number of times if you touch your face, it'll keep a counter and say you have touched your face. It'll alert, it'll vibrate, and on a mobile app, it will show you the count of how many times you have touched your face. Now, lot of companies already had fitness trackers, but the problem is they wanted to launch 40 features at one go. Heart rate sensor, heartbeat sensor, oxygen sensor, and everything. Immunotouch said, hey, we are starting out. We can ride the wave. Timing is important. The more we try to add, the more error rate can be increasing, more the code base will increase, more delay in time, more cost, and more engineers required. And at the same time, it is not doable. So what is the one feature, or what are two features that we just add? Keep it as simple, though kitna ganda dikhta hai, but its utility was too high based on the market demand, what they were addressing. And once they launched it, so obviously they could do the design fabrication in 2 or 3 days because it's just a very simple sensor and an app. Who's going to manufacture it? So they're not going to do it. You can buy, build, and partner. So they partnered with a supply chain and a manufacturing company and a distribution company who took care of that modalities on a revenue sharing model. And within 30 days, all their inventory got sold out. And now they have added your oxygen sensor and everything. So the thing is, you have to be brutal. Now, this is an extreme example. You will not always get opportunities to find these extreme examples, but you got to be brutal. At the same time, you had a company like Zoho, which is on the other hand, an Indian company, a company which we all should be proud of as Indians. Is the one company, a SaaS company in the country, which is giving takkar to even Salesforce.com today, and even Oracle to a certain extent. And they have now, I don't know, 20, 30 products. But when they started, they were frugal, they were lean, they were mean, and they kept choosing their tech stack as they started growing. For example, Facebook, even till 2013, was using an outdated technology called Ruby on Rails. Somebody asked Mark Zuckerberg, why the hell are you doing that? You have so many engineers, you have so much latest technology. He said, see, for my core business, let's say my ad marketing, retargeting, I use the latest technology, I use AI. But if I have to give engagement practices like games, because they had games like Farmville and all that stuff, right? So if I want to put that engagement games on my platform, and if that build time takes around 6 months, I am dead. I need something that can be out in months or weeks. And obviously, for them, Ruby made it very simple to work on. So first thing is that when you're choosing technology, it doesn't have to be cutting edge only. Cutting edge is for your core value proposition. So there are only 14 values in the world in any business, and you will have either or combination, one or two of them. Some businesses thrive on minimizing the risk. For example, insurance policies, let's say firewall, let's say your antivirus, or maximizing trust, giving better customer experience, or secured payment gateway, data privacy, so that your customers trust you. Some people are good at execution, supply chain of drug delivery drugs for cold chain storage, using cold chain. Can you give it to 1.3 billion population of our country, all those vaccines? Again, as execution. Speed, Maggie 2 minutes में खाना बना सकते हो घर पे. Domino's pizza 30 minutes में आ सकता है. Delivery can come in 15 minutes. This is all a speed. This is again one of the value propositions. Uniqueness and innovation, proximity, cost saving, scarcity, revenue growth. Again, safety, time, and then the last one there are 6, but they all are classified into one. Are more called modalities like reduce effort, simplify, makes money, risks, avoid risks and hassles. So in any of these 14 principles, only in the world, your business value can exist and you can measure it. If you can't measure your business value, what you're creating, and you're telling me I have 4 features, then you have only read books in your life. So let's say you say, sir, I am a company. I help, data centers to basically retrieve data faster, which in turn helps their customers make more money. So you will say, how? So I'll use, for example, you say, sir, let's say I'm Scream and my database engine can allow runs on GPU. Its cost is 1/3 or 1/4 of my competition. Now I'm measuring the value cost and now speed variable. So the speed is, you know, if you look at the data ingestion time is to 1:54, and that is 14 is to, you know, that is 1 minute 54 seconds, and that is 14 minutes 49 seconds. So this company exists. It's, you can check it out. It is basically database that runs on GPU and not on CPU. Now, why now? Who wants this? Companies like e-commerce, Amazon, Flipkart, because if you are searching, you don't want loading. You want the information to come faster to you. In a tech stack, if your information delayed by 2 seconds, you lose 20% of your potential customers. Now, this metric becomes very important for them, that value proposition. So, measuring the value and labeling the value and classifying the value what you're delivering is very important, and it should be at least 3x to 5x of your competition. If you're not talking about the mathematical value, you're just talking about we are safe, we are secure. What do you mean by that? How safe, how secure, what versus the competition? So all of this becomes very important, right? And obviously then you have a customer journey, right? So for example, let's say Charlotte is your customer, she's an e-commerce, you know her buying behavior, you know her attitude, but how would you know? So there are technology tools like Firebase, there are technology tools like Hotjar, and even in physical stores this can happen. So which you can understand what people buy, where they click, where they don't click, what actions are they taking, are they clicking on the shopping cart or not, are they searching the right product or not. Because of the shortness of time, I unfortunately can't show you this, otherwise I would have shown you how really it works also. But let's say you use all of this and you want to create this. So this is complex, because what is happening here is some tasks are at the front end. So for example, let's say you all want to order a pizza. So some tasks at the front end is where you have an app. In the app, you can select a menu. In the menu, once you select an item, it can show you recommendation and coupon and discounts. Then you can add to cart. Then it can do a payment. Then it can approve the payment from the payment gateway provider and give it to you. So there are many hundreds of decisions that are happening there. And then it also confirms the ETA, estimated time from the delivery food chain. And then maybe the pizza says we have 20 orders in queue, and queue distribution, prediction, and time. You can use a simple statistical function like Python for that. And it says that this is the estimated time it will take. Then where is the delivery boy? There, his location or her location. What is the route traffic over there? Then estimating what vehicle he or she is on. I mean, you'll have that information, and predicting the ETA of the delivery boy to reach the restaurant, and restaurant to package in the food and then come to you. And in that, satisfying all of you. So even if this doesn't go wrong, there can be more than hundreds of interactions that are taking place. That means there are some front-end actions and back-end actions, which actually means this back-end actions. For example, let's say you want order something, let's say shoe. It is checking in the backend server, could be your inventory management system, and tell you whether the thing is there or not. If it is there, it will say approved. And after checking from the delivery, it can say delivery next shipment in the next two days or 3 days. If it is not there in the warehouse, can you check in the production system, and are they linked? And can you give the right information? Because customer excellence is important. The question is, this is complex. Can you simplify it? Yes, you can. If you don't try to do everything in the core technology. Let's say your business is making shoes. Your business is making recyclable shoes. So the recyclable technology and the app experience both matter to you a lot. But rest nitty-gritty, the CRM, the ERP, those all can be old school system, doesn't matter. So this combination is very important. The time, the cost, the server side, the client side, the business logic side. So like you have a business model canvas, you can also have a technology canvas, like software as a service component canvas. Any SaaS offering you see, it will have a core offering that will be running on a certain tech stack. Then your customers can also raise tickets. You need a ticketing system. To build, push your code in the production, you will need some pipeline. You will need some prototyping tools. You will also need some user experience engine. If you are integrating with other businesses or with other third party, let's say a payment gateway, you will also have APIs, their APIs or your APIs. And then you have data security layer that you customer information can't be hacked. Then you need GDPR or data privacy. And then you can also have, as you scale, some load balancers. And then if you have got subscription, then you need to take care of invoicing and subscription and licensing management. So now when you look at this in realistically, you will say, obviously I can't build all this all. And that is a conversation you have to have. Yes, you can't. What is your core offering? Let's say you say my core offering is to do retina scans and predict people, and tell them how weak their sight is and give them recommendations and then connect them to an ophthalmologist remotely. I'll say, great, fantastic. Who are you selling this to? You said, I'm selling this to ophthalmologists, not my customer ophthalmologist. I'm taking subscriptions from him. And for the consumer, it is free. I said, okay. So where you should invest in? Obviously, the retina scans and then the recommendation engine connecting to the right doctor. I will say, perfect. Use latest tools. Maybe use Python and maybe deep neural net for your image processing and maybe some computer vision, other algorithms. Then I will say, okay, what about your CRM system? Obviously, there are so many startups who start building it. You don't build it. You already have a system like HubSpot. You can integrate with it. Do you want the UI UX to be great? Absolutely. But do you want it on day one before aapko ek purchase order nahi mila? I will say, no, you have to think about it. You have to be brutal over there. Like that Immunotouch did. And build minimal, that value, 14 values I said. Don't go and build 100 features, 20 features, 10 features. You do that because you don't know whether people are going to pay you money or not. If you do your market research well, you can. So any software has a cost of code complexity. And if you have got multiple code bases, more the problem. So single code base, for example, is far better, or two code bases. Let's say you're building on Flutter, which can run on the web, and can even React can run on the web and the mobile board. So you can save time, you can save development. That matters a lot. The right backend, and for every business, the backend would be different. And even the hiring of the developers, or whether if you're a core team, that core team will not remain always the core team, it will expand. And the platform, that is cloud, infrastructure and a platform as a service. So if you look at it, if you look at the right side, salaries are important, but more important, the tech stack is time to market. The most important. So build a singular but modular one. Something which add complexity, can scale, but you don't make it complex on day one. And for all of these, you can have different kind of technology stacks. For example, they can be mean, that is MongoDB, Express.js, Angular, Node. They can be LAMP stack, which is Linux, Apache. There is Java plus Spring. And different applications can have different tech stacks. Because some are more mature, some are more for enterprise offering, maybe for a bank, maybe for military, and some are more consumer facing. So choosing your tech stack based on what you are building, the time to market, because you only have 5 times to get it right. You can't build for 1 year. Time to market is very important. And then getting the right people at the right cost is very important. And once you have done it, I can also say that, okay, you can have a different tech stack as you scale. Scale tech stack may not be same as what you've incorporated with. But these decisions have to be made early. So obviously you can have front end, mobile, back end, cloud, database, server. So typically what happens is there are 3 axes, right? X, Y, Z axis. And on one of the axes, let's say X axis is the simplest. Sir, मैं 4 server लगा दूंगा. अगर मेरे को दिवाली का load आया and there are 1,000 people hitting on my server, if it is not working, I will put another server. I put another server. Now, if you have not made it modular or function based, and you have a single code base, then even if there people are logging more and purchasing less, you are on, you have to switch on the complete server, and that's a cost to it. But if you are making it modular, microservice based, for example, modular based, then it could be that people are just logging more and surfing, but they're not buying. So only that function can be called, and your footprint of your machine will be lesser, and that matters. But this matters at scale. This doesn't matter on day one. On day one, you can have a simple code base, and as you move, you can make it modular and thing. And at the same time, if you realize, you can then have for on the like we talked about, x-axis is horizontal, vertical is microservice based. Each sum of services make that business logic work, and z is based on maybe your customer or the location. So all these three decisions, should we go monolithic, meaning single code base, or should we make a single code base but is modular from inside? Because as we scale, we can not focus on x but on the y axis, because x is very costly and y is very cheap. But x takes time, and but y takes time and x doesn't take time. There's an inverse correlation. One has a cost factor advantage, other has a time factor advantage. But you can balance it out. So these decisions are very important as you are releasing and launching your product. And obviously, as you mature in your product life cycle, you move from an early offering to a mature offering, you can take advantage of different things. So for example, let's say on a day one, you can just go for a function as a service, where function service is your core logic. I know, for example, you are doing AI scan. Then you forget everything, how the application is there. You forget what is the backend, what is the database, that everything the cloud provider is taken care of. Okay. But let's say you are into a sensitive business, and with function service, you can test your market in 10 days, 20 days, at least in the software technology business, because it's just a function. Let's say you say, no, I also need an app because I need to take care of internal security. My customers are much more important for me for that. Then you can give us, maybe more of a SaaS as an offering. So your choice, whether you want the infrastructure or a platform, function, software as a service, all have combination of server cost, storage cost, network cost, migration cost, IT cost. These costs are different from your tech stack. You have already chosen your tech stack. This you are saying, अब मैं cloud provider के पास कैसे जाऊं और मैं कहां डालूं अपना technology stack. So every technology stack will have a storage cost, even electricity cost if you have your own data center, migration cost, server cost, IT cost. And there are calculators online. You can use many of them to do this cost analysis. So, and only build the core. Rest, partner, integrate. You have APIs for it, whether CRM automation, backend automation, billing automation, and all of that can be done. So very important is what you build, what you buy, and what you partner. So technology stack dynamics is one is a technology, cost, economics, complexity, time to market, and all of them then decide what should I buy, what should I make, and what should I partner. So if you do this and then you scale, you can automate your functions and track it like a dashboard, like a CEO does. Maybe like how Ratan Tata sir would be doing for his 140 companies, where on a single dashboard of automation, they can check what are the financial margins, what are the internal process margins, what is the customer success rate, customer journey, where they click, where they go, what they buy, what they don't buy. And at the same time, what is their net satisfaction and promotion score, what are the complaints. So you start small, you look at the value dynamics, what value you are creating. You see there is enough value, and you don't boil the ocean. You can start with a simple single system, but not monolithic, modular, which can scale over a period of time, because you want to move away from the x-axis, like I showed here, from the x-axis, and you want to move from the y-axis, because x is easier to do, it takes lesser time, but y is more scalable and lesser costly. So both are inversely correlated. But when you are initially in your product launch, you don't know your market, how they will respond, and it takes 5 to 6 cycles for you to be successful. Then choose x-axis. And as you grow, you choose y-axis. Okay. The other thing which is very important is you can also check how your competition is using tech stack and how many features are they able to release and launch. because they always say new release, you will have a release notes given. So you can check, okay, they are launching 4 features in every quarter. Number of developers they have is around this much. This is the marketing, this is the cost of burn they have, which you also get today balance sheets from Ministry of Corporate Affairs at 300 rupees. So that's not a big deal. And then you can see, and you can compare which tech stack can I choose. So I'm open for question. I know this is too much of information, and this is still too little of information, to be very honest. But now I'm open for questions. You can ask if you have.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Gupta. And again, thank you, Nikhil, for such a dynamic presentation and such a dynamic session, actually, which is actually required. So I have few questions and hope you have the bandwidth to actually accommodate those questions.
Yes, please go ahead.
So Nikhil, as you rightly mentioned, that the small businesses or new businesses, they have to start with a modular structure, and then they can actually create a competency out of their technology investment, technology adoption. I just want to go before that, because currently the topic, and we were discussing about the consequences of wrong technology investment, right? Now, what if we in the sense of the ecosystem, the whole ecosystem is not aware of the future technology and their life cycles, right? And if suppose, even if I start with a modular structure, right, let's take an example of IoT only, right? So we all know that IoT can be leveraged by Amazon in a very different scale, but cannot be scaled in a similar manner by the new ventures or MSME. But even if they adopt and they invest in the technology, only in the IoT technology, without understanding what different component is actually comprising the IoT technology, how justifiable it is for them to, even after adopting the IoT technology, for the modular structure. Why I'm saying this, because then when we talk about the S-curve of the technology, when we talk about the long-term investment and long-term stepping of that particular technology, how that technology is actually going to help the MSME, because whatever we are discussing, whatever we are saying, like these are actually a technology intensive or technology knowledge intensive organization. Those who are bringing all these things, they already have that kind of a sense and awareness. Now, my only question is like, how? Have you lost the speaker, Professor Ashish?
Yeah, I think yes. Maybe he will connect again. Maybe some glitch is there, right? In case, yeah. So let's wait. Maybe he will join in quickly again. Yeah, but we don't have him as I could see. Yes. So just a minute, and by the time you can have the questions as well. It means a couple of questions are being put in here. So let's wait for him to join.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, Professor Vinayak, he's connecting. Just give him a time.
No worry. Meanwhile, you can actually collate the queries. Yeah, I guess he's here, right? Hi, Nikhil. Hope I'm audible. No, you are not. I guess you are on mute. Yeah, the audio is connecting. Yeah.
I can hear now.
Yeah. Even I can hear you now. Okay. So Nikhil, I was wondering, like, okay, so whatever organizations we are discussing, or even any cases what we have actually witnessed, my only question is, like, even without having the comprehensive understanding of the technology, how can a company or how can an MSME takes a decision whether they can go for the modular structure of the adoption or to have the existing models of the adoption? Because if you see, the whole ecosystem is actually working on the imitation model, right? And especially when it comes to the new ventures, especially when it comes to entrepreneurship ventures. So how can, or means, again, there is no thumb rule like which technology will going to give you the maximum benefit. There's no thumb rule to adopt the technology. Even if you go for the modularity, how can you support that modularity in the business? How can you support that modularity when it comes to objectivity of the business? So and this is something which the whole ecosystem is very confused about, right? So when we talk about IoT, we are only considering IoT a technology. No, IoT is not a technology. First of all, IoT is a composition of multiple technologies. In similar manner, when it comes to blockchain technology, blockchain is not the individual technology. The only function of the blockchain is not to have the decentralized ledger, right? So all the investment is happening based on the preface of the technology, what is there in the market, whether based on the bandwidth effect, whether it's based on the imitation effect, whatever. So how to actually decide, first of all, which technology or how or what parameters is first things which can actually help, especially MSMEs and the new ventures, to pick the right technology. Because if you are wrong in picking the technology, then modularity and all these things is the later part.
No, I think I already mentioned that if you had looked at the slide deck, that the decision is first based on what value offering you are giving. And once you decide on those 14 values, because any business model will be classified under those 14 values only. Then what you have to do is you have to check that the first most important variable is your time to market.
Right.
So if you once you've understood that this is the time I have, this is the headway I have, leeway I have, then is obviously do I have the internal competency for it? And then, and when I mean by internal competency, I mean by a core offering. And for that core offering, what is the cost of it? Now that cost of it, that decision, whether should you go monolithic or architecture, definitely you need a software architect or a consultant to get you on board to do that. It is possible. Industry is not confused. Industry is not leveraging the right people. So if you leverage the right people, you have people with that expertise. Anyways, so let's say you get an architect who is able to tell you monolithic and linear, and they can even tell you the pros and cons of every software architecture, cost-wise, time-wise, and what limitations each of them would bring. So each of them have got some limitations and that. But if you do this, and obviously startups will have to leverage their internal competency because they have got that fresh young blood. They might have learned some technology, but they have a different model. See, I'll tell you, both the mindsets are different. Big boys want to behave young boys want to behave old. So what happens is many bigger matured companies, they are the ones who can invest in technology, but they have a budget. If you come with that mindset, what happens? They'll say, "Hamara ye budget hai." If you look at the smaller company, they don't come with a budget. They only come with technology. They'll say, "We can do this." Now we don't know which one to use. So the thing is, at the end of the day, both are actually have to first come and talk about the value offering they're giving to their customer.
Right.
If that value offering and the timing of that offering is clear, then rest all the variables can be taken care of. So for example, once these two are taken care of and you can hypothesize that, okay, then you can see if I have a time to market for, let's say, 6 months. If I build it on React, can I build it in 6 months? They say yes or no. Okay, then how much workforce do I need? And how much scalable is it? Can I redo my offering later on if it does not work? What is the risk? Am I already in the business, which I understand, or it's a new business for me? If it is a new business for me and I'm first time entering the market and I'm doing some market research, so can I just use one feature as a core offering or two, which is on the latest technology stack, which gives that value, which translates into a value offering. Rest comes like CRM, billing, subscription. I outsource or buy, build, and partner. So the thing is, the most important variable is value proposition, time to market, and whether you're coming from a big company mindset or a fresh company mindset. So big company will say, "Mera budget hi hai ye." because they will say that I can put people, but I have this budget and this budget mein ye karna hai. And the other hand, startups are those who say, no, I can take bigger bets because I have nothing to lose, but I don't have the money. I don't have a budget. I can just say कि मेरे पास ये technology है, बताओ क्या करूं. So both the dimensions can be evaluated, but the only dimension which remains common, two dimensions, are the value offering and the timing. First part of your question, you had also asked is, but how do you know what future mein kya aayega?
What component of the technology is actually required for your offerings, for your
no. So now that's a question. Okay, that's a twofold question. I'll just split it up like a binary offering here. What is required today is that can be figured it out because of what I told you, right? Tech stacks can be figured it out. Again, what is required is based on your competency, and most important, your timing, and then you can play whether you want to go vertical, horizontal, scale, and that can be plotted. What technology will disrupt in future? If you want to know that, right, then you yourself would have been Bill Gates, or I would have been Bill Gates. Now, that is just a partial answer. Can it be found out? Yes. There is a very good course on it. In fact, there are two courses. One is system dynamics, another is future thinking. So future thinking is a course where a lot of diplomats are taught this course, that how do you do global scenario planning? How do you fight climate change? Best case scenario, worst case scenario. Like, for example, I showed you two variables. What I showed you a variable of old age, and I showed you, inhabitable cities or polluted cities. Combining these two variables, what are the cases that you can build in each grid? If you draw a 2 by 2 grid, you would find future thinking is a tool which is used a lot. And what happens in future thinking is we look for weak signals. So we don't look for trends. For example, everybody's talking about digitization today. Sorry, you all are late.
No.
What I mean to say is companies which are talking about digitization today, they all are late. Because people who have already capitalized on it are the ones who knew this wave would come. So how do you know the probability of waves? So there is something called cone of future possibilities. Cone of future possibility means that if some futures are totally mirror image which are going to happen, certain futures. Then some are probable futures, and some are futures which are worst case scenarios and total outliers, extreme scenarios. We will not take care of extreme scenarios, but are there probable futures which you can know? Definitely you can know. So the projected future, or the most certain future, is a future which is basically trend based. For example, we already know trend is what AI is getting incorporated, AI bots are being incorporated. But then there is a future which is more riskier, but has a statistical probability which is signal based. Signals are not trends. Not many are talking about it, but there are in some pockets, in liberals, in scientists, in some research papers, in some patents, in one or two startups who are talking about it. So let's say today people are talking about quantum computing. So you know that quantum computing is now moving from a signal to a trend. But in quantum computing and quantum cryptography is also moving from a signal to trend. But cost advantage on quantum computing or decreasing the error rate is still a signal. Now, can you find startups? Can you find papers? Can you find patents? Can you find scientists on working and try to see, is there something viable over there? Is there a sweet spot? Is that can be monetized? So futures thinking is a very different skill set. Unfortunately, people are not taught about it, but there are online courses on it, and foreign diplomats know about it. In fact, we use it.
Okay. So Nikhil, that encourages my second question actually, because then we talk about whatever two things you have actually mentioned, and if you see it, in a very depth manner, both the things they are actually based on the anticipation, right? So whatever probability we are calculating, or whatever we are actually predicting for the future, that is actually based on the anticipation, right? So use cases or the current scenario, and then predicting the things, and that is something which is again happening from past so many decades. And as you rightly mentioned, like, why 95% of the startup they failed in the very beginning of the 3 months. So I'm pretty sure the ecosystem is actually complementing them with the consultant, with the services they require. And out of 95% of the startups or MSMEs, around 50 or 40% of the entrepreneurs, they are coming from IIT backgrounds, or they are coming from the premium B school backgrounds, or they have got that kind of a rich experience, but still they are failing because again and again we are talking about anticipation model. Right, anticipation model is good when you are talking about not understanding and developing a disruptive ecosystem for the future. So anticipation model, what I feel, is always a constraint when it comes to taking the right technology investment, because then the technology investment is based on the anticipation only, right? And then again, how the outer world is doing it, how China is actually doing it, how Taiwan is actually doing it. So there is a part of anticipation always, but they are not actually totally depend on the anticipation. Right, there need to be some kind of a scientific way, that needs to be some kind of a uniform way where the ecosystem can actually come up to that particular thing, and then they can say that, okay, yes, this is the course of the technology, and then based on the course, the organizations will actually go for the investment. The organization will actually go for the product development. Then actually the whole ecosystem can be built in such a way, like, okay, this particular technology will have this kind of orientation, and trust me, outer world is actually doing it. So rather than following only the anticipated models or the design models, what I always feel is like we need to somewhere increase our reach to those scientific methods which can give the uniform result. Because again, technology investment is something which happens once only, whether it's a big firm, whether it's a small firm, right? You rightly mentioned that smaller firms, they comes with the technology, big firms, they comes with the money. But again, technology investment happens once only, whether it's a small investment, whether it's a big investment, it happens only once, right? And how the Taiwan, how the China is actually creating a unicorns out of that small investment, that is something which we need to crack in the current set of scenario. And that's the main constraint why 95% of the startups, they are actually failing when it comes to technology adoption, when it comes to delivering something unique proposition, or even objectifying their existence. So that's something which is still we are looking forward, and that's something which is where the technology trajectories are actually playing a very nice role. And trust me, China is actually doing that, and that doing that in a very scientific manner. We all know this. So somewhere, rather than going only to the anticipation model, yes, anticipation model is actually required because you can't quantify everything, but only anticipation model will not going to help. And again, that's something which we need to discuss more, and that's something which our ecosystem need to put more concern on.
So, okay, so can you hear me?
Yeah, Nikhil, you are loud and audible. Please.
So see, what you're talking about is basically ecosystem and nothing, but it is a structural. How do you have a structure in place, right? That is like, for example, the tip of the iceberg, the internal structure, so niche bottom of it. Now keep in mind something. No matter how many ecosystems you create, if you look at all the disruptive innovations that have happened, they have happened outside the structure. Because
right.
People who operate the structure and run the structure don't understand that innovation does not happen through a process or a sequence. And China also doesn't operate like that. What you see, what structure they have, systematic structure that they have, one is about government expenditure and military expenditure on technology and supporting at brute force rate. For example, they have a quantum computing budget of $10 billion. And they will go buy, partner, reverse engineer everything at a faster rate because of their the investment that go there. Having said that, still the most accurate quantum computing computers in the world are in Europe. So what I'm trying to say is that China model works well for commercialization and monetization, definitely. Are they market leaders in technology? In some areas they are. But are there some strategic core areas where you can have one can lead? Definitely one can, but it is not I never implied that anticipatory action method or future method is the only method available. You asked a question and I replied that. But if you're talking about structural implications, that's a far more complex topic and requires system dynamics to be got in picture, and I don't think that is the agenda at the moment over here. But yes, to put your point, structure works somewhere and structure doesn't work. people who are actually innovating, you will find them that those cultures operate out of the structure and the sequence, but a small veneer of fundamental structure where you can push them to the edges and so that they can innovate and give them, that kind of a support that definitely can be put in place. And that's what China has done.
Sure, sure, Nikhil. I guess means we'll discuss this on some other platform. And as you rightly mentioned, like this is not something where we need to discuss about modularity and the rigid structure of the ecosystem. But yeah, means again, this is something which we need to discuss more. And this is something where we all need to come up at one platform, and then we can actually understand. And this is something which I actually witnessed when we're working with different economies. And again, ecosystem, when we are talking about building an ecosystem, we have so many jargons, we have so many methodologies. The point is, do we have that kind of a right thought process? So that right thought process will come even before even thinking and talking about the technology. That right process will only come when we understand the technology. And again, that's a different string of discussion, and I'll be more than happy to discuss that with you some other time. But thank you very much for the insightful session. And again, I'm really hopeful that our audience, whether it's MSME, whether it's a new scholars or new ventures, they are actually getting the sense like how modularity is actually important when it comes to technology adoption, when it comes to the scalability of the technology, when it comes to the sustainability of your business model. So investment, again, whatever investment, small, big, whatever, it needs to be aligned with, first of all, the offerings, and offerings obviously comes with the objectivity of your business. And then modularity is some kind of a thing which can actually help you to not to constrain yourself, but to actually empower yourself to cope up with the dynamic changes. Do we have any other questions, Dr. Dwivedi? Do we have other questions, or else?
Yeah, I think you can check the chat box, Professor Vinayak, in case we can give, suppose in case we can take a couple of questions, or means we can keep it for the other speaker too, in case means we have already
students.
occupied,
I guess we have few students, those who are actually looking for the sources from where they can learn more on blockchain technologies. And as Nikhil has already mentioned few of the sources, like, and again, means if
blockchain, there is an open source Linux project called Hyperledger, Sawtooth. So you just go to linux.com. You will find Hyperledger as a project. Sawtooth, so Linux has actually got hundreds of blockchain projects, and they've classified them based on the expertise and what is required. And you can go and learn a lot of there. Second thing is you can actually start implementing. Blockchain is a very exciting technology to learn. For theory, you can go to, for example, Princeton University online lectures, they have it. But at the end of the day, theory is not going to give you much insight. It will show you the fundamentals. But to implement, I will say the best is go to linux.com, Hyperledger project or a Sawtooth project. There you will really learn a lot of insights. Okay, and if you really want to learn anything in technology, I will say look at the industry, look at the trend, and look at where the patents are being filed. Look at where the weak signals are. We all use a lot of weak signals, and using those weak signals only, you will find a lot of the global companies actually exploit the trends. There are dedicated teams who look at those weak signals and then try to map those weak signals to the current now, using what is feasible and what is viable,
right,
and what is monetizable. So feasibility, viability, and monetizability, looking at the future from the weak signals and mapping it out. It is also called backcasting, can be done. Maybe someday I can also teach you physically how we do it. And and that's how it works.
Yeah. So definitely, Nikhil, we will be more than happy to have you here in the campus, interact with the young brains, because we are dealing with the young entrepreneurs, right? few of the students and few of the entrepreneurs, they are really motivated with the model you have shown us in the PPT. So when they are requesting whether you can actually share the resources with them, right? The whatever model, whatever stage model you have actually shown.
You know, the online part of it. You must
Right.
have a recording PPT, because this is
No, I can understand. Yeah, I can understand. That's what I'm saying. If means I don't know how feasible it is, because I'm sure you also have a limited bandwidth. But if in future students want to interact with you related to these stages, these models, I'm pretty sure you'll be more than happy to accommodate them.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, at Startup XY, we've mentored startups from IIM Ahmedabad to European Union.
Right.
And I've been mentoring startups there also, and I've hand-holded 84 startups in the country, as well as in US and Israel. So
And definitely we will actually leverage your expertise while even grooming our kids. Like, we have a huge pool of young talented young entrepreneurs, so we'll definitely leverage your expertise and your support in that.
Fantastic.
Yeah,
Fantastic.
thank you, Nikhil, for sparing this time, and this is a very good interaction. I personally loved it, and I was delighted with the interaction with you, and hopefully we'll continue this kind of interaction and connection with you in future too. Thank you very much for sparing your time. Have a great day ahead.
Hosting me, and thank you for a thrilling discussion. And maybe next time even the students can ask.
Definitely. I don't know about others, but I'm going to call you in my specific sections, because I'm teaching technology management to MBAs. So definitely I'll call you, whether physically or online, and then we'll have the two-way sessions only. That I'll ensure. Don't worry.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Thank you, Mr. Nikhil. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Yeah, take care.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have another speaker who is waiting, and let me have the opportunity to actually introduce Dr. Manjot Singh Bhatia. Dr. Manjot Singh Bhatia is currently the Assistant Professor of Supply Chain and Operations in Coventry, UK. He has been with many prestigious universities and institutions in past, like IIM Lucknow, OP Jindal Global University, and he's extensively doing their research, expanding his research with the prominent research institutions in India. He works in the seminal field of the technology, more or less overlapping field of the technology, how the technology or what are the barriers of the technology while adopting any of the competitive or disruptive technology. So Dr. Bhatia is actually has actually a very great research track record, if you see, and they are continuously involving in many national and international projects. So we all are very much obliged to have Dr. Bhatia with us, and I'm hopeful that whatever today he will share with us will actually help the MSMEs, the new entrepreneurship owners, and the new scholars to actually understand the new aspect of the technology, right? Because he's going to talk about the strategies, right? So the strategies, again, one thing, because Nikhil just have discussed about the modular structure. So even to adopt the modular structure, you need to coin the right strategy. So that right strategy, from where you can understand the right strategy, how you can actually pin out the right specific strategy for your objective, for your intention. That's something on what Dr. Bhatia will reflect on. So rather than wasting a few more times, I just request and I welcome Dr. Bhatia so that he can enlighten the session with his knowledge.
Thank you very much, Dr. Vinayak, for such a wonderful introduction, and a very good afternoon to all the participants. So I welcome you all to this session. So I am basically going to give a talk about competitive technology strategy for upcoming businesses. So basically, here is my brief agenda for today's talk. So rather than going, directly to the strategies, I would like to just give a brief about the current manufacturing scenario and why these new technologies are required. Here I'm going to briefly talk about the factors that have motivated company to look for the new technologies. So And then, I would be also talking briefly about the industry 4, which covers several of the technologies. So I have assumed here that there are many research scholars or industry people who have just entered into the industry. So I thought of making a base for rather than going directly into the strategies for the new implements. And then at the third point, I will also be talking a little bit about the what are the challenges which industry is facing primarily with respect to the new technologies. This is important to understand because I believe that if we go again direct jump from industry 4 to directly to strategies, the part that why strategies are required at the first place, it is only due because we have to overcome some of the challenges. So before we go again to the strategies part, it is important to that we understand what are the some of the challenges which come with the implementation of new technologies. And then finally we will talk about few of the strategies which SMEs and other ventures they can adopt before embarking onto a new technology. So, talking about the current manufacturing scenario, as we have observed that in the last few decades, and specifically in the last decade, the manufacturing scenario has changed completely. The demand of the customers has increased. Now, customers want customized products, and now with increased focus on sustainability, the several governments they are coming up with regulations which industries have to follow, and some of the other factors include more number of competitors entering into the market. So companies they need to be responsive to customer demand. They need to produce the products with high quality. Then they need to be efficient, they need to be agile, they need to be compliant to the government regulations, be it with regard to sustainability, be with regard to social performance or environmental performance. Both of them they fall under the term sustainability. And besides following all these factors, it is important for companies to make profits, because if they don't make profits, they are going to go out of the markets. So manufacturing scenario in nutshell has become really competitive, and survival for the firms is really not easy. So this is about the current scenario which we are observing today. And after the this COVID, it is just going to go more and more. That means companies have to now focus on like agile and being responsive, because we have observed that during the COVID, several of the supply chains they were left broken, and we ourselves have observed about the uh, several products being not available in the market at the
Dr. Manjot, sorry to disturb in between. Is it possible for you to switch to presenter mode? Because
okay, yes, sure.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. No, thank you. No. So these are some of the factors which I have listed here, which firms have to focus on today besides making the profits. And this is where comes the role of uh, the new technology. So how can companies they focus on these they can comply to these factors. So to meet these factors, meet the changing customer demands in such a highly competitive environment, the manufacturing strategies and processes they need to be flexible. And as I mentioned in my last slides, not only they need to be flexible, besides flexibility, they should be able to reduce the overall cost. And further, the strategies and processes they need to act smart enough to act intelligently as well as autonomously, and for the processes to be flexible, to act intelligently, autonomously, and make relevant decisions, what is required. So this requires a very high level of digitization, automation, extensive connectivity of manufacturing systems, so that these systems they are able to share data, and they are able to take the decisions at the right time. For example, one example which I would like to take in this case is the predictive maintenance. the data which would be generated by the connectivity of systems, they would be able to judge before a process stops. So rather than process stopping itself and disrupting the manufacturing whole manufacturing or the assembly line, it will stop before that, and action can be taken well in advance. So this calls for the seamless integration of production systems, machinery, and enterprise systems. Now, some of you may thought that why we need these technologies. Definitely, some of the IT technologies are already in place in industries. Yes, I totally agree that though IT systems have been used in manufacturing, such as to talk about sensors, actuators, and computerized automation, these have been already in place for about 2-3 decades now. The point to be noted is that these provide very, very limited benefits, and basically, which is the main disadvantage of these? It is the limited connectivity among the processes and the enterprise system. And at the enterprise level, this is limited connectivity is primarily due to the integration of information systems in a relatively homogeneous area, which essentially means that the integration of manufacturing systems only with the similar interfaces. That means that the information systems with different interfaces or communication mechanisms are not able to connect and communicate with each other at the moment, and that is a reason we require the advanced technologies. So I just mentioned about that extensive connectivity is required among the supply chain entities. And if we take this slide in a nutshell, seamless integration of production systems and enterprises is required for better decision making and smooth operations. So to address these challenges, recently a set of new technologies have come into the picture, which fall under the umbrella term of Industry 4.0. So what is Industry 4? I assume that you have already heard about the industrial revolutions, Industry 1, Industry 2, Industry 3. So Industry 4 is basically the fourth industrial revolution, and a very prominent definition given in literature is that it is a new approach for controlling the production processes by providing real-time synchronization of flows and by enabling the unitary and customized fabrication of product. This was given by Kohler and Weiss in 2016. So here, we are connecting all the devices. They are sharing the real-time data, and they are able to make relevant decisions. For example, the data which is being generated today, the firms can use that data for better demand forecasting. I will talk that in the very next slide. So there are several other terms used in synchronization of there are several other terms which are used in synonymous to Industry 4, which include industrial internet, integrated industry, smart industry, smart manufacturing. So if I have to explain Industry 4, it is nothing but an umbrella term for several of the technology which which are emerging and coming up, and many firms are implementing it. So let us look at some of these technologies. So these are considered as the main technologies empowering Industry 4. First, very important and foremost is Internet of Things. A recent survey has found out that this is 72% of the people in a recent survey. This was a report published by Deloitte. So 72% of the professionals thought that this is the most important technology. So what is Internet of Things? Internet of Things is very simple to understand. It's nothing but a global environment where internet is at the center of connectivity for all the intelligent devices. Internet of Things enables enhanced connectivity and integration between different processes, such that as processes are connected, they provide greater insights, visibility, collaboration across the factory, and provide real to real time connectivity between the different machines. And as machines are connected in real time, they have self-monitoring capabilities and are able to communicate regarding the real-time performance on production lines. And through IoT and intelligent network is created where machines can not only provide information on real time, but they can autonomously connect as well as control each other. And if we talk about the Indian context, in India, IoT is gaining now a very increased consideration by the industries, and total spending, as reported in 2019, was around $20.6 billion, which was one of the largest spending in the world. Another important technology here in Industry 4 is big data and analytics. So as the different industries are implementing industry 4, so in a supply chain there will be a lot of data which is generated, but if we don't analyze the data, it is of no use if we don't get any information from it. I may have a score, I may have just have the demand from 1,000 customers, but if I don't analyze that data and get some information, it's useless. So big data and analytics basically refers to tools and techniques for exploiting the large amount of data which is being generated in an Industry 4 era. And as we know that processing the large quantities of data has always been one of the major challenges in production planning and control in the context of manufacturing industries, but big data and analytics has been considered as a promising technology which can help to overcome this challenge. So big data analytic processing tools has certain advantages. They can provide opportunity in terms of forecasting or productive maintenance, etc. So this has also been considered as one of the most important technology for Industry 4. And then there is cloud computing. So cloud computing is basically nothing but it enables high storage capacity. Now data is being generated by the industries, but where to store that data? That is a question. So cloud computing is there, which can enable high storage capacity, and plus it enables high speed computing where data as well as information can be accessed quickly and independently from any location. You are sitting, if your factory is running at one point and for some reason you are not present at your factory, you can monitor how things are working in your factory. So cloud networks, they allow for remote communication of products, devices, and machines, and also enable the data generated to be transferred to a central data store for aggregation and analysis. So this is a brief about cloud computing, and then it's additive manufacturing, and then we also have blockchain technology. So blockchain, I have done some research in the area of blockchain. So most of it is generally hype. I have actually for 2 of my projects, I have interacted with some of the professionals around the world, and most of the firms are just at the implementation level. They are yet to observe the actual results. So in blockchain, it was initially started in the financial services, but now it has expanded in most of the industries, and now firms are even using it to achieve the sustainable outcomes. So basically, blockchain is a digital, decentralized, and distributed ledger in which each transaction is added to create a permanent record. So as a permanent record is created, all the entities in the supply chain, they can verify those records, and it is not possible to temper any record. And thus blockchain can help to publicly validate, record, and distribute all the transactions in encrypted ledgers. And what are the advantages of blockchain? They eliminate the need for third parties, and as permanent records are created, it helps to resolve the trust issues and improve the overall operations of the organizations. So smart factory is another word which is very closer to Industry 4, but smart factory is generally used for the integration and application of Industry 4 technologies in the context of manufacturing systems. So if I have to talk in a very simple terms, it is a fully integrated collaborative manufacturing system responding to real-time demand and conditions in the factory and supply chain. So basically, if any company has implemented the technologies Industry 4 technology according to its requirements, and a factory is fully automated. The devices are integrated. That is known as a smart factory. So I will not take much time here on. So what are the expected benefits? I have already mentioned that Industry 4 can help to meet individual customer demands, flexible and agile engineering, and then devices are connected. So there is improved information sharing, which further helps us in the improved decision making. There is improved integration and collaboration, and then there is improved resource productivity and efficiency, etc. So coming to the challenges, so from here is what makes us think about these strategies. So there are several challenges as well. We have been talking right from the beginning about what are the different advantages of these technologies, but they come with their own challenges, such as negative impact of data sharing in a competitive environment. Now we have connected the devices with each other, the data is being shared, data is generated. But however, the thing is that the high degree of transparency may result in several risks, such as cyber attacks, and there may be other challenges such as data rights. And when a company is working in such a competitive environment, it is a possibility some other entity may use the data for its own use, and that may impact the other companies in a negative way. The other major challenge which companies have been facing already is handling employees and trade unions apprehension. Now, as Industry 4 involves very significant changes in the way of working, and these are entirely the new technologies, and with even the senior management of the firms, they are not sure about their working. So how can we expect employees to be, employees to have all the knowledge, and how can we expect employees to work with them? So there is a apprehension among the employees. So they need to continuously learn, and and they continuously need to change the way of their working. So this is where the apprehensions come, and there are other apprehensions that as the systems will be mostly automated, it may result in the job losses. So that is one of the major challenge which companies have to address. And then there is a need for highly skilled labor, and as these technologies, they are just emerging technologies, so there is a need for highly skilled labor, for which increased training should be provided. But still, it takes time for any employee to completely change the way of working and to completely gain knowledge about all the technologies. There It's about cybersecurity concerns, which I already covered up in the very first point. And then last point, which mainly caters to the not only the big firms but to SMEs as well, that high initial cost related to the implementation of these technologies. Now, if we talk about a larger firm, they may possibly cover the high initial cost. But in the case of SMEs and MSMEs, which are already, financially so much constrained, it is very difficult for them to go for the high initial cost related to the implementation of technologies. Because once you implement a technology, it may take several years, maybe 2 to 4 years, or even 5 years to break up, which is not possible for the SMEs. So this is one of the major challenge which SMEs are facing with respect to implementation of Industry 4. And what's interesting to note here is that the most of the industries around the world, they are SMEs. I was reading about the Canada. There 99% of the industry is SMEs, and I think even in the Indian context, 90 to 95% of the companies, they fall under the category of MSMEs. And similar is the case with the other economies. So as MSMEs are playing a very major role in all the economies, but on the other hand, due to the financial crunch, they might find it very difficult to implement these technologies due to high initial cost, and they may also have other concerns, such as highly skilled labor. They may find it very difficult, because to make your existing labor highly skilled, it will involve training and all that, which they may again they may find it somewhat difficult. So let us go ahead. So this is from one of the research which was published in International Journal of Production Research. This is one of the mainstream journal in the area of operations management and a very reputed one. So their research, this was recently carried out in 2020 with professionals in the SMEs, and they observed the following result, that one of the thing is lack of expertise in SMEs. This is one of the major challenge which I think we have already discussed, so I will not like to go over it again. So another challenge in SMEs is the short-term strategies. The study identified that most of the SMEs, they were not adequately prepared with regard to the competency required in terms of the support functions for implementation of Industry 4 technologies. And since these these Industry 4 uses the novel technologies, the SMEs, they were not having the strategic foundation in base for implementing these technologies. Third, they observed the risk about the obsolescence of an investment in technology. So by the time a chosen technology is implemented by a firm and employees master it and they start working on it, another more efficient technology may already be in market, and it may already be in use by the competitors. So then another important point which they mentioned was that employees may perceive these technologies as an way of increasing surveillance of their work. So there is a apprehension among the employees about the job loss, yes, but they may also perceive this as a means of increasing surveillance of their work. So it is very important here to communicate with the employees that for what purpose exactly a technology is being used by a company. Some other challenges for the SMEs, this includes they are already limited in their technical capabilities, and implementation of these technologies may again be a challenge, and they already have minimal financial resources. Besides the internal obstacles, the SMEs, they also have several external factors. There are regulatory constraints, and then they also have poor access to funding and support. Now we have I would not completely disagree with this point, because we have already seen some of these startups, they get very good funding, but here we are talking about 99% of the firms in a country. Let's say, like I was taking the example of Canada, or even let's say India, where 90 to 9, we do read about that company gained good amount of funding, but it is not possible for everyone to gain same level of funding and get same level of support from the investors for implementing technology or for any purpose. So these are some of the major challenges for the SMEs. Besides the I would say besides challenges, there are certain advantages which these firms have. Due to the lack of hierarchical structure, communication is often swifter in the smaller firms. So these can help the smaller firms to take quick decisions, quick decisions on implementation of these technologies. And then in many of the SMEs, there is higher motivation among the employees, and then there are closer relationship with the customer base as well as with the other supply chain entities. So they can work together in a way, they can work together very quickly and share information, and they can move on quickly in this regard, rather than a big firm which is actually which has a lot of hierarchical structure, and their papers are getting stuck, and they take a lot of time to make up the relevant decisions. And then it is about the positive relationships with the stakeholders, which may facilitate greater sharing of ideas. So in a SMEs, they are found to have more closer relationships, as I mentioned in my point number 2. So this can help them to share ideas with their with the other supply chain entities, and which will result in a two-way communication, and help them to decide upon the certain factors or a certain which technology is required to implement. A recent survey which was done by Made Smarter about the awareness, attitude, and approach to digital technologies of 201 SMEs, it found that 75% of respondents claim to have adopted new technology in the last 3 years. However, they found that there was a lack of a strategic approach to adopting these technologies. Yes, most of the firms, they are interested in implementing these technologies, and they are implementing as well, but there is a lack of strategic approach, which we are going which we are going to talk in the next few slides. And if we talk in the Indian context, again, the figures are not very much promising considering the today's scenario. Only 3 out of 10 SMEs are moving towards the implementation of IoT. So this is primarily due to the various challenges which I just mentioned in some of the previous slides. So the question here arises that is only the implementation of new technologies enough? Now, though most of the firms, they believe that new technologies can increase their competitive advantage, as we have seen the results from a survey, and bring them new opportunities. This is a major question which firms should answer. Just implementing the technologies in place, is it going to solve all the purposes? If we talk about any real scenario, the implementation of a new technology is not that straightforward. And in the case of the Industry 4 technologies I mentioned, this is going to be a rough path for the organizations, as I believe, because it involves significant changes in the successful implementation, which can be very challenging for most of the SMEs. And further exploiting the capabilities, it requires an complete overhaul of the existing practices. And further, it requires new ways of thinking. So given all the uncertainties which are associated with the implementation of new technologies, I believe that only the implementing a particular technology is not going to guarantee you the success. Therefore, any decision to adopt a new technology should be based upon a solid strategic foundation, be it a larger firm or be it an SME. And in case of an SMEs, it is going to be more and more crucial that they focus on the certain points, which I will be discussing in the next few slides. So these are some of the specific challenges which IoT implementation, which are observed in the IoT implementation in Indian SMEs. So there is lack of clear direction, lack of talent and skills is a very generic challenge which all the firms are actually facing, not only in India but all around the world, and even the larger firms are going through this. And then there are concerns on data privacy and cybersecurity. This is also a concern with most of the firms. And one specific challenge with respect to Indian SMEs industry is that most of the industries, they are very much unorganized with the non-standardized processes. So this is another major challenge. And as as everything is going to be transparent in the Industry 4 challenge, this is going to be one of the major challenges in the Indian industry for IoT blockchain implementation. So what strategies can SMEs adopt for implementing these new technologies? So first thing is that before embarking onto any particular technology or a set of technologies, a complete analysis of the current system is required. So we have to answer several questions here. Do we really need to implement a technology? Yes. It's not that our competitor is implementing a particular technology. do we really need it in our premises? So introduction of or implementation of, I should say, new technologies, it comes with a huge compatibility risk. So I select that, okay, blockchain might be a good technology for my industry, but is it compatible with the current systems? So if, let's say, I select a technology and new systems turn out to be incompatible with the already existing system, it is going to just waste my resources, waste my time, and will result in a huge loss for me. So compatibility risk is one thing which SMEs should clearly analyze, because their because they are smaller firms, it is easier for them to analyze this, and they can, and this type of a risk, that is compatibility risk, it can be completely avoided. So in this regard, firms should, I should say, review all the current technology system before the adoption of a new technology. And it should be ensured by the firms that functionality of the already existing system can support as well as integrate effectively with the new technology. This may also help these firms to prevent system redundancies, and besides reducing the costlier build times and waste of other resources. So in nutshell, there are 2 to 3 decisions which need to be taken in this. Firstly, that is, yes, do we need a particular technology? And if yes, can the new technology support the already working systems? And if yes, which technology we should go for? Now, there are several technologies which fall under the umbrella term of Industry 4. It's not that we should go for everything. Let's go for IoT and let's go for big data. No, we should go for a particular, and we should go in a stepwise manner. So, but before going into that, we need to analyze our current systems. So this can help to prevent any redundancies, reduce any costlier build time, and help to save on the overall costs. Now, I also mentioned previously that one of the thing was that the SMEs, they have a short-term strategy. I mentioned it in one of the slides where a recent research was done. Short-term strategies of the SMEs. That is one of the major challenge in the SMEs. So in that regard, the SMEs, they need to think about their long-term strategies. Just simply installing the new technologies and hoping that it would work will, it's surely going to result, in no result actually. And firms should focus on firstly developing the long-term strategy. There they should, besides analyzing the why we need the technology, they should develop a technology roadmap which considers features as well as functions which a business needs from the technology during the next few years. So not thinking about the short term, but they should have a proper technology roadmap, and there should be consideration of options which can be used across all the departments and functions. And the implementation of long-term strategy can also help these businesses better understand their future requirements, and this will minimize the changes. User adoption is definitely going to be very, very low if there are very frequent changes. So they should look for the options which can enhance the existing operations rather than replacement of the existing ones. I have time and again mentioned about the financial constraints of the SMEs. So SMEs should go for a lot. It's high time that they should go from a short-term strategy to long-term strategy where they have a technology roadmap, and rather than completely replacing their existing systems, they should focus on, building the technology such that their overall operations can be enhanced, which will also help them to save something on the cost, and also save about, I should say that they would completely they will not have to completely overhaul the whole systems. Another important point is this is also specifically for the SMEs. They can conduct prior studies before embarking onto any technologies. Prior studies can help them to deeply analyze the requirement for a technology and how a particular technology can help an organization and help to save on time, resources, and cost. Now, you know, it is easier for SMEs to conduct prior studies primarily because they are small. So they can, if they have chosen, yes, we have to go for this technologies, they can implement that technology and observe the results before, before spending more and more on the technology. So prior studies can typically be, conducted in a controlled environment, which can allow for thorough monitoring and evaluation of results. And in this regard, the role of senior management is important, as well as they can hire the consultants for the prior studies, who can evaluate carefully on the future course of action. And the analysis and evaluation should not, I should say, not only be about the technology itself, but it should include how the processes will be impacted and how workflow will be going to look like if they finally decide to you know if they finally decide to implement a particular technology. Yes, embrace the benefits of the technology. This point looks, very, very obvious. However, it is missed by most of the organizations. Technology should be adopted to serve a specific purpose and enhance the overall operations of an organization. Very often, it happens that adoption of a new technology is very, very low because the value of new tools or new technology being implemented is lost on the employees being told to use it. Uh, so, a firm decides to implement a new technology and tells employees to use it, and employees just, sometimes they're very, very enthusiastic, but they lose their enthusiasm very, very quickly. So, a technology was, let's say, originally chosen by a firm because it sounded excited, offered improved efficiencies, and it made the task easier and quicker during the prior studies. So remember that in this case, team members or the employees, they should be demonstrated all the new features and benefits by highlighting the improvements on specific projects, which should be more effective than generic examples, so that they are able to embrace that, yes, this is going to provide us certain benefits. Training is a very important point. This is not, only in the case of larger firms, but also for the SMEs. And I believe it is going to be slightly difficult for SMEs because training involves a lot of cost. And one thing is, which I have been mentioning time and again, once that SMEs have limited finance. So but training is very, very important, and they have to look for certain training options for their employees. So to get the best out of the technologies, the employees need to be trained on the use of technology as well as on the functionalities. And SMEs have to keep in mind that they cannot get faster results. There is a learning curve associated with the use of technologies, and firms, they need to keep this learning curve into the consideration and allow employees a considerable amount of time so that they can get used to the workflow before firm focuses on outcome or the results. So here the role of senior management is also important, and they should foster a very collaborative kind of a work environment so that employees learn from each other and do not hesitate to take help from other colleagues. And training will continuously be required after the adoption as technology gets adapted to the changing business landscape. So training is, I believe, it's going to be a very major challenge for the SMEs due to their financial constraints, but this is one of the important thing, and they should embark on a project, only after, as I mentioned in last of my slides, only after taking all these considerations into the picture. Then it's about integration of technology deployment and change management. What is happening in most of the organizations is that they become so focused on the deployment of a technology, scheduling and meeting the overall criteria, such that they do not focus on change management process, which can help stakeholders and partners and other supply chain entities to adapt to a particular technology. This has been regarded as one of the major reasons for a failure of a project. As I mentioned in the last slide, people need time to adapt and adopt the new technology. So there needs to be a deployment plan which should be integrated with the change management plan. For example, companies should deploy a team which is responsible for looking into this process, and team should look to resolve any technical issues and ensure that the deployment of the technology is smooth, and they should work to remove any conflicts. Basically, the team should be responsible for directly interacting with all the stakeholders and identifying any concerns. And team should also look at cross-functional communication and mitigation of any risk which is coming up. Therefore, integration of technology is important, and it is important to focus on people besides only focusing on technology. And finally, it's about the effective governance structure. So we have already mentioned that, especially in the Indian context, many of the firms, they are unorganized, and they are doing non-standardized processes. So in the effective governance structure, it should consist of a mix of stakeholders who are impacted by the technology changes, and a firm should actually take everyone into consideration before embarking onto a technology, because in today's scenario, we know that supply chains are longer and complex than ever. So it is important that you not only embark yourself on the technology, but you take everyone into confidence and everyone into picture. So execute the technology change management, training, and then make a decision about the project. So thank you. This was from my side. So I have discussed few of the strategies, which companies can effectively make, so that they can embark onto the implementation of new technologies.
Yeah. So thank you, Dr. Manjot, for the insightful session that you had, and I hope the attendees have been benefited from that with respect to whether Industry 4.0, or maybe you're talking about the Internet of Things, or maybe what are the strategies, whether long term or short term, that can be adopted, right? So as in our session plan, we have introduced that after 1 to 2 p.m. we had the lunch, and after that we had a session from 2 to 3 p.m. So just an update that I would like to have for all the attendees here, that 2 to 3 p.m. session by Mr. Siddharth that was supposed to be here will be happening tomorrow, right? So today, the next session, please just have an update. The next session that was supposed to be at 2 to 3 will not happen, and the session will start at 3 now instead of 2. So you can have your lunch, and you can all have your useful time for that. And once again, I will thank Dr. Manjot for giving his valuable time here, and making us aware about the strategies of how to deal with different businesses. Thank you, Dr. Manjot. And thank you all the attendees. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr.
Yes.
Ashish, for this opportunity. So if anyone has any questions, I would be more than happy to answer.
Yeah, forgot. Yeah, so I just actually forgot to ask it. So if you can check the chat box, Dr. Manjot, means if some questions are there, you can look into it, and maybe I could also help you out. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't see any questions at the moment.
Okay. So I think most of the attendees have gone well through the session, and we will resume again at 3 instead of 2. Just an update. And in the tomorrow slot, the 2 to 3 p.m. is booked to Mr. Siddharth, who was supposed to take today. He has some personal assignments and won't be available, right? So please, guys, we should join again at 3 p.m. for the next sessions, which are going to be lined up, the 2 remaining sessions for the today. Thank you all. Thank you, Dr. Manjot, and we will meet
Thank you,
up.
Dr. Rashid. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah.
Mr. Ajay, are you there?
सर
ये Mr. Khatwani को कुछ there is some issue in joining.
हाँ जी सर, क्या प्रॉब्लम आ रही है?
वो कह रहे कि एज अ पैनलिस्ट ज्वाइन नहीं कर पा रहे हैं. There is some issue.
पैनलिस्ट
as a panelist. He is getting a message that unable to join as a panelist. Yeah, he's here. Hi, Dr. Gaurav.
Hi.
Am I audible to you?
Yes.
Yes, I can hear you, Dr. Gaurav.
Sorry, I was.
Good evening. How are you?
I'm good. What about you?
All well. All right. So, Dr. Gaurav, I
आशीष
would
सर,
like to. Yes.
सर मैंने दोबारा लिंक सेंड कर दिया.
Yes. No, he's here. He's here. हो गया इनका.
I have joined from mobile, so I'm not able to share my.
He has joined. Okay, so let's start. Welcome, Dr. Gaurav, and I would like to thank you on behalf of OPG in the Global University for taking time out for this conference. And just to give a brief introduction about Dr. Gaurav, Dr. Gaurav has a very rich work experience in various multinational firms, and he is currently working as a data science manager with EY London, and he is working in the domain of finance and technology. He has vast experience in the credit market and operational risk in wholesale banking division of Fortune 500 financial institutions. And he has done PhD from IIM Rohtak. And prior to that, he had an engineering background, and he was also associated with Infosys Labs, and he had worked with EY India, JP Morgan, Citibank, and various other renowned institutions. So Professor Gaurav will be talking about knowledge transfer, technology scouting, and knowledge management. So that was a brief about Dr. Gaurav. Without wasting much time, I would like to hand over the session to you so that you may give your valuable insights on the topic of our discussion today. Over to you, Dr. Gaurav.
Thank you so much for the invite. It's really pleasure for me to deliver session to all of you. So I'll be talking about technology scouting, knowledge management, and technology transfer. So what is technology scouting? It's an element of technology management in which emerging technologies are identified. Technology related information is channeled into an organization. That also supports the acquisition of new technologies. So typically in an organization, this starts with curating technologies that are available with scalability. One has to be clear with the difference between tools and technologies. There can be many vendors in market with tools for same technology. Some vendors with first mover advantage enjoy huge market share, reliability of serving many customers, but other may be struggling to gain share by offering differentiation. So I will start with what's the motivation behind technology scouting. So in the first motivation is increased competition in the market, increased technological complexity, shorter innovation cycle, fast changing customer needs. Nowadays we see new initiatives and technologies coming up. Now we see there was social media. Now we have blockchain, decentralization, metaverse. All is coming at very fast pace. So how organizations should adopt? So they should innovate how they can integrate this into their customer efficiently and effectively. So the research gap in this is no sufficient research, success factors, how to success, and organization for technology scouting, interacting with other functions of the organizations. So main questions are: what are the aims of technology scouting? What are the important success factors? How you can interweave the technology and the values of the organization. So, so what happens in that case? It starts with external technology sourcing and internal technology sourcing. So there are three components when you think of technology scouting. Technology scouting involves technology intelligence and technology management. I wanted to share my screen to show you a diagram, but I'm facing some issues.
Mr. Ajay, can you give him the presenter rights if it's not the case?
This will not be a right to do. I thought it will work, but you can imagine a Venn diagram in which technology intelligence, technology management, technology scouting are interacting. So when technology scouting and technology intelligence intersect, that requires scouts identify, assess new technologies, identifying what's present in the market, what is coming up, are there any patents or papers being published in the reputed journals. And when you see technology management, technology scouting being as an intersection, scouts facilitate the sourcing of the technology. So there are scouts means there are particular staff like a member of organization. For example, there's a marketing department, there is a administrative, there's an operations department. So there is a separate department for technology scouting. So we'll talk about the definition of technology scout. The technology scout is either an employee of the company or consultant. So you can hire a permanent employee or you can bring consultants to work as a part-time. So when you see a clock, there are a lot of gears in a mechanical clock. There are a lot of gears. So you put that gear in that system of gears to help you drive the innovation. So technology scout can be a part-time or full-time. So desired characteristics of technology scout are similar to characteristic associated with technological gatekeeper. He should be a lateral thinker, knowledgeable in science and technology, respected inside the company, cross-disciplinary oriented, and imaginative. So there are 6 stages of technology scouting that are divided into technology intelligence and technology sourcing. First is definition of aims and search areas, selection of information, sources and methods to employ, collection of data, filtering, analyzing, interpreting of data, evaluating and decision making, and last stage is usage of information. So whenever you source any information, you do research, you do survey, what consumers are expecting, how future will evolve, like that, and then collecting and analyzing the data. So when we think of goals of technology, I will talk about a case study that is related to Deutsche Telekom Laboratories. So there are typically 4 goals in that particular organization: early identification, raising the attention, and simulation of innovation, facilitation of sourcing of external technologies. So you can think of a funnel. When you see a funnel, so there is a lot of information, but when you drill down, when you identify, so there you have a lot of information, then you select. So technology selection factors based on the organization values, organization budget, requirements, how employees are skilled, whether they will be able to digest so much, how you should proceed, whether you should go for external vendors or you should hire someone, and then you assess the technology and then you disseminate. to organization. You develop training programs, you develop training material so that it get easily consumed and imbibed in the organization. When so as I said, the technology scouting can be done internally or externally. So a good organization like Deutsche Telekom, what they do is they maintain the portfolio of internal and external and full-time and part-time. Uh, when you talk about external, so you can tie up with different organizations, startups, invest in them, or in the part-time, from the part-time perspective, you can collaborate with universities, you can collaborate with research organization to help you drive the innovation. Then what is the incentive system of Scout? What helps them drive to work for any organization or any company? Internal scouts, for example, you can recognize them, you can give them monetary award to be motivated throughout their year life cycle. External scouts, you can offer them business development opportunity, payment per relevant technology identification, like contracts. If this particular contract is completed within 6 months, then X amount of payment will be disbursed. Academic sources, again, recognition, chance for joint research projects. What's the benefit for the universities? They get the taste of what is the real scenario, how organizations are dealing with customers. And for organization, it is like they get to have access to research labs, laboratories, libraries, lot of contents. So it's a win-win situation for both of them. And for industry sources, it's again business development, sales, collaboration opportunity. So what we conclude with this, for practitioners, there are three elements crucial to success of technology scouting. One is goal definition, tailored incentive system, and definition of backward loop to sources. Further research can be on uh, identifies ways to measure value contribution, warning function about emerging threats and opportunities. When you do SWOT analysis, you can do SWOT analysis on technology as well. Impulse function to start innovation activity, validation of division of labor, like external scouts for scanning, internal scouts for monitoring. Now, after that, I will move to knowledge management. Now, when we talk about knowledge management, what does it mean? What are the important goals for that? One is strategy-based knowledge and competence development to reach the target was the most important function uh, in last 5 years, you can say. Another was business intelligence capability development and focus on relevant issues in business. And third important goal was information and resource management. That was for timely information. So when we see important elements of any information source or information sharing within an organization, we can see the most important were intranet, email, own internet homepage, operative database, but these are not effectively used to deliver or share knowledge. So main challenges were like schedule for information and company utilization of employee change resistance. Most of the time, employees are not ready to, share knowledge. They have their own responsibilities. So it is very important when you are taking initiative of knowledge management in any organization, you should have proper framework, proper policy, proper culture. And so what has changed during the last 12 years? First thing is like systematic of knowledge management is stabilized in some functions. Process management and external communication utilization most effectively in information system. Content discursive focus on functions, innovation, and better ability to productize and foresee productivity and internal welfare. And what hasn't changed is internal knowledge utilization is too inefficient. In innovation and competent development, technology is not utilized well enough. Utilization of both new employees and leaving employees know-how is poor. Heavy investment in ICT system, but lack of competencies to use them effectively. HR lack in comprehensive understanding of business processes, challenging to give right support for organizations. Now we'll talk about the case study, how knowledge management is happening at Microsoft. So first we'll talk about how uh, knowledge management evolved in Microsoft. In 1995, Microsoft set up a team that was called Skills Planning Under Development. The project was involved building an online system that contained the job rating system, rating databases, employees' competency levels. The goal for project was to create an online competency profile for jobs, employees within Microsoft information system. So what Bill Gates commented on this is knowledge management is a fancy term for simple idea. You are managing data, products, and people efforts. The high the high individual knowledge is not enough in today's dynamic markets. A company also needs a high corporate IQ intelligence, knowledge, expertise of the company, which provides the facility to share information widely, enable staff members to build on each other ideas. Now, when we talk about knowledge management practices, how do you share knowledge? Live video meetings, references. All employees have opportunity to attend one conference a year. You can participate in uh, various forums, various conferences that are being sponsored by big research organizations, big universities, breakfast meetings, like the occasion is used for knowledge sharing and learning that concerns the whole organization. Business talks, a knowledge library with questions, discussions that are related to its products. These enforce these enforces open to everyone in Microsoft. There are different sources of knowledge in Microsoft, like internal websites, resource one, then employee communication about updates and products. So learning in Microsoft practices, learning and training initiatives for employees in Microsoft can be divided into three dimensions. First is courses and training specialized for the work role, face-to-face learning on job, learning by seeking information when needed. So these are mainly online courses, but also can be external courses and conferences. So in my previous organization, when I worked, so there were a lot of platforms that are being integrated into learning and development. For example, Udemy, Coursera. Coursera is not being widely adopted, but Udemy and there are a couple of other platforms that 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 are being integrated. So learning by experience, interaction with colleagues, Friday lunch presentations. So right now, when I'm working where I'm working with EY, we have lunch and learn session between 12 to 1. You can have your lunch and there will be a meeting. So it's your choice, you can attend, but it always good to interact with everyone over video call and have your lunch. Technology is used. So technology used in Microsoft are typically MyWeb, Microsoft SharePoint. So this was launched in 2001. It has historically been associated with intranet content or management and document management, but recent versions have significantly broader capabilities. SharePoint is used by 70% of Fortune 500 companies. Between 2006 to 2011, Microsoft sold over 36.5 million user licenses. Two things make Microsoft different from other companies. One is the amount of information. Second is open landscape office, and not only physical, but also when it comes to sharing. Employees try to sit by each other's work desk and they try to have lunch with different people each day. They have a sharing culture. Even the top manager sits in open landscape. So what do we conclude? Software products are knowledge based and it often requires specific knowledge to know how to use the products most efficiently. Microsoft knows that this the kind of knowledge is essential for the company and makes a lot of effort to develop and maintain the knowledge level in organization. Knowledge management strategies at Microsoft have become integrated in organization culture and have become a part of normal work practice. Now I'll talk about knowledge management at Coca-Cola. The only way for employers to get each of their performance is improve technology in delivering them proper knowledge management, create the need for them to rely on systems so the industry attains an increase in profit and production. It provides employers, business owners to widen their understanding when it comes to managing their employees. It does not only mean the mere understanding of what they have to do for the company, but it's more about providing them with the proper technology and help them enhance the skills, become more of an asset to the company than a liability. Initial setup of knowledge management at Coca-Cola was like the company management has developed the processes and structured which have been enabled this effective performance. One key element of success is decentralization, which creates an environment where managers are given responsibility and are results driven. The policy of appointing local management wherever possible also helps the company best adapt to local conditions. On the basis of decentralized structure, there's a principle that people closer to the problem are closer to the solution. Everyone is given an equal opportunity with equal set of tools to solve that particular problem. The strength of multinational company over smaller company is the knowledge each part of the business has developed over time, which can be used by others in the organization. There are there are few normal mechanisms of knowledge management. The main tools used at Coca-Cola are intranet, appraisal meetings, business reviews, and informal networks. It is understood that every framework developed by the company began as a thought in the minds of employees. Thus, the Coca-Cola company had flourished into a multinational corporation because of the tacit knowledge of employees. The knowledge management Coca-Cola has deep relationship with collaboration. It partakes the nature of not just a system, but a huge network where the people within the company can communicate with the company network based in different countries. This nature will help assess knowledge managers on how much information must the company need to further their endeavors of perfection and customer satisfaction. In execution, their strategy, knowledge management is very useful because it serves a pattern or a guide where certain areas are marked as they deemed it, or areas are being highlighted which they saw that needs for further improvement. It also serves as a strong pivotal point where company seeks assessment or gathers information to further expand the Coca-Cola systems. Now we talk about implementation of knowledge management. Tacit knowledge among employees has developed helped the company to create innovations in their products. All it takes is to exhaust ideas and knowledge within workplace. In order that is knowledge may be properly organized and into concepts. A good interpersonal relationship is essential that the tacit knowledge may be well put into conception. Output of which would be very dependent on the needs of employees, which means that the decision are of them to make on what technology to use. The strategy applied by the company is based from value chains and force models. These tools have helped the company maximize the guide them in their efforts to resolve future business rivers. And it is definitely very effective as the world has undergone a recession. The Coca-Cola company has stood still and still braving its way towards success and perfection. Now I'll talk about internal analysis of knowledge management. So it is strongly suggested to take a credit on every reviews being put under the company. This must not be taken for granted, but instead be recorded on the company database for future references or as guide to help develop a system to improve and at the same time would attend to the needs of the customers. The company is quite sensitive to culture, reputation, both of supplier and customer because of their pursuit of bringing brighter and better innovation to the public consumer. They also believe that feedbacks are created to meet the demands and needs for the customer. Now I'll talk about the accounting system of Coca-Cola company. There are three types of bottling relationships at Coca-Cola. Bottlers that company has no ownership interest, bottlers that the company has a controlling ownership interest, and last one is company has non-controlling ownership interest. Bottling partners are authorized to manufacture and package products. Being able to manufacture primarily is advantageous in the company's part in acquiring controlling interest in bottling operation. By owning the controlling interest, the company helps in improvement of their information system. This is when the accounting system and the need for such technology arise. The intranet system as a part of knowledge management guides very well the information system needed for accounting. What is the technology being used here? The intranet system. It is the use of latest technology into the company. The employees are helped not only in honing their skills, but help the company improve their communication among bottling partners and company itself. The internet strategy will help improve the relationship of the bottlers because of the network created between them. Knowledge management will when them with the facts and points on how to greatly serve customer satisfaction. The bottlers are the key source from which knowledge management can acquire data. Since the bottlers know the community very much and they are considered as a basic unit of whole Coca-Cola system. Future of Coca-Cola success lies on improving.
Sorry to interrupt, Dr. Gaurav. Dr. Gaurav, I guess if you are facing some technical glitch in sharing the screen, then what you can do is you can send across your PPT to me via email, and I can share it on your behalf, so that it becomes more easy for you to narrate.
Yeah, sure. Let me check. Just give me a moment.
Yeah, okay. Meanwhile, the attendees, if you have any questions, you can post it on the chat box, so that once the session gets over, you can ask your questions to Dr. Gaurav, and he'll be addressing them.
Recording in progress.
Is there any issue, Dr. Trivedi, while sharing the screen?
I think now I have joined from laptop. I can share my screen now.
Okay.
Yeah, Dr. Vinayak, initially he was not able to join through his system, so he had to join through phone. But
Okay.
I guess now the system has been restored. So
now I am getting error that host disable the participant screen sharing.
Ajay ji,
yeah.
please give him the sharing rights. Ajay ji, are you there?
Dr. Ashish, let me coordinate with Mr. Ajay. Give me a second. Yeah.
Yeah, Dr. Ashish, what you can do, you can also give him the sharing rights. Just see, means you can give the sharing rights to Mr. Gaurav. Just see on your screen that where his name is, you can add him and give him the details where the dots are there. Means I did it. Yeah.
Chat in spotlight rename, allow to multi-pin.
Search for his name in case, and then you can give him the rights. If in case you are able to do so.
I guess. I guess I'm not able to see this option.
Dr. Dwivedi, if you are getting that option, please make Mr. Gaurav as a host or something like so that he can present his screen.
Mr. Ajay, are you there?
है उनके पास?
Gaurav, try again. Try to share once again.
Yeah, let me check.
Dr. Ashish, the IT team is saying that Dr. Khatwani can try once more because they have
Yeah,
already.
yeah. Just give me a moment.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I guess it is working now.
Sorry, what happened? Screen sharing has stopped as shared. Can you see my screen now?
Yes, we can see. We can see the screen.
Yeah.
So, continuing from where success story of Coca-Cola. The Coca-Cola company and IBM created a unique digital media management system. So IBM and the Coca-Cola announced that the Coca-Cola is leveraging IBM's most advanced digital asset management technology to create a powerful resource for managing archival information. The new Coca-Cola digital media system makes a century's worth of corporate marketing and advertising icons available at the desktop through a worldwide internal, allowing them employees to more easily access and use the material for future projects. This new system combines distinct libraries of text, still images, videos, building an integrated digital archival library, which is then made available as a business tool to Coca-Cola Association, more than 200 countries. The new digital management system currently includes tens of thousands of video clips, photographs, and many of the Coca-Cola company's most famous marketing and advertising icons. The Coca-Cola digital archives are built on a foundation of IBM's content manager, Lotus Notes, and Lotus Domino software. Now we'll talk about technology transfer, which is another important aspect of technology management in a company. So whenever we talk about technology transfer, so when it depends upon country to country, geography. For example, when you talk about United States, there are new innovations happening. The technology transfer happening in terms of patents, innovations. But whenever as a new technology like blockchain gets discovered or it's in the market, So what countries like in Asia try to skill people in that particular technology so they can provide supports and services and they can earn revenue. So every geography have different role to play in technology transfer. So what is technology transfer? Technology transfer process helps manufacturing company more efficiently, uses human physical capital resources by providing knowledge, information, or assistance, which leads to improvements in the facility, equipment, manufacturing methods, management methods, or marketing methods. So when you see technology transfer, so it's invention, design, innovation, and marketing diffusion. A simple example of each of the aspects are millions of years ago, the wheel was invented. They saw the need for such devices that would make certain tasks easier. Similarly, in an organization, when you see any process being very complex or it has a lot of cost involved in it, you try to innovate, you lower the cost and reduce the time and effort. Innovation, the best example is to devise a way to utilize the wheel. How do you use the wheel? You can use it as a gear, you can use it as a part in a car, truck, or toy. Now design, turn idea into reality and implementation other ideas to use the wheel. How do you use it? What are the ways you can use it? Then diffusion, further developments needs promotion and device ideas need to disseminate it. Now, when we see the invention that happened in the past, some are nothing more than scientific curiosity. For example, if you discover element in, let's talk about chemistry. Aluminium was discovered 100 years ago. Now we use it for utensils, sailboats, windows, frames. There was a technology called total internal reflection that was discovered 90 years ago. Now we use in fiber optics. Now these fiber optics are used in communications that are transmitting signals to your devices, mobile phones, like that. So there are many examples like that. Some inventions have immediate appeal. For example, X-rays. They got used in medical profession. Some inventions are forced. For example, during the World War, these kind of technologies were invented because there was need for immediately to use these technologies immediately so they can protect their country, they can protect their boundaries. Now we talk about other inventions. The vacuum tube was very bulky, fragile, power hungry. The need for the transistor existed long before its inventions. Now, slowly and steadily, we moved to transistors because that inventions improved. So this is how this path was followed. Total internal reflection wheel, how it got invented, then it moved to uniform quartz fibers, then we have bundle of glass fibers, then it moved to cladding on fibers, then guiding output, then laser, then theory of attenuation. It took a long process to reach to this stage where we are now, where we use it for telecommunication, medicine, dentistry, and displays. So fundamental question of technology transfer. Why do invention in some cases take so long to reach the marketplace? What factors govern the time lag between? What happens is that sometimes market is not ready. For example, when you see Tesla, they have electric vehicles, they have the technology, but market is not ready. The cost is too high. Some countries like India, Asian countries cannot absorb that cost. They don't have the infrastructure. But in the advanced countries like US and UK are growing very fast in terms of adoption. Some organizations in different countries are ready with technologies that can be launched in 10-15 years, but the market is not ready. You don't have devices. You need to tackle other important issues of the society. Now, what is innovation? The invention, after invention, it goes to product.
Dr. Gaurav, I guess I'm able to see only one screen that talks about the success story of Coca-Cola. Yes.
Oh, sorry. I think there's some again issue.
Can you just stop sharing and share it once again so that we...
Can you see my screen now?
Yes, it's there. Yes. The innovation slide.
Yes, yes, yes. Now, innovation versus invention. Invention is original concept. Innovation is development, refinement. As we talked about, how total internal reflection was invention, but utilizing into telecommunication, medical devices was innovation. So we'll move to other part like design. Design is a part of innovation process. Sophisticated modeling software, years of development process. Many issues can be identified during modeling stage before prototyping, saves time and money. Diffusion, sometimes referred to as a marketing. How do you communicate this to general public? How do you involve other people using this? For example, data science. When we talk about data science was very niche in, let's talk about 7 years ago. Now we are talking about citizen and data scientists because there is a huge demand of data science. You can't, train so many data scientists because the cost is huge. Salaries are very high for those people. You need to develop tools and communicate how they can diffuse the use of these tools in different organizations. So what's the relationship between invention, innovation, design, and diffusion? The relationship is very linear. First you invent, then innovate, and then design and diffuse. What's the realistic model? Realistic model is invention, then technology transfer, and design and diffusion. So when we talk about technology transfer, we see that first we invent and we try to transfer that. And then when we design the technology, so we come up with the patents. And then diffusing, we try to develop tools and technologies that are available in the market. So some working definitions are like, you can take this as a definition that are being used currently. Transactions between changing of technology and invention, innovation, product, and diffusion. These are some of the values of innovative organizations that they imbibe in them. And innovation is the exploitation of new ideas. So I think that's it from my side. Any questions?
Any questions from the participants?
Okay, so Ashish, do we have questions in the chat?
I'm checking that only.
Yeah. Okay. Meanwhile, Dr. Khatwani, thank you very much for enlightening us with the technologies, what is there actually, and how to actually adopt the technologies. My question is to you is like the IT-enabled companies, they already have the knowledge of the technologies, right? So they carry the preoccupied knowledge, and then again they have all sort of resources to actually leverage these technologies. But when it comes to MSMEs, or when it comes to social entrepreneurship ventures, right, where they are not that technically equipped, so how difficult for them, or like how they can actually first of all think about the existing competitive technologies and then to adopt it? So because then you rightly mentioned that it's not like you can simply rope in the technology, there is a process, right? So how difficult is for them to actually take the technology or adopt the technology, and what will be the starting point for them so that they can think about the technology?
Okay. So when we talk about 15 years ago,
right?
Sorry, can everyone please be on mute? There's a noise. Yeah. So when we talk about 15 years ago, acquiring a new technology was difficult process. Investing in it was very difficult because cost is too high. When we talk about information technology, nowadays we have cloud, we have multiple vendors. So when we talk about SMEs, they can tie up with companies like Microsoft, Google Cloud, Amazon. So they have their web services where they have tools and technologies related to machine learning, data science, blockchain. So they have the capability to scale, and these organizations are coming up with special tariffs for uh, medium and small scale industries. So to remain competitive, they should start focusing, and then they should start developing their proof of concepts, tie up with different organization to market research, uh, accumulate knowledge, create patents, because this will help them to be innovative. What unique product they are creating for the customer, what unique challenges they are solving for the consumer. Because when you see new technology comes in the market, there are very few players who have their deep pockets to invest in the technology. But uh, when 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 the market is very cluttered, for example, online ordering, food ordering in India, Zomato, Swiggy, the market is very cluttered. They have their market share. So coming up with again food ordering platform will be a very difficult idea. To come up with a new technology, how you can innovate, you can bring new services, new app that can solve the consumer problem, gives a leading edge to the MSMEs.
Okay, okay. Again, thank you very much for having the clarity on this particular question. Now, we have one more question, Dr. Gaurav, that is, how long does a technology transfer take? And this is something which is a very prominent questions everyone is actually talking about.
Yeah, so when we talk about technology transfer, it depends upon industry to industry. If we talk about IT, the diffusion is very fast because when I talk about blockchain, first paper was published in 2010, and then now everyone is talking. So it took 10 years. It's a 10-year cycle that I would say in information technology. When you see an iPhone, the first iPhone we got in between 2006 2007 somewhere. Now we see every smartphone, everyone has a smartphone right now. So I think it's a 10-year cycle where we see uh, technology being invented and being transferred to the organization. But and even when you think in 1990s, DARPA came up with a intranet system. Now we use it as an internet. So the internet was starting to grow in 1997. So when you look in the past and when you look now, it takes around 10 years of cycle to, technology get invented and being available for use.
Okay, so Dr. Gaurav, I guess I have one more question before others post it on the chat box. My question to you is, how long, according to you, will this technology transition from big corporations to micro level or small level enterprises? How long this, according to you, is this transition going to take? What according to you is the tentative timeline, considering the scenario that we are facing in India? I mean, there has been a huge thrust on the development of micro and small level enterprises. But how do you see this knowledge transfer going down from big corporations to these small to micro level enterprises?
Okay, so when we talk about technology adoption, what happens is that when technology gets invented, it should scale. When it gets scaled, costs get reduced. So when costs get reduced, it is available for everyone because everyone can't afford that much of technology. So big organization should promote ecosystem where small organization can grow, and they should develop a learning content because they have their resources They have a lot of infrastructure to back upon to create such a learning environment. For example, when you see there are like Microsoft Skills Academy, there are Google certifications. They have their ability. They have a lot of infrastructure to develop technology and disseminate. So it's not that difficult for MSMEs to adopt. It is the matter of time. It takes time to cost to come down. As when we saw that first electric vehicle was launched for $100,000, now we have $30,000, the latest model from Tesla. So as we go in time, the cost get reduced and adoption increases.
Okay.
Dr. Gaurav, I have one more question for you.
Yeah.
Like you mentioned about technology transfer, and we were discussing about technology transfer. There's another term or there's another phenomena where we talk about joint technology development, right? And specifically when we talk about MSMEs, when we talk about new ventures, they are not that competent to develop their technology by their own. So they have only two ways. Either they can adopt the technology by a technology transfer by paying a hefty amount, or else they can go in the partnership with some of the technological partners where they can actually develop the technology from the base, right?
Yeah.
So in your opinion, or whatever the industry is actually experiencing, which one is the fruitful way, or rather than saying fruitful way, sustainable way for the new ventures to actually either means to go for the technology, whether it's a technology transfer or it's a joint technology development?
See, it's a cost benefit analysis. Whenever you invest when you want to venture into any technology, you should develop in-house, or you should outsource, or you should create a joint venture. It's a cost benefit analysis based on different type of technology. Well, it can be manufacturing technology, it can be IT technology. So it depends upon the cost benefit analysis. So there is no it depends upon sector, it depends upon the geography, because if let's say there are some countries which impose a lot of tax on other countries' companies which have headquarters in different countries. They put a lot of tax on them. They want them to come here and set up a base and then do a joint venture. So it depends upon situation. There is no single answer for this. There is no definition for this.
Yeah. Okay. No, because the main dilemma is like, as you rightly mentioned, that it many things based on the cost benefit analysis, right? But here the point is like the industry, the whole industry, and because we are dealing with a dynamic ecosystem, right, where the technology is actually booming. So majority of the time, even if the benefit is in the joint development rather than technology transfer, industry choose, or organizations, they choose to go for technology transfer because they don't have the prior knowledge of that particular technology. And even for establishing that particular knowledge base, they don't have time to compete in the market.
Yeah. So see, it depends upon if you want to be a leader in the market, you don't want to disclose, you don't have enough money, you don't have enough resources, definitely joint venture is a option. So that's what I said. It depends upon situation. If you want to, like, Google doesn't depend upon anyone. They acquire a startup and they start developing. So they don't do any joint venture with anyone. But a small company, like any company in India or Asian company, they will do a joint venture because they don't have enough cash or resources to work on. So it depends upon geography and a lot of other things.
Yeah, right. Do we, Dr. Ashish, do we have more questions?
Yes, I guess there is one more question that has been posted. The question is joint venture an economic method for technology transfer?
As I said earlier, it depends upon company to company technology, the kind of technology you are working on, which sector you are working on. For example, let's talk about solar panels, electric batteries. Now the technology, if the company like Tesla, they don't do joint venture. They will acquire a startup, they will develop their own patent. Even Tesla has made their patent public. Whoever wants to use it, you can use it. Okay, so it depends upon, there is no single answer for it, that where is economic, the economic, may I see the question again? The economic method depends upon.
The question is joint venture an economical method for technology transfer? I mean, the focus is on joint ventures. Are there an economic means of transferring the technologies into organizations?
So there is no clear-cut answer for this. This is the simple answer for this is, it depends upon situation. It depends upon your geography. For example, if you want to innovate, if you want to import something, let's say China developed something. Now, if you want to import that chips from China to USA, now there are a lot of tax from that for that. So if it is economic method or not, you want to do joint venture, you can't do it. US has put sanctions on Chinese companies. If you have headquarters, you cannot hire. They should come here. So it depends upon geography, where you are, what are the situation. You have to evaluate all the factors.
Okay, very valid point. Okay, so I guess we don't have any other questions from participants. So I guess we can close this. Thank you so much, Dr. Gaurav. It was indeed a very insightful session. You talked about various dimensions of technology transfer and this technology scouting. You gave a very lucid and very clear conceptualization of what technology scouting is and how does it impact corporations. And you also discussed a couple of case studies that further clarified the way how knowledge transfer and knowledge creation happens in big organizations and what implications and ramifications may have for MSMEs as a whole. So thank you so much, Dr. Gaurav, and we would like to be get connected with you in future such events, and we would like to invite you in future also with similar events wherein we can get to know and our audience get benefited from the experience and the knowledge that you have.
Thank you so much.
Dr. Gaurav.
Thank you so much. Have a good day.
So I thank you, Mr. Gaurav, for the session. So Professor Trivedi means if we can wait for a minute or two, in the meantime, we will have our next speaker before he joins. If you can just give him a moment, maybe a couple of minutes to then, right? Yeah. So again, I'm thankful to Mr. Gaurav for giving his valuable time and insights to make this conference that we have very fruitful and very advantageous. Thank you, Mr. Gaurav.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
So just a minute or two, maybe I can give him a call again. Yeah. We can give the information for tomorrow, that session which was supposed to be there today, which we have skipped. We can give that information to all the attendees for the tomorrow session. I'm talking to him because it's not till 4, so maybe the reason he hasn't joined it. So just give him that time. So Professor Vinayak or Professor Trivedi, if you can just inform, and by the meantime, I'm communicating with the speaker. Yeah.
Okay, so the thing is, like, tomorrow we have a workshop, and we have divided the workshop into 2 slots. First slot, we're going to talk about how to actually understand the patents, technology patents and everything. And in the second part, I'm going to talk about, and I'm going to take a workshop about how to actually first of all understand whatever understanding we'll get from the technology patents, how to actually adopt these technologies specifically for the MSMEs and the new ventures. And when I'm treating the technology, I'm not treating a technology at one, no, because again, our way of seeing the technology is like technology is a composition of many components, right? Small technologies. So how these small technologies will going to actually help the MSMEs and the new product so that affordable technology can be roped in. That's the main issue where 95% of the startups, they are failing because they are not able to leverage the technological investments. So our main focus is to make understand the MSME, like how, first of all, how they can understand the course of the technology for next 5 years, and once they understand that, how they can make or choose the technology which is the right fit for them. That means the whole, not the whole technology, but one component of the technology. So if they want only centralized ledger, they don't want to go for the whole blockchain solution, right? Because once you made a investment, you can't take a step back. So that's the whole purpose for tomorrow's workshop. And we will again have one more speaker for tomorrow's workshop, that is Mr. Siddharth Bajpai. He's again lead in new product development working with Bosch Germany. Somehow today he's not able to make it up because of his commitment and because he's joining us from Germany. So, but yeah, in tomorrow's session, he will join us and he'll enlighten his knowledge, and he'll enlighten the session through various example how Bosch is actually doing it when it comes to European territories. So hopefully, means this is something which we want to communicate to our audience for tomorrow. Yeah, Professor Dwivedi.
Yeah, thank you. So, Professor Trivedi, I think we have the speaker here. Means if you can just moderate this the particular thing. Yeah.
Yeah. Good evening, Mr. Saurabh.
Hi.
Nice to see you. I would like to thank you for taking time out for this conference and workshop. And I, on behalf of OP Jindal Global University and Jindal Global Business School, would sincerely thank you for your enriching session that we all are eagerly waiting for expert insights from your end. So just to give a quick insight about Mr. Saurabh's profile. So Mr. Saurabh Jain, he's the founder of Fun to Do Labs, a tech startup, and he's also the ex-vice president at Paytm. He was heading the Paytm Build for India program, and he also had played an active role in startup products, developer relations, social media impact within the Paytm. And he has also managed the relationships with various industry bodies, including NASCOM, CII, FICCI, PhDCCI, SOCAM, to name a few. He is also a chartered accountant with a keen interest in technology. He has also authored a couple of books on mobile application technologies, and he wrote Mobile Phone Programming, which was India's first book on mobile app programming. And this book was published in 2003 and was a technical book on J2ME technologies. So that was a brief profile about Saurabh Jain, and I'm quite sure that this session is going to be very enriching in terms of his insights on how these competitive technologies are going to have an impact on declining business, specifically in the context of MSMEs. So without wasting much time, over to you, Mr. Saurabh.
See, I'm happy to be here, and good evening, everyone. So I would like to share some of the insights I've got in last so many years working with MSMEs and various, I would say, legacy family businesses, and especially they are being disrupted due to technology. I think so. A few questions which come to the mind are: one is, can family businesses innovate in the times? Because I can give you one example, and a relatively well-known group I can share. So I have been advising one of my friend who is running a very big business. So he has a very big family business. If you have heard about Champak, Sarita, and all the Delhi press is a very renowned name. So around 6 years ago, my friend called me. He said, I want to meet you. You are in this field and I know you can innovate a lot. And I want to have my family company also becoming more innovative. So I went and I was very gung-ho ki I know a lot of technology, I know a lot of things, and I will just go and I will put it everything. So what I realized is that so one learning has been that it is not issue of technology, it is more an issue of some of the people in the organization, and they are also good people, but sometimes what happens is that most of these family companies have people who have been working for last 20 years, 30 years, sometimes even. Like, for example, so one of the first challenges I faced was that I said, who is your biggest competitor? So I got this answer from them that obviously our biggest competitors are Times of India, Hindustan Times, or maybe some magazines which are competing. So I said, no, your biggest competitor is Google or Facebook. So now this was a new revelation to them कि Google हमारा कैसे competitor है, because Google obviously is giving us Google Analytics, Facebook is giving us reach to the audience, and that I think is a very new thing, because at the end of the day, anything you do related to technology, either Microsoft आपका competitor होगा, Amazon will be a competitor, Google will be a competitor in some way or the other. So I gave them just one statistic. I said, in India, 90% of digital ads are being shown by Google or Facebook. And you want to do a digital business, तो आप बताओ आपका कंपेटिटर वो टाइम्स ऑफ इंडिया है जो 6% एड रेवेन्यू लेता है टोटल डिजिटल मार्केट का, या गूगल है जो 50% लेता है. सो अब दैट वाज अ वेरी बिग लीप ऑफ थिंकिंग कि भाई इज इट पॉसिबल हम गूगल से compete कर रहे हैं. नोबडी, जो भी जर्नलिस्ट उनके यहाँ लिख रहे थे, नोबडी वाज अज्यूमिंग कि हम तो गूगल से compete कर रहे हैं. गूगल इज आवर कंपेटिटर. तो आई थिंक डिजिटल इज नॉट अबाउट टेक्नोलॉजी. जो उनका थॉट प्रोसेस इनिशियली था कि हमने आपको टेक्नोलॉजी के लिए हेल्प करने के लिए रखा है. मैंने कहा टेक्नोलॉजी नहीं, ये थॉट प्रोसेस का चेंज चाहिए.
राइट.
which becomes difficult because MSMEs में खासकर ये प्रॉब्लम होती है. मैं अपनी फैमिली में भी कई बार देखता हूँ कि एट द एंड ऑफ द डे, एक मैं अभी एग्जांपल देता हूँ लास्ट ईयर का. मेरे कजन हैं, तो उनकी फैमिली हैज लॉट ऑफ पेट्रोल पंप्स. तो मैंने उनको कहा, दे वर सेपरेटिंग देयर बिजनेसेस. तो मेरे कजन आए जो उन मतलब भाइयों में मेरे से ज्यादा क्लोज थे. तो आई सेड, पेट्रोल पंप मत लो, आप फैमिली प्रॉपर्टी लो जब अलग हो रहे हैं. तो ही सेड, क्यों? हमारा क्राउन ज्वेल तो फैमिली बिजनेस है, जो हमारा सबसे बड़ा पेट्रोल पंप. आई वांट टू टेक दैट, आई एम द एल्डर ब्रदर. तो मैंने कहा, आपको पता है इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल्स आने शुरू हो गए हैं, 5 साल में पेट्रोल पंप धंधा बंद हो जाएगा. बंद नहीं होगा 5 साल में, 10 साल में बंद हो जाएगा. ये तो 100% श्योर है ना 10 में बंद होगा. तो ही सेड, अरे ये तो बहुत है. माय मदर सेड, तू तो बहुत फ्यूचरिस्टिक बातें करता है, वो मत कर, हमें धरती पे रह के इसको बताना है. तो मैंने कहा ये रियलिटी है. आपको नहीं लग रहा कि इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल्स आ गए हैं. आई वाज पार्ट ऑफ, बिकॉज आई वाज ऑब्वियसली सीनियर इन पेटीएम, तो आई वाज पार्ट ऑफ वन ऑफ द ग्रुप्स वेयर द हेड ऑफ गवर्नमेंट्स ईवी मिशन. आपको पता नहीं होगा, सारे हाईवेज इलेक्ट्रीफाई हो रहे हैं. मतलब यू विल हैव इलेक्ट्रिक पेट्रोल पंप्स, ईवी स्टेशंस ऑन एवरी हाईवे नियर दिल्ली. तो मैंने उनको कहा, मैंने कहा इनका पेट्रोल पंप दिल्ली के पास है, इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल्स आ जाएंगे. जब मुझे पता ही है दिल्ली आगरा में और दिल्ली जयपुर में बन रहा है, तो मैंने कहा इनके वाले हाईवे पे भी आ जाएगा. आज नहीं आएगा, 2 साल बाद आ जाएगा. तो व्हेन यू आर टेकिंग अ ओनरशिप, तो आप 10-20 साल के लिए लेते हो ना, आप 2 साल के लिए तो ले नहीं रहे. तो अब 1 साल में क्या चेंज आ गया. अब नाउ माय मदर, माय कजन, ऑल ऑफ देम आर अंडरस्टैंडिंग, हाँ यार तू ठीक कह रहा था, इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल्स तो आ रहे हैं. तो आई थिंक इट इज नॉट अबाउट टेक्नोलॉजी, इट इज फर्स्ट चेंजिंग योर assumptions कि क्या ये भी हो सकता है, हम नहीं सोच सकते ना. तो वो आपको सोचना बहुत जरूरी है. एंड आई थिंक दैट बिकम्स वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट कि हाउ टू मैनेज दोज ह्यूमंस जो आपको रोकेंगे. तो ये आप जब MSME में देखते हो, तो ये मैंने बहुत लोगों के साथ देखा है. मतलब ये आपको जान के थोड़ा हैरानी होगी, मेरे फादर की डेथ एक्चुअली बचपन में हो गई थी. तो मेरे को कम से कम 3 लोग मिल चुके हैं जो मुझे कहते हैं, आपके पास तो फ्रीडम है, आप जीवन में जो करना चाहते थे वो कर पाए, हम नहीं कर पा रहे. तो मैंने कहा क्यों नहीं कर पा रहे? क्योंकि हमारे तो फादर के साथ हमें फैमिली बिजनेस में बैठना है. अब वो MSME बिजनेस है, तो हाउ टू डू इट. तो मैंने कहा यार मैं तो अपनी किस्मत खराब सोच रहा था कि पापा चले गए और बचपन से हमें थोड़ा जूझना पड़ा, तो अब तुम्हें तो खुश होना चाहिए. जैसा नहीं, प्रॉब्लम ये है कि हम कहते हैं ये नया करो, एंड फादर को समझ ही नहीं आता ये नई चीज होनी चाहिए, वो बड़े वो हैं. तो उसमें मैंने अपनी फैमिली में कैसे किया, मैं अपना समझा सकता हूँ. मतलब माय मदर वाज देयर, फादर वो हैड डाइड, बट मदर वाज देयर. तो सबसे पहला आपको देखो ये चेंज है कि दे हैव सम इश्यूज बैक ऑफ देयर माइंड. और ये फादर मदर, आई थिंक स्टूडेंट्स हमारी ऑडियंस है तो उनको सोचना आसान पड़ रहा होगा, बट फादर मदर नहीं. ये जैसे मैं दिल्ली प्रेस की बात कर रहा हूँ, तो दिल्ली प्रेस में मेरे फ्रेंड के फादर नहीं कुछ कह रहे थे, वो तो बल्कि ओपन थे कि वी शुड, ही वाज वेरी इनोवेटिव एंड ही सेड कि अरे ये तो बहुत फायदा होगा डिजिटल से, एंड हमें बहुत ज्यादा फीडबैक वगैरह मिलेगी. बट वो जो उनके जर्नलिस्ट थे वो सब थे, उनको वो थोड़ी आदत नहीं थी ना कि हम गूगल से compete कर रहे हैं. वी हैव टू लुक एट एनालिटिक्स ऑल्सो, क्योंकि जब आप फिजिकल मैगजीन लिखते हो तो देयर वाज नो एनालिटिक्स, तो उनको लगता था जो हमने लिखा वो अच्छा ही लिखा है. एंड व्हेन आई स्टार्टेड शोइंग देम एनालिटिक्स एंड आई सेड ये वाली चीज चलती है और ये वाली चीज नहीं चलती है, तो वो जिसकी नहीं चलती है दैट पर्सन ऑब्वियसली उसको थोड़ा नेगेटिव लगेगा आप जाके. तो दिस विल हैपन इन एवरीथिंग, बट इट स्टार्ट्स फ्रॉम योर पेरेंट्स, बिकॉज सबसे पहले तो आपको पेरेंट्स को कन्विंस करना अगर एमएसएमई बिजनेस आप रन कर रहे हैं तो आपको सबसे पहले समझना पड़ेगा उनके इश्यूज क्या है. मैं आपको एक बड़ा रिसेंट इशू बताता हूँ मेरी फैमिली में ही. तो आई टोल्ड माय मदर, मैंने कहा दी फ्यूचर इज कि आपको रियल एस्टेट में इन्वेस्ट नहीं करना चाहिए, आपको म्यूचुअल फंड्स में इन्वेस्ट करना चाहिए. यू हैव टू यूज न्यू काइंड ऑफ ब्रोकर्स लाइक पेटीएम मनी, जो हमारा एग्जिस्टिंग ब्रोकर है. मैंने कहा वो बहुत ढीले हैं, उनको फोन करना पड़ता है चीजों के लिए, शेयर्स भी खरीदने हो, म्यूचुअल फंड खरीदने हो, तो हमें वी शुड यूज पेटीएम मनी काइंड ऑफ थिंग. तो मेरी मदर बोली सबको ठीक है, आई ट्रस्ट, बट बोली कल को कोई प्रॉब्लम हो गई एंड मतलब जैसे मेरे फादर की डेथ हुई तो हमें बड़ी प्रॉब्लम आई थी, पेपर्स वगैरह एट दैट टाइम वर ऑफलाइन एंड टू फाइंड पेपर्स एंड वो पूरा का पूरा आपको जाके नाम लेना पड़ता है, कन्वर्ट कराना पड़ता है. इट वाज वेरी बिग इशू. तो शी सेड अगर कल को कोई प्रॉब्लम होती है तो आई डोंट हैव एनी, क्यों कि भाई फिजिकल तो पता है ना मुझे प्रॉपर्टी कहाँ पर है एंड इट इज अंडर माय कंट्रोल, बट कोई भी प्रॉब्लम होती है तो आई डोंट नो एनीथिंग अबाउट योर शेयर्स, आई डोंट नो एनीथिंग अबाउट योर ट्रांजैक्शंस ऑन पेटीएम मनी एंड अब मैं क्या करूंगी. एंड सेम थिंग विद योर वाइफ आल्सो, सेम थिंग विद योर किड्स आल्सो, उन्हें भी बेचारों को नहीं पता. तो मैंने कहा खैर मेरे केस में तो आप घबराना बंद कर दो, बिकॉज इट्स पेटीएम, तो वर्स्ट केस में कुछ नहीं होगा तो आप जो पेटीएम के फाउंडर है उनको ही फोन कर लेना. होपफुली ऐसा ना हो मेरे साथ, बट अगर कुछ हो भी तो आप उनको फोन कर लेना, ऑब्वियसली वो हेल्प कर देंगे मेरे केस में तो. बट आई वुड से दिस इज व्हाई एमएसएमईज don't change, because the existing people have some thought processes कि यार ये change होगा तो they become little they start having anxieties कि अगर ये change होगा तो मेरे हाथ में तो कुछ है ही नहीं, या ये change होगा तो कैसे पैसे कमाएंगे, ये कंपनी मेरे को रिट्रेंच ना कर दे, बहुत सारे इश्यूज हैं. तो यू हैव टू फर्स्ट अंडरस्टैंड दैट पर्सन साइकोलॉजी. इसीलिए मैं बता रहा हूँ कि जैसे मैंने डेली प्रेस में जाकर देखा कि इट वाज नॉट अबाउट टेक्नोलॉजी, इट वाज मोर अबाउट ह्यूमन रिसोर्सेज. एंड आपने इन्फोसिस में भी देखा होगा, तो इन्फोसिस में एक बार आया कि द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट पर्सन इन इन्फोसिस आफ्टर सीईओ इज हेड ऑफ एचआर. तो इन्फोसिस इज अ एचआर कंपनी, नॉट अ टेक कंपनी. दिस इज अ वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग थॉट प्रोसेस कि इन्फोसिस में आदमी कंट्रोल करना इज वेरी डिफिकल्ट ना, बिकॉज आपको उस इंजीनियर को मैनेज करना है एंड ही इज राइटिंग द कोड. तो कोड लिखना उसका काम है, बट आपको तो उसको मैनेज करना है ना. So that you have to change your mindset. It is not just about technology. It is more about thought process change. अब मैं आता हूँ, I have created a tool called Startup Canvas. अब ये जो Startup Canvas है, that is a very interesting tool. I would like to tell people about that tool, and that can help you to understand even legacy business में innovation कैसे करते हैं. Can you enable screen sharing with me?
Ajay ji, please give in the presenter rights. Somebody from the IT team, can you please give him the presenter rights to Mr. Saurabh?
Means if you can check that, do you have the rights now? Means in case.
नहीं, अभी it is not allowing me.
Okay. So
अगर वो इशू आ रहा है तो आई कैन जस्ट शेयर यू द लिंक ऑफ द पेज, मे बी यू कैन ओपन दैट ओनली, एंड आप ही एक बार स्क्रीन शेयर कर दीजिए एंड आई कैन जस्ट
right. You can yes you can.
आप इस पेज पे चले जाइए एंड जस्ट स्टार्टअप कैनवस पे स्क्रॉल कर दीजिएगा नीचे. तो इन बिटवीन आई विल कंटिन्यू जब तक सर कर रहे हैं. तो बेसिकली सी फर्स्ट थिंग इन एनी स्टार्टअप, अगर आप एक सेकंड के लिए भूल जाइए आप लेगेसी बिजनेस में एमएसएमई में कर रहे हैं, अगर आप एक नया स्टार्टअप खोलते हैं विद नो कंस्ट्रेंट ऑफ लेगेसी बिजनेस, तो आपका सबसे पहला फोकस क्या होगा? द फर्स्ट फोकस अभी जो मैं दिखाऊंगा दैट इज प्रोडक्ट. पीपल डोंट टॉक टू पीपल इनसाइड द कंपनी, दे ओनली टॉक टू द प्रोडक्ट. तो अगर मैं पेटीएम का एग्जांपल लूं तो आपको कोई लेना देना नहीं था कि मुझे बुखार हो रहा है नहीं हो रहा है, मैंने कंपनी छोड़ दी है नहीं छोड़ दी है, या किसी और ने कंपनी छोड़ी है नहीं. यू आर ओनली इंटरेस्टेड इन पेटीएम ऐप चल रही है, आई एम एबल टू ट्रांसफर माय मनी और आई एम एबल टू रिसीव माय मनी. तो आपको जो सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट स्टेप है जो फोकस करना है, हाँ यही है, प्रोडक्ट, फोकस ऑन प्रोडक्ट, व्हाट प्रोडक्ट टू क्रिएट एंड विल दैट प्रोडक्ट सॉल्व अ प्रॉब्लम। तो सबसे पहली चीज है प्रॉब्लम। अब प्रॉब्लम लेगेसी बिजनेस में क्या आती है, व्हाट आई हैव रियलाइज्ड, द प्रोडक्ट स्टार्टेड 20, नहीं आप एक बार ये हट गया है,
ओके जस्ट,
तो प्रॉब्लम लेगेसी बिजनेस में क्या आती है कि द प्रोडक्ट हैड स्टार्टेड 20 years ago, 40 years ago, 50 years ago. द फर्स्ट जनरेशन एंटरप्रेन्योर वाज लाइक एनी स्टार्टअप, उसने वही किया कि उसने एक प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व करी और वो प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व करके they created a solution, then based on that solution they created a final product, and वो प्रोडक्ट उन्होंने मार्केट में डाला, उस समय उनको फीडबैक मिली, उन्होंने आइटरेट किया एंड फाइनली द प्रोडक्ट ग्रू एंड आज है आपको एक अच्छा एमएसएमई मिलता है जो डिपेंडिंग अपॉन द साइज ऑफ द एमएसएमई इट कैन बी अर्निंग 1 लाख रुपीज अ मंथ और द बिजनेस कैन बी अर्निंग 20 लाख रुपीज अ मंथ, वो कुछ भी हो सकता है साइज। प्रॉब्लम नाउ कम्स इज कि जो सेकंड जनरेशन और थर्ड जनरेशन एंटरप्रेन्योर आते हैं तो उनको फर्स्ट जनरेशन की लेगेसी का एक इशू आना शुरू हो जाता है कि फर्स्ट जनरेशन सेज की दिस इज व्हाट आई डिड, वी शुड बी इनटू दिस। तो अगर आपको मैं एक एग्जांपल देता हूं, रेल रोड्स वर द बिगेस्ट, गो 150 years ago, रेल रोड्स वर द बिगेस्ट कंपनीज इन द वर्ल्ड, जो रेलवे कंपनीज थी, बट आज आप देखिए कोई भी रेलवे कंपनी वर्ल्ड की बिगेस्ट 500 कंपनीज में भी नहीं शायद होगी, या एक आधी होगी कोई पूरे वर्ल्ड में। What is the reason? Reason is railroad companies only became railroad companies. एरोप्लेन आया तो कोई भी रेलवे कंपनी एरोप्लेन कंपनी नहीं बनी। जब एरोप्लेन के बाद अब इंटरनेट आ रहा है तो बेसिकली आई एम टॉकिंग टू यू, मैं आपके पास ट्रेन से आ सकता था, एरोप्लेन से आ सकता था, कार से आ सकता था, बट आई एम कमिंग टू यू थ्रू जूम। तो आपको ये समझना पड़ेगा जूम वही प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व कर रहा है जो कार सॉल्व कर रही है, और कार वही प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व कर रही है जो रेलवे प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व कर रही थी। तो problem is very important. We have to understand and then we can sensitize our seniors, our people in our group, and we can tell कि भाई ये problem आप solve कर रहे थे। जैसे मैंने दिल्ली प्रेस में जो जर्नलिस्ट थे, they said सर ठीक है चलो गूगल हमें को वो कर रहा है, बट एट द एंड ऑफ द डे उनका नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन ये था कि मैंने कहा वो कह रहे थे कि हम अपनी मैगजीन में 10 तरीके का कंटेंट देते थे। मैंने कहा आप 10 तरीके का कंटेंट मत दो, आप 2 तरीके का कंटेंट दो बस, या 1 तरीके का। तो नाउ दिस वाज आल्सो अ वेरी न्यू थिंग फॉर देम। तो दे सेड नहीं, हमारी मैगजीन में तो हम ये भी देते हैं वो भी देते हैं। एक एग्जांपल है, मैगजीन में दे वर गिविंग रेसिपीज आल्सो, मैगजीन में दे वर गिविंग हेल्थ टिप्स आल्सो। तो मैंने कहा वो सारी ठीक है, आप वो सारी चीजें ऑनलाइन जब दोगे और जब मैगजीन में देते हो डिफरेंस क्या है। मैगजीन के 80s के अंदर आप सोचो, देयर वाज नो इंटरनेट, दूरदर्शन आया करता था, तो जब आप मेरे को रेसिपी देते थे तो मेरे पास आपकी रेसिपी देखने के अलावा कोई और ऑप्शन ही नहीं थी पूरे इंडिया में। बट जब आज के जमाने में मैं रेसिपी ढूंढने जाऊंगा तो मैं क्या करूंगा, मेरे को मलाई कोफ्ता बनाना है तो आई विल सर्च मलाई कोफ्ता ऑन गूगल, एंड गूगल जब मेरे को मलाई कोफ्ता दिखाएगा तो मैं तो उसी पे जाऊंगा, मैं आपकी मैगजीन पे जाऊंगा ही नहीं, मैं आपकी वेबसाइट पे जाऊंगा ही नहीं, मैं तो गूगल पे जो टॉप रैंकिंग चीज होगी उस पे जाऊंगा। तो ओनली क्रिएट दैट कंटेंट विच कैन रैंक टॉप इन फर्स्ट 3 इन गूगल। अगर आप 5 के नीचे आ रहे हो तब तो आपका कोई जाएगा ही नहीं ना, फर्स्ट 5 में जाते हैं मैक्स, और आपका एम फर्स्ट 3 होना चाहिए। तो दैट चेंजेस आई थिंक द प्लेइंग फील्ड। तो आपको जो अपने सीनियर्स हैं जो आपके फैमिली बिजनेस में होंगे, आपको सबसे पहले उनको ये समझाना है कि दादाजी ने या पापा ने वो जो शुरू किया था वो एक प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व करने के लिए किया था। एक छोटा सा एग्जांपल है कि अगर आपके पेरेंट्स का जनरेटर का बिजनेस है तो आप जनरेटर का बिजनेस 1980s में जरूरत बहुत थी, 90s में बहुत जरूरत थी, बट आज शायद जनरेटर की जरूरत नहीं है। पीपल प्रेफर इन्वर्टर, और मे बी फ्यूचर में इवन इन्वर्टर भी नहीं होगा बिकॉज सोलर सेल से चलेगा। तो टेक्निकली आप बैटरीज लगाओगे सोलर सेल को रात को चलाने के लिए, बट एट द एंड ऑफ द डे इट इज नॉट अ इन्वर्टर फ्रॉम अ प्रोडक्ट पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू। इट इज मोर ऑफ कि आप एक सोलर सेल का पावर प्लांट दे रहे हो उसको, आदमी को पूरा का पूरा। तो प्रॉब्लम रिमेन्स द सेम, सॉल्यूशन चेंजेस। एक और इंटरेस्टिंग चीज आप स्टूडेंट से रिलेट करोगे, एकलव्य की प्रॉब्लम क्या थी कि जो उस जमाने का बेस्ट कॉलेज था उसमें उसको एडमिशन नहीं मिल रहा था द्रोणाचार्य का, और आज के स्टूडेंट्स की क्या प्रॉब्लम है, हमें आईआईटी में एडमिशन नहीं मिलता, हमें आईएम में एडमिशन नहीं मिलता, कहीं ना कहीं कोई प्रॉब्लम रहती है ना। तो आप देखिए सॉल्यूशन चेंज होता रहेगा ओवर टाइम, प्रॉब्लम जनरली वही रहती है। तो प्रॉब्लम आपने ढूंढी, आपने कहा कि ये प्रॉब्लम का ये सॉल्यूशन हुआ करता था 1980s में, 2000s में, आज 2020 के बाद ये नया सॉल्यूशन। And if you talk to your parents, if you talk to your dadaji, if you talk to your elders, if you talk to senior people, senior manager वगैरह जो एंसेस्ट्रल बिजनेसेस में, एमएसएमईज में ट्रेडिशनली चल रहे हैं, जो 30-30 साल लगा चुके होते हैं. अब आप इसमें एक चीज और समझिए कि इंटरपर्सनल कम्युनिकेशन इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. जस्ट नोइंग न्यू थिंग्स इज नॉट इंपॉर्टेंट. इंटरपर्सनल इंटेलिजेंस भी 8 तरीके की होती है. वन ऑफ दोज इंटेलिजेंस इज इंटरपर्सनल इंटेलिजेंस. देखिए, एक एग्जांपल मैं अपने पापा के ऑफिस का देता हूँ. मेरे फादर की तो खैर डेथ हो गई तो थोड़ा फर्क हो गया स्टाफ में, बट मेरे फादर के ऑफिस में एक एम्प्लॉय थे जो उनके मैनेजर थे, और उनको हम चाचा कहते थे, और वो 1978 या 9 से उनके ऑफिस में थे. तो 2000 तक वो हमारे ऑफिस में रहे. अब पॉइंट ये था कि अगर फर्ज करिए मैं 2000 में सीए करके, जैसे मैंने सीए करी, मेरे फादर सीए थे, तो मैं आता ऑफिस में, तो इन 2004 से अगर मैं सीए क्लियर करके ऑफिस ज्वाइन करता, एंड आई वुड हैव सेड, अरे चाचा आपको क्या पता, आप तो सिर्फ ग्रेजुएट हो, या आपको तो पता ही नहीं ऑनलाइन रिटर्न कैसे भरते हैं, मेरे को ऑनलाइन पता है. तो ही वुड हैव not taken it positively. So what I'm trying to say is कि आपको interpersonally समझना पड़ेगा कि these people have spent lot of time when they have built this factory, they have built this office. जैसे वो जो चाचा जिन्हें हम कहते थे, तो वो ये कहते थे कि ये जो नए सीए आते हैं, इनको लगता है मैं ये सीए है, और मैं ठीक है, आई एम जस्ट अ बीकॉम ऑनर्स ग्रेजुएट, आई एम नॉट अ सीए, बट एट द एंड ऑफ द डे जितना मैंने काम करा है पिछले 25 साल में, इन्हें क्या पता हमने क्लाइंट्स को कैसे कैसे रात रात को काम करके उनकी रिटर्न्स भरी, हमने कैसे कैसे उनके केसेस कराए. एंड ही सेड, पुराने जितने भी आपके क्लाइंट हैं वो सारों को मैं जानता हूँ, दे नो मी, तो उसकी भी तो एक फेस वैल्यू होती है. व्हाट आई एम ट्राइंग टू से इज कि आपको वो प्रोडक्ट बेचना है मार्केट में, मार्केट के जो रिलेशनशिप्स हैं वो पुराने मैनेजर्स जो आपके हैं, जो पुराने लोग हैं, उन्हीं लोगों के पास वो होती है. तो आपको उनको 1 by 1 समझाना पड़ेगा, कन्विंस करना पड़ेगा. यू वुड हैव टू डेमोन्स्ट्रेट कि जैसे मैंने बताया, रियल एस्टेट की जगह अगर ऑनलाइन आजकल सब कुछ आने लग गया है, आप ऑफलाइन ऑफिस, एक ये भी इशू आएगा कि अब जैसे मेरी कंपनी में मैं रिमोट वर्क कर रहा हूँ, और अगर मैं ऑफलाइन बिजनेस होता तो उसको रिमोट करवाना बहुत मुश्किल है, क्योंकि अब मैंने अभी एक लेगेसी बिजनेस ग्रुप है, उनको मैंने कंसल्टेंसी देनी शुरू करी. तो मैंने उनको सबसे पहले पूछा, मैंने कहा रिमोट वर्क, ऑनलाइन वर्क, तो दे सेड नहीं, रिमोट नहीं करेंगे, ऑनलाइन ऑफलाइन ही करेंगे. उसका रीजन है, बोले वो कोई घर पे काम कर रहा है नहीं कर रहा है, हाउ विल बी ट्रैक. अब मेरी कंपनी में वो इशू क्यों नहीं आता, क्योंकि मेरी कंपनी, आई हैव वेल थॉट आउट फ्रॉम डे वन कि मुझे ये आउटपुट चाहिए. अगर आपने आउटपुट दिया, आई विल मीन कि तुमने घर पे काम किया, नहीं किया तो आउटपुट नहीं दिख रही, तो आपने काम पे नहीं किया घर पे. अब लेगेसी बिजनेस में वो आदत नहीं है. लेगेसी बिजनेस में लोगों को आदत है, वो क्लासरूम की तरह, जैसे वो टीचर खड़ी रहती है तभी चुप रहते हैं बच्चे, वो कुछ ना कुछ पुराने ऑफिस में वो आदत है, अरे वो साहब आए हुए हैं तो काम करो, नहीं साहब आए तो आज छुट्टी है, आज पेड लीव की तरह आप ऑफिस में बैठे हो. वो एक थॉट प्रोसेस है लेगेसी बिजनेस में. तो आपको ये समझना पड़ेगा, यू हैव टू क्रिएट टारगेट्स इन योर प्रोडक्ट, कि ये आपका प्रोडक्ट का वीकली टारगेट है, मंथली टारगेट है, आपका KRS क्या है, OKR क्या है. ऑब्जेक्टिव एंड की रिजल्ट्स एक बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग मैनेजमेंट टेक्निक है. आपको हर एक को ऑब्जेक्टिव्स देने हैं, उसके की रिजल्ट्स देने हैं. अगर उसने की रिजल्ट्स पूरे नहीं करे, अब बहुत सारे लेगेसी बिजनेस में की रिजल्ट ही कुछ नहीं होता. तो बॉस ने कहा ये करना है, उन्होंने वो कर दिया. देयर इज नो फॉर्मल रिपोर्टिंग मैकेनिज्म बियॉन्ड वर्बल, जो आप केबिन में बुला के उससे बात करते हैं. अब फॉर्मल मैकेनिज्म ही नहीं है, आप ईमेल कुछ करते ही नहीं है, आप कोई रिपोर्ट रिटर्न बनाते ही नहीं है, आप हमेशा वर्बली बात करते हैं. तो ऑब्वियसली वो मैकेनिज्म्स आपको अगर रिमोट वर्क करना है तो चेंज करने पड़ेंगे. तो एक और इंटरेस्टिंग चीज है कि आपको सारे चेंज एक साथ नहीं कर सकते. ट्राई टू डू इजियर चेंजेस फर्स्ट, एंड देन वंस दीज पीपल आर कन्विंस्ड कि अरे ये नए इनोवेशन अच्छी है, दिस इज गुड फॉर द कंपनीज हेल्थ इन फ्यूचर, then they will come. Otherwise they will feel यार नया आदमी आया, नए नए आइडिया दे रहा है, या नए नए आइडिया आते रहते हैं जाते रहते हैं, दिस इज जस्ट 4 दिन की चांदनी है. एंड देन प्रोडक्ट एंड मार्केट के बाद आपको ग्रोथ फाइनल फेज में आएगा, जब आपने चेंज कर दिया है, आपको रिजल्ट्स आने लग गए हैं. एंड देन इशू कम्स कि अरे बेटा तुमने नया काम तो बड़ा अच्छा किया, बट अब हमें ऐसा लगता है 2 करोड़ लगाने पड़ेंगे, अब ये 2 करोड़ से चलेगा या 5 करोड़ से चलेगा, समथिंग लाइक दैट. What I'm trying to say is कि अगर आप ग्रोथ पहले दिन करना चाहोगे, which many youngsters want to do, देखिए youngsters obviously वो एज ही वो होती है, वो नहीं होगा. You have to first go to the basics. go की प्रॉब्लम ये थी, आप ये दादाजी ने जब बिजनेस शुरू किया तो प्रॉब्लम ये थी, जैसे 80s में बिजली आती ही नहीं थी, तो जब अगर जनरेटर का काम शुरू किया तो इट मेड लॉजिकल सेंस. बट आज आपको जनरेटर का काम नहीं करना है, आज आपको इन्वर्टर का काम भी नहीं करना है, आपको सोलर सेल इंस्टॉलेशन में आना है, which is innovation for today's day and age. और जब आप सोलर सेल इंस्टॉलेशन में आ रहे हो तो एलॉन मस्क आपका कंपेटिटर है, आपको ये थॉट प्रोसेस डालना पड़ेगा, बिकॉज अर्लियर दे वर थिंकिंग मैं चांदनी चौक से ये काम करता हूं, दिल्ली वाले मेरे कंपेटिटर हैं, दिल्ली वाला नहीं, अब ऑल वर्ल्ड इज योर कंपेटिटर। क्यों? क्योंकि एलॉन मस्क एक दिन सोलर सेल का, सोलर सिटी नाम से उनकी कंपनी है, कल को उसके सोलर सेल्स आने शुरू हो गए तो आप आउट ऑफ बिजनेस हो जाएंगे। तो आपको ये समझना पड़ेगा फ्रॉम स्टार्ट, प्रॉब्लम, सॉल्यूशन, प्रोडक्ट, मार्केट, ग्रोथ, प्रॉफिट, ये पूरी एक चेन है। इस चेन के हिसाब से यू विल हैव टू कस्टमाइज देयर थॉट प्रोसेस की ये जरूरत है, एंड देन यू हैव टू सेंसिटाइज की ग्लोबल वर्ल्ड है। अगर आप एनर्जी के बिजनेस में तो एलॉन मस्क, या ट्रांसपोर्टेशन के बिजनेस में तो एलॉन मस्क भी आपका कंपेटिटर है। अगर आप कंप्यूटर्स के रिलेटेड कुछ भी काम कर रहे हैं या कहीं भी डिजिटल इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स का कोई कॉम्बिनेशन आ जाए तो कहीं ना कहीं गूगल, फेसबुक, ये लोग आपके कंपेटिटर बनने शुरू हो जाएंगे। आप रियलाइज भी नहीं करोगे कब ये लोग आपके कंपेटिटर बन गए। तो वो चीज है। देन पीपल, तो वहां नई स्टार्टअप में यू हैव टू फाइंड द फाउंडर्स। आई थे यहाँ आपको फाउंडर फाइंड नहीं करने, आपको फाउंडर्स को रिफॉर्मेट करना है। तो सबसे पहले पटाने का तरीका है, जो भी कंपनी के डायरेक्टर हैं, कंपनी के मेन होल्डर्स हैं, चाहे वो आपके फादर हो, चाहे वो चाचा हो, चाहे दादा हो, आई थिंक तीनों हो, जो भी आपकी कंपनी में मेन स्टेक होल्डर्स हैं, आपको सबसे पहले उन्हें पटाना है। फिर आपको जो कोर टीम है, जैसे मैंने बताया मेरे ऑफिस में ऑब्वियसली मेरे फादर, मेरी मदर के अलावा वो जो चाचा थे, जबकि वो रिश्ते से चाचा नहीं थे, ही वॉज जस्ट मैनेजर इन आवर कंपनी। तो आपको जो कोर लोग हैं, जो आपके रिलेटिव्स नहीं है, जो ओनर्स नहीं है, बट एट द एंड ऑफ द डे दे आर वेरी की टू योर बिजनेसेस, आपको उनको सेंसिटाइज करना है, ये चेंज जरूरी है। आपको उनको डेमोन्स्ट्रेट करना है चेंज करके कि ये हो सकता है चेंज, नहीं तो लोगों को लगेगा क्या बकवास है, ये आइडिया है सिर्फ, ये हिंदुस्तान में नहीं हो सकता। मैं एक एग्जांपल देता हूँ। मैंने लीन स्टार्टअप, एक बहुत फेमस बुक है स्टार्टअप्स की, मैंने वो बुक पढ़ी। जब मैंने डेली प्रेस में लोगों को बताया कि लीन स्टार्टअप यूज करो, तो जो कुछ स्टाफ था वो बोले कि सौरभ आप बहुत अच्छा कह रहे हैं। अमेरिका के लिए एक उनके जर्नलिस्ट थी, सीनियर जर्नलिस्ट थे, वो बोले सौरभ जो आप कह रहे हैं वो मैं लास्ट जॉब हिंदुस्तान टाइम्स में करता था, हिंदुस्तान टाइम्स में भी नहीं देखा मैंने ये करते हो, मेरे फ्रेंड टाइम्स ऑफ इंडिया में वो भी यूज नहीं करते, और आप कुछ और ही कह रहे हो कि गूगल कंपेटिटर है, गूगल से सीखो और गूगल से कम्पीट करने की कोशिश करो। हम इतनी मेहनत क्यों करें, हमें इतना चेंज होने की क्या जरूरत है, हम हिंदुस्तान टाइम्स और टाइम्स ऑफ इंडिया पे क्यों नहीं फोकस करें। तो मुझे उनको वही डेमोन्स्ट्रेट करना पड़ा। मैंने कहा देखो 100 में से 90 अगर गूगल और फेसबुक ले जाता है, तो ये आपको डेमोन्स्ट्रेट करना पड़ेगा उस कोर टीम को। एंड व्हेन कोर टीम विल गो, फिर फाइनली आप नीचे रैंक एंड फाइल में जाना शुरू करेंगे। समझ लीजिए कि एमएसएमईज के भी अलग अलग साइज होता है ना, कोई 5 आदमी का भी हो सकता है, कोई 500 आदमी का भी हो सकता है। then you have to sensitize the lower level people, या you have to sensitize some of the other people कि भाई ये चेंज आ रहा है, आपको भी चेंज होना जरूरी है। एंड यू कैन गिव सम रोल मॉडल एग्जांपल, जैसे विजय शेखर शर्मा ऑफ पेटीएम इज अ वेरी गुड एग्जांपल। उन्होंने एक स्टार्टअप बनाई, उन्होंने कितना स्केल किया। तो हम ये कहेंगे कि देखो कंपटीशन तो उन्हीं से ना, अगर आप एक फाइनेंस कंपनी हो तो कंपटीशन तो पेटीएम से ही है ना। तो अगर आप पेटीएम जितने अजाइल नहीं होगे तो फिर फाइनेंस कंपनी आज नहीं तो कल आपकी हार जाएगी पेटीएम से। तो आपको, पर आपके कुछ प्लसेस भी हैं। सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट चीज है लेगेसी बिजनेस के कुछ प्लसेस है। जैसे डेली प्रेस का एक बहुत बड़ा प्लस था कि दे आर नोन बाय पीपल। सेकंड प्लस है दे नो ऑल द डिस्ट्रीब्यूटर्स ऑफ मैगजीन अक्रॉस द इंडिया एंड दे हैव रिलेशनशिप्स विद देम। तो आपके बिजनेस की कुछ रिलेशनशिप्स हैं विद द इकोसिस्टम। आप ये कहिए देखिए हमारी रिलेशनशिप्स को एक और एक 11 करेंगे। तो जैसे आपने देखा होगा कि टाटा वाले ईवी में आ गए हैं, तो आप उनको एग्जांपल दे सकते हैं, देखिए दादाजी 150 साल पुराना बिजनेस ग्रुप है जो आज ईवी में आ गया है। मारुति भी नहीं आई है, मारुति इज अ रिलेटिवली रिसेंट कंपनी, 30 साल पहले की कंपनी है। मारुति इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल्स नहीं बनाती इंडिया में, बट टाटा इज क्रिएटिंग इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल्स। तो टाटा ये मानता है कि मैं एलॉन मस्क से कंपीट कर सकता हूं और वो कोशिश कर रहे हैं। आई डोंट नो जीतेंगे या नहीं। व्हाट आई एम ट्राइंग टू से इज टाटा ग्रुप 150 साल पुराना होके या 200 साल पुराना होके भी कंपीट करना चाह रहा है इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल्स में, और मारुति आज भी नहीं करना चाह रही। तो आपको उनको समझाना है कि आपका रोल मॉडल मारुति की जगह टाटा ग्रुप बनना चाहिए। ऑब्वियसली दैट इज अ बेटर, मोर रिस्पेक्टेड ग्रुप ऑल्सो। तो वो धीरे धीरे दिस पीपल विल चेंज एंड दे विल स्टार्ट अंडरस्टैंडिंग योर इशूज। फिर बूटस्ट्रैपिंग पे आते हैं। तो देखिए सबसे पहले कोई भी स्टार्टअप होती है ना, तो मेरे भी बहुत सपने हैं, पर जब मैं अपनी स्टार्टअप खोलता हूँ तो ऑब्वियसली बहुत छोटे लेवल पे शुरू करता हूँ। तो अगर अमेज़न जब खोली जेफ बेजोस ने, तो ही वाज बूटस्ट्रैपिंग, मतलब अपने पैसे लगा रहे थे। तो अमेज़न पे सिर्फ एक चीज मिलती थी, बुक्स। आज अमेज़न पे 1000 से ज्यादा चीजें मिलती है। व्हाट आई एम ट्राइंग टू से इज कि अमेज़न में आज तो मिलियंस ऑफ चीजें मिलती हैं, पर दे जस्ट स्टार्टेड विद बुक एज अ कैटेगरी। आज 1000 कैटेगरी होंगी। तो आपको छोटे से शुरू करना है। तो मे बी आप, जैसे कि मैं एग्जांपल दे रहा हूँ, आई अंडरस्टैंड आपके बिजनेसेस अलग अलग डायरेक्शन में होंगे। अगर आपकी जनरेटर कंपनी थी तो आप कह रहे हो कि ऐसा करते हैं पापा, एक साइड स्ट्रीम शुरू करते हैं जिसमें हम सोलर सेल्स इंस्टॉलेशन कराएंगे, और वो भी सिर्फ छोटी सी जगह पे, सिर्फ गुड़गांव में, मे भी सिर्फ हिसार में, मतलब एक कोई भी आप कोई शहर ढूंढ लोगे, अब वो डिपेंड करता है ऑन दी थिंग, या कोई दिल्ली होगा तो आप कहोगे सिर्फ साउथ दिल्ली पे फोकस करेंगे सोलर सेल इंस्टॉलेशन पे। बहुत छोटे लेवल पे शुरू करोगे एज अ स्टार्टअप, एंड देन व्हेन यू हैव प्रॉब्लम सॉल्यूशन फिट, आपका प्रोडक्ट मार्केट से फिट होना शुरू होएगा, देन आपको वो जो एंजल इन्वेस्टर मिलता है वो आपको घर में ही मिल जाएगा, एंड वो दादाजी कहेंगे यार इस बेटे ने तो बड़ा सही किया, बहुत बढ़िया, इसने तो बिजनेस चला लिया, आई थिंक इसके पास जोश है, इसके पास नॉलेज है, इसको हम और इन्वेस्ट करते हैं। एंड देन फाइनली जब आपने समझ लीजिए पहले आपने 10 लाख के साथ बिजनेस शुरू किया अपना एक स्मॉल विद इन दी कंपनी विद लिटिल बिट ऑफ डाइवर्सिफिकेशन, आपने उसको डेमोन्स्ट्रेट किया, आपको 1 करोड़ रुपए मिले, आपने 1 करोड़ के साथ किया, फिर देनली फैमिली विल से अरे ठीक है वो लेगेसी फैक्ट्री बंद करो, हमें फुल फ्लेजेड इस पे आना है, विच हैपेंस इन स्टार्टअप्स आल्सो। पेटीएम नहीं थी, मैं आपको एक इंटरेस्टिंग स्टोरी बताता हूँ, आपको जान के हैरानी होगी। विजय शेखर शर्मा जो पेटीएम के फाउंडर हैं, उन्होंने 2010 में बोर्ड को कहा मुझे 5 करोड़ रुपए दो, मेरे को पेटीएम खोलनी है, एंड पेटीएम से पहले एसएमएस वैल्यू एडेड कॉल्स इन सब के बिजनेस में थी पेटीएम 197 कम्युनिकेशन जो पेरेंट कंपनी है। बोर्ड ने क्या कहा, आप जान के हैरानी होगी, बोर्ड ने कहा ये बकवास आइडिया है, कोई पेटीएम नहीं चलने वाली इंडिया में। रीजन, इंडिया में सबके पास नोकिया के फोन है, आप कह रहे हो स्मार्टफोन होने चाहिए, एंड्रॉइड आईओएस है कितनों लोगों के पास इंडिया में, 2010 की बात कर रहा हूँ। देन दे सेड सेकंड थिंग, दे सेड आपका जो वॉलेट होगा वो लिंक्ड होगा बैंक अकाउंट से, कौन इंडिया में बैंक अकाउंट का 1 नंबर का पैसा यूज करना चाहता है, सब 2 नंबर का पैसा यूज करना चाहते हैं, तो आपका तो प्रोडक्ट चल ही नहीं सकता इंडिया जैसी जगह पे। तो विजय सेड नहीं, ये चल सकता है। विजय यूज इज इंटरपर्सनल इंटेलिजेंस, क्योंकि विजय कंपनी के फाउंडर थे, उनके पास कई करोड़ के शेयर भी थे पहले भी, तो विजय बोले आप मेरे इतने करोड़ के शेयर ले लो, मेरा हिस्सा ले लो, पर मेरे को कंपनी में इतने पैसे दे दो। तो आप भी ये पैंतरा यूज कर सकते हो, यू कैन से कि अगर लॉस हुआ तो मेरा हिस्सा कम कर देना, बट अगर प्रॉफिट हुआ तो ऑब्वियसली आपको सबको दिखाई देगा, एंड प्लीज मेरे को थोड़े से पैसे दो, आई जस्ट वांट टू वेंचर इनटू इट एंड स्टार्ट स्मॉल। आप सीधा जाके कहोगे मुझे 10 करोड़ की एक नई फैक्ट्री खोल के दो और ये नया काम हो रहा है तो कोई नहीं खोलेगा, बट आप ये अगर आगे कहोगे नहीं दादाजी मेरे को 10 लाख रुपए दो, आई अंडरस्टैंड हमारी 10 करोड़ की नेटवेल्थ है, 10 लाख बिजनेस है, 10 लाख रुपए में एक्सपेरिमेंट करते हैं, चल गया तो ठीक है, नहीं चला तो मेरे को समझ आ जाएगी। तो आई थिंक मेनी पेरेंट्स आर ओके विद दैट। जैसे मैंने कई बार पेरेंट्स की बातें खुद भी जब मैं यंगस्टर था तो सुनता था, तो यही होता था कि बच्चे को 5 लाख दे दो, अगर उसने डुबो दिए तो फिर वो शांत हो जाएगा, और अगर उसने हिट हो गया तो आपने एक वो लाइन सुनी होगी ना, पूत कपूत तो क्यों धन संचय और पूत कपूत तो क्यों धन संचय। तो अगर उसने कपूत होगा तो 5 लाख डुबो देगा, सपूत होगा तो 5 लाख के 50 लाख बना देगा, तो अगर वो बना ही देगा तो फिर वो बड़ा आदमी वैसे ही बनना शुरू हो जाएगा। तो आपको ये सारा प्रोसेस होगा, आई वुड से एक शॉट में आप नहीं कर पाएंगे, और विजय शेखर शर्मा ने वही किया, एंड बोर्ड ने कहा नहीं यार अगर विजय अपने शेयर देने को तैयार है तो विजय कॉन्फिडेंट है, ये विजय का सिर्फ एक आइडिया नहीं है, विजय इज 100% मोटिवेटेड बाय दिस आइडिया एंड ही इज टोटली बॉट ओवर बाय दिस आइडिया। तो आपको भी ये दिखाना पड़ेगा कि दिस इज नॉट जस्ट अ न्यू फैड, जैसे होता है ना एक पेरेंट्स वगैरह में थोड़ा ये होता है कि यार ये तो मतलब जैसे वो आपने देखा होगा एक टीनेज में होता है ना कि गर्लफ्रेंड मिली और वो 6 महीने के बाद गर्लफ्रेंड चेंज हो गई, तो लोगों को यही होता है, जैसे मेरा बेटा अगर कहेगा पापा मुझे आईफोन खरीदना है या मुझे एक्सबॉक्स खरीदना है, तो मैं क्या कहूंगा यार ये इसका नया फैड है, 6 महीने बाद इसको कुछ और चाहिए होगा। तो आपको ये प्रूव करना पड़ेगा। तो ये प्रूव कैसे होता है, मैं आपको एक रियल वर्ल्ड स्टोरी मैंने सुनी थी, आई डोंट नो कितनी सच्ची है, वो मैंने ये सुनी कि आपको अगर पता हो तो अनिल अंबानी और उनकी वाइफ फिल्म हीरोइन थी, उनको लव मैरिज थी, तो धीरू भाई ने एक ही चीज कहा कि इफ दिस इज इन्फैक्चुएशन, 1 साल के बाद तुम्हारी ये नहीं रहेगी। तो उन्होंने कहा टीना तुम 1 साल के लिए अमेरिका रहो, और उन दिनों ऑब्वियसली व्हाट्सएप और ये इंटरनेट वगैरह नहीं था, तो उन्होंने कहा अगर 1 साल के बाद तुम वापस इंडिया आओगे और अनिल और तुम्हारे बीच में प्यार होगा तो मैं तुम्हारी शादी कर दूंगा। तो दैट वाज अ वे ऑफ टेस्टिंग देयर लव। तो आई थिंक वो हर पेरेंट चाहता है कि आप सिर्फ ये लव कर रहे हो या दिस इज जस्ट अ कैजुअल आपके दिमाग में आइडिया आ गया। अगर पेरेंट्स को ये क्लैरिटी आ जाती है कि यू लव what you are doing and that has some market potential and you just need their guidance, and उसके आपको सुनने की भी देखिए कैपेसिटी चाहिए। मैंने बहुत बार यंगस्टर्स के अंदर देखा है, हम सुनते नहीं है पेरेंट्स की, हमें लगता है अरे पेरेंट्स की इतनी क्यों सुनते रहते हैं, तो सुनाते ही रहते हैं। आई थिंक वो थोड़ा ओपन होना पड़ेगा, बिकॉज आप जॉब में जाते हो तब भी तो बॉस की सुननी पड़ती है ना, आप बॉस को ये तो नहीं कह सकते आप चुप हो जाओ बहुत बोलते हो। तो आई वुड से वो थोड़ा सा आपको भी पॉलिश होना पड़ेगा, पेरेंट्स की रिस्पेक्ट करनी पड़ेगी, तो एट द एंड ऑफ द डे जब आप पेरेंट्स की रिस्पेक्ट करोगे तो उनको ये भी रियलाइज होगा कि भाई रिस्पेक्ट तो कर रहा है। आप पेरेंट्स के पैर छुओगे तो उसके बाद उनको ये तो नहीं लगेगा कि यार ये कल को आपने, क्योंकि ऐसे भी इंस्टेंसेस होते हैं, आपने रेमंड का सुना होगा कि रेमंड के जो ओनर थे उन्होंने अपने सारी प्रॉपर्टी और अपना सारा बिजनेस अपने बेटे के नाम कर दिया और आज बेटे ने उनको घर से बाहर निकाल दिया। दी पर्सन आई स्टिल रिमेम्बर 80s में वो बहुत बड़े नाम था रेमंड्स के जो फाउंडर थे, बट आज वो बेचारे काफी बुरे हाल में हैं। तो वो पेरेंट्स वो उस टाइप की स्टोरीज भी सुनते हैं। एट द एंड ऑफ द डे जो लेगेसी बिजनेसेस होते हैं ना, उनमें थोड़ा सा ये होता है, ये जो नए लड़के आते हैं या नई लड़की आती हैं, ये उतने ज्यादा फोकस्ड नहीं होते। तो आई थिंक आपको ये सारा प्रूव करना पड़ेगा। इट मे फील टफ टू यू, इट मे फील बोरिंग टू यू, बट एट द एंड ऑफ द डे हकीकत में आप गूगल के अंदर जाओगे भी ना तो भी यही होता है। मतलब एट द एंड ऑफ द डे गूगल में हर आदमी जाके कोडिंग नहीं कर रहा होता है, हर आदमी जाके प्रोडक्ट नहीं बना रहा होता है। वहाँ 20,000 आदमी है, प्रोडक्ट 200 ही है, तो 100 आदमी मिलके ही प्रोडक्ट बनाते हैं। तो वो तालमेल करना पड़ता है। एक मैं इंटरेस्टिंग लाइन आपको बताता हूँ। पेटीएम में बहुत सीनियर लेडी थी, वीपी थी। तो एक दिन मेरी ऐसी बात हो रही थी, तो बोली देखो काम तो का साथ करना ही होता है ना हर एक के, जो भी पेटीएम में है। आपको अच्छा लगे ना लगे वो आपकी सेकेंडरी चॉइस है। आपको तो जो कंपनी ने रख लिया आपको उसके साथ काम करना है। तो आई थिंक यू हैव टू अंडरस्टैंड दैट फ्रॉम माई एमएसएमई पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू कि आपको टेक्नोलॉजी समझनी पड़ेगी पहले और फिर आपको इनको समझानी पड़ेगी। इफ यू वांट कि यार ये अपने आप समझ लेंगे, वो नहीं होता। आपको उनको धीरे धीरे समझानी पड़ेगी टेक्नोलॉजी। एंड जनरली नाउ डेज पीपल आर एबल टू अंडरस्टैंड ऑल्सो। जैसे अगर मैं अपनी मदर को आज कहता हूँ रिमोट वर्किंग, तो शी इज ओपन टू दैट, बिकॉज वो खुद भी तो जूम पे बैठी रही पिछले 2 साल तो पीछे वो मंदिर भी जूम पे जानी थी। तो प्रैक्टिकली तो आज अब वो समझाना आसान है कि ऑफिस जूम पे चल सकता है। I think these are some of the things. Now I will now like to open this for Q&A. I think काफी boring हो जाएगा अगर मैं ये बोलता रहा तो. So we can have it more organic and people can ask me questions.
Yeah, is it fine that I stopped sharing screen?
हाँ आप वो रोक दीजिए. In chat I have also shared my link of my Twitter handle, my LinkedIn handle. आप मुझे follow कर सकते हैं. मेरी एक book है Startup Masterclass. आप में से कोई interested हो तो आप वो भी read कर सकते हैं.
So all the attendees here, we are open for the questions. In case if you have any, you can write it to Mr. Saurabh, or you can because Mr. Saurabh, we have given them only the rights to write in the chat box other than the panelists.
हाँ आप chat पे लिख लीजिए I think, या आप सर को पिंग कर दीजिए.
Yeah,
so we can read it out.
In that case, if they have any question, they will write. So just one question which these guys have been asking from morning, means these attendees, I have been noticing that where they could find the related documents with respect to blockchain technology, more of it adoption in doing businesses and all. Means we have a number.
कोई एक जगह पे you will not be able to find all the documents. That is the tragedy of the internet कि you have वो आपने सुना होगा ना, वो water everywhere not a drop to drink. So I think वो थोड़ा सा आएगा. I don't myself know any great book or any specific website जहाँ पर जाके आपको comprehensively हो जाता है. कई बार हो भी जाता है specific technologies के बारे में, but I would advise आप internet पे YouTube पे there are a lot of videos. And जैसे मैंने जब मोबाइल ऐप प्रोग्रामिंग सीखी, I was a CA, but I had started mobile app programming. I wrote India's first book on mobile app development, but I would still say कि एक बुक मिलनी या एक बुक से पढ़ना बहुत मुश्किल है. I would recommend you to refer to multiple books and multiple videos, and only then you will be able to understand that technology.
Yeah, and I could see one question is, although this question has not been raised during your session, but I think it's much more relevant to what we have been discussing in the past 40-45 minutes. Is joint venture an economic method for technology transfer, is what the one student wrote. He's keen in on getting the answer for that.
देखिए जॉइंट वेंचर इज अ गुड वे, बट आई वुड से जॉइंट वेंचर शुड ऐड वैल्यू इन टर्म्स ऑफ कि अगर आप एक फॉरेन कोलैबोरेशन से टेक्नोलॉजी ले रहे हैं आप ले सकते हैं, बट मतलब दैट ऑब्वियसली इज अ गुड वायबल ऑप्शन. एंड मोस्ट ऑफ द लेगेसी एमएसएमई बिजनेस हैव गुड डिस्ट्रीब्यूटर कनेक्ट. तो जैसे मैं डेली प्रेस की बात कर रहा हूँ तो उनके ऑब्वियसली डिस्ट्रीब्यूटर कनेक्ट बेटर है, और जॉइंट वेंचर करके अगर वो टेक्नोलॉजी और कंटेंट बाहर का मिल जाए तो ऑब्वियसली उसका बेनिफिट होता ही है. तो वो आई वुड से इट्स अ गुड वे, बट इट इज नॉट अ रिप्लेसमेंट फॉर होम ग्रोन इंटरनल आईटी या टेक्नोलॉजी जो आप कहते हैं ना प्रोनेस. बेसिकली आप उसकी जो आपकी जो एक डेप्थ है, मतलब आप जॉइंट वेंचर करके पेटीएम या एलोन मस्क का स्पेसएक्स या टेस्ला नहीं बन सकते. हाँ, बट यू कैन ऑब्वियसली, जैसे टोयोटा किर्लोस्कर को देखिए आप, टोयोटा की जॉइंट वेंचर में टोयोटा टेक्नोलॉजी लाती है, किर्लोस्कर इज द ओनर ऑफ द फैक्ट्री, दे आर मैनेजिंग द प्रोसेस इन इंडिया। तो उसका बेनिफिट है। बट अब मैं आपको एक इंटरेस्टिंग स्टोरी बताता हूँ। पेटीएम ने जॉइंट वेंचर किया जापान में, याहू जापान के साथ, और पेटीएम आउट मतलब बेसिकली एक्सपोर्टेड टेक्नोलॉजी टू देम। तो पेटीएम ने उनको सिखाया फ्रॉड मैनेजमेंट ऑनलाइन पेमेंट में कैसे करते हैं, और हमने एक्सपोर्ट किया, जबकि रादर जापान से हम टेक्नोलॉजी इंपोर्ट करते हैं, पेटीएम ने एक्सपोर्ट करी। व्हाट आई एम ट्राइंग टू से इज कि अगर आप उस लेवल ऑफ सोफिस्टिकेशन में आना चाहते हो तो आपको इंटरनल ही बनाना पड़ेगा। बट आई अंडरस्टैंड कि बहुत सारी जगहों पे यू डोंट हैव टाइम, बिकॉज इंटरनल टेक्नोलॉजी बनाने में सालों लग जाते हैं। तो you can start with maybe say a joint venture and you can do some internal research also, and कोशिश आपको यही करनी है धीरे धीरे कि you become independent in technology or you use technology which is available off the shelf। जैसे अगर आप क्लाउड कंप्यूटिंग कर रहे हैं तो ऑब्वियसली आप गूगल का क्लाउड या अमेजन का क्लाउड यूज कर लेंगे, you would not create your own cloud, but you will have create your own internal employees, some small team which can create websites, which can create cloud based software। वो है व्हाट आई एम ट्राइंग टू से, कि अगर आप सिर्फ जॉइंट वेंचर करके उसकी मार्केटिंग कर रहे हो तो दैट विल नॉट गिव यू सोफिस्टिकेशन इन टेक्नोलॉजी इवन आफ्टर 5 ईयर। हाँ, ये जरूर है कि आपको इमीडिएट दाल रोटी खानी है तो वो आसान है, यू से कि मेरे सोलर सेल्स मेरे को बनाना अभी नहीं आता है। मैं जैसे एग्जांपल दे रहा हूँ, जनरेटर हो सकता है, मैं आगरा में होता था, लोग अपने आप जनरेटर बनाते थे। तो अब आप क्या करेंगे, अब आप एज एन एमएसएमई कहेंगे ठीक है जनरेटर तो मेरे पुरानी फैक्ट्री में बनता था, सोलर सेल नहीं बनते हैं, तो आई विल गेट सोलर सेल फ्रॉम चाइना और सम other vendor in India and I will start marketing these solar cells। but aim वही होना चाहिए कि अगर मैं चाइना से ला रहा हूं तो मैं 10 साल बाद आत्मनिर्भर भारत वाली सिचुएशन हो ना, कि 10 साल बाद मैं चाइना से ही ना ला रहा हूं। एम वो होना चाहिए, ठीक है। टू स्टार्ट विद यू कैन स्टार्ट मार्केटिंग एंड दैट इज गुड, बिकॉज उसमें क्या होगा, आपका एक बार कस्टमर बेस बन जाएगा तो इट बिकम्स इजियर टू स्टार्ट अ फैक्ट्री इन इंडिया ऑल्सो। इनिशियली उतना नहीं होता, आपने देखा होगा ना, अभी टेस्ला वाले ये कह रहे हैं कि इंडिया वाले हमें कुछ कार इंपोर्ट करने के लिए बिना ड्यूटी के अलाउ कर दें चाइना से। तो इंडियन गवर्नमेंट इज अगेंस्ट दैट, बट उसमें आई टेक साइड ऑफ टेस्ला आल्सो फॉर एटलीस्ट फर्स्ट 5,000 कार्स, बिकॉज देखिए वो सीधी सी बात है ना, जब तक टेस्ला के 5 डीलर नहीं होंगे इंडिया में, तब तक हाउ विल एलोन मस्क नो कि इंडिया में टेस्ला की डिमांड भी है। तो इसलिए वो चाह रहे हैं कि 4-5 हजार कारें हमें इंपोर्ट करने दें। हाँ, अगर वो 50,000 इंपोर्ट करना चाह रहे हैं विच इज रॉन्ग, आप फैक्ट्री खोल सकते हैं उस स्केल पे, बट देखिए 1,000-2,000 कार के लिए आप फैक्ट्री नहीं खोल सकते ना, तो आई थिंक वहां पर फिर वो इम्पोर्टेंट हो जाता है। तो वही सेम चीज आपके साथ है कि आप इनिशियली स्मॉल स्केल पे शुरू करिए विद टेक ट्रांसफर एंड फाइनली आप इंटरनल रिसोर्सेज बनाने की कोशिश करिए फॉर अ 5 to 10 year टाइम फ्रेम।
Okay, thank you for that. I think he was Asad who was asking the question. Maybe he has the answer to it. So I think, Mr. Saurabh, we do not have any questions, but yes, I could see a number of links which are shared from your side. And yes, these attendees can surely have a look onto that, and they will do so for that. So I would like to thank you for giving a detailed information from the very basics. Means we have been, these guys and I also, including me and all the others, my associates, we are here from the early morning and doing, this is the 5th session that we are into. And I think that the session that we had at present is basically the very initiator one, means trying to relate the startups with the basic questions that what you can say, the young brains who are trying to initiate, or maybe who are just trying to look into their businesses, they must have got some valuable information.
I think इसमें मैं एक लास्ट जो ऐड करना चाहूंगा, आई थिंक बिकॉज आई अंडरस्टैंड आपके यहाँ जो MBA आई नो कि वो फैमिली बिजनेसेस वाली आपके MBA है। I think
just sorry to interrupt, means we have audience here from all the sides, it's not from only G, yeah,
not just from there, ठीक है, okay, but I would say जिनका भी फैमिली बिजनेस है, अगर आपको एक एक्चुअल रोल मॉडल देखना है तो आपने कभी अशोका फिल्म देखी होगी, तो उसमें वो दिखाते हैं कि अशोका कैसे इन स्पाइट ऑफ लॉट ऑफ इनफाइटिंग बिटवीन दी फैमिली, अशोका कैसे राइज करते हैं। और एक अकबर के बारे में आपने देखा हो तो वहां भी आप देख सकते हैं, जो जोधा अकबर फिल्म थी उसमें क्लियर ही दिखाया था कि जो उनके लेगेसी स्टाफ वगैरह थे वो बहुत ज्यादा एक्सर्ट करते थे प्रेशर, एंड हाउ ऋतिक रोशन जो अकबर बने हुए थे उन्होंने उसको कैसे मैनेज किया। आई थिंक दैट हैंडलिंग इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। आप उसको बहुत ज्यादा रैश वे में नहीं कर सकते हैंडल कि ये लोग ठीक नहीं कर रहे, आपको बहुत पोलाइट होके, बहुत ज्यादा टैक्टफुल होके, एंड ऑब्वियसली एक बहुत अच्छे रोल मॉडल मैं आपको बताऊं, रशिया आजकल न्यूज में, रशिया के जो सबसे ग्रेट किंग थे His name was Peter the Great. तो पीटर द ग्रेट के साथ एग्जैक्ट ये हुआ कि पुराना सा रशिया था, पुराने जमाने में रहता था रशिया। पीटर गए इंग्लैंड, पीटर ने जाके वहां पर शिप बिल्डिंग सीखी, पीटर ने पूरे साम दाम दंडभेद वो भी करे जो राजनीति और किंग्स करते थे, बट पीटर ने अपने देश को कैसे आगे किया, एक बहुत अच्छी डॉक्यूमेंट्री भी है, आप उससे सीख सकते हैं। व्हाट आई एम ट्राइंग टू से इज कि देयर आर रोल मॉडल्स जिन्होंने लेगेसी बिजनेसेस को इंप्रूव किया, चाहे आप राजीव बजाज को लीजिए, बजाज ऑटो वाले जो है, या पीटर को लीजिए आप हिस्ट्री में, इनसे आप थोड़ा सा इंस्पायर हो सकते हैं, समझ सकते हैं इन लोगों से। एंड दैट इज एक्चुअली द नीड ऑफ हिस्ट्री, कि आप क्या हुआ था वो चीज सीख सकते हैं। लेगेसी बिजनेस में आई थिंक ये जो नॉलेज होती है ना, ये बड़ी काम आती है, बिकॉज वहां पर टेक्नोलॉजी से ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट वही ह्यूमन रिसोर्स को हैंडल करना बिकम्स द बिगेस्ट चैलेंज।
Yeah. So, I would suggest all the participants here. So, in case if you want to connect to Mr. Saurabh, he has provided all the valuable information. And with those notes, I would like to thank you for giving your valuable time for OP Jindal Global University and for this particular event, which was in collaboration with or maybe supported by DSIR. So I'm thankful to you for the valuable time. In future, we would also like to communicate with you whenever we organize some events. And yes, the physical reopening of the campus is also there. So it means in that case, if we can meet sometime, that would be very fruitful for us. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Saurabh. Thank you.
Bye.
Yeah, bye. So just an information to be shared to the other attendees or maybe the participants here that we will be starting tomorrow. That is at 10 a.m. Not at 9:30. Means we'll be starting at 10 a.m. And we have 2 workshops for all those who are asking questions which were related to blockchain, or maybe if those are remain unanswered or you are looking for some more type of questions, those workshops can be very beneficial for you. And those will be pre-lunch and post-lunch, right? So you have the session plans with you, and you can log in at 10 a.m. for those particular workshops. So in case if nobody has any question, we can call it a day and we can stop or maybe close the day with these remarks. And I don't think any question is here. So Ajay ji, am I audible to you? Yeah. Okay. So anyways, guys, we will meet up again tomorrow at 10 a.m. with the workshops, pre and the post lunch. Thank you for your valuable time. You have been here for the last 5 sessions. I really appreciate it. Right. Thank you. Thank you all.